say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, got my glizzy, bang bang. I say hold up, got my glizzy, bang bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hey, yo. Okay, Google, turn left lamp to 30%.
Got it. Setting the left lamp brightness to 30%.
Cool. What's up, fools? Today is 8/1/2026. It is 8:42 p.m. Eastern Time. How y'all doing? How's everybody doing today? We got a lot to get into. I just saw this a little bit ago. So, just FYI, I'm sure everybody's really concerned about this. My suit did finish, okay? I have a lot more room in my suit for a lot more upgrades. So this is the old one right here. The power armor suit, that one's gone, okay? Now we got the power armor MK2. So we're fully upgraded. Everything got done. So you guys can sleep easy tonight. Someone do a text-to-speech and change his light. Everything goes through my earbuds, buddy. Thanks, though. I do like saying, you know, randomly, like, okay, Google, or hey, Alexa, buy me the largest black dildo you can find on Amazon, please.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Yeah, you didn't understand. Everybody else has understood. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. People are playing me on their TVs or out loud at home. . Best DSA channel on YouTube? Dude, the DSA shit is the best fucking advertisement for libs. Let's go. Let's go. Boy. Now, before we get to the DSA stuff, New Zealand has taken the glory hole. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but apparently New Zealand has taken the glory hole and turned it into a medical feature. Have you guys seen this? I just happened upon this today because I've been working on moving to New Zealand for a bit, and my visa got denied because of my record, so I'm having to like make a few changes to a couple of things so I can apply again. And New Zealand's gone off the fucking deep end. You see this? See this? Anonymous testicle checking booth debuts in New Zealand. It says this creepy hand could save your life. The world's first testicle checking booth has been launched in New Zealand. Testicular cancer is the most common form. Okay, alright, well, fuck. Never mind. Not even gonna try it. That's how you're gonna play it. Wait, what did that say? Relax. You're in the safe hands of a medical professional. Get it? Safe hands. Get it? Okay. But once you see how easy this is, you'll be able to do the monthly check yourself. Okay, okay. Whoa. What? Wait, why is he smiling? It really is a glory hole. What? Why is he so happy? What the fuck? No shot. Wait, why is he grabbing his butt? What did they do to him? Wait, and then the doctor steps out at the same time? Wait, hold on. If the doctor's stepping out at the same time, doesn't that kind of defeat the purpose? Doesn't that, if they're coming out literally right at the same time, they're like, nice nutsack. Like, doesn't that kind of defeat the whole purpose of the glory hole? Oh my goodness, the fucking hand is waving in the background, dude. Oh my goodness. Defeats the purpose of anonymity. Yeah, I guess this is just like a showcase for it at an event, so I guess they probably wouldn't step out at the same time. It's a trap? Yeah, it's a trap. It's a fucking... We have a lonely woman epidemic right now. All these lonely women are trying to trick us into having sexual actions with them. Not happening. Not happening. Disgusting women. What do you guys think? I just put up a new video today. Literally just a little bit ago, okay? And this is the thumbnail right here. But that's just like the #1 thumbnail. So on YouTube, you can put out like a bunch of different thumbnails and test which one gets more people to click on it, and then choose which one you want later. So you can do like a couple of days of testing and see which one is getting more clicks. And so that's the main one that I thought this is probably going to get more clicks, but I have one that's just slightly different. It looks like this. What do you say? Which one? This is 1. This is 2. Can you update which gets the best result in the future? What do you mean update? So whichever one people click on, you just go with that one. So like if I want to wait like 2 or 3 days to see which one more people are clicking on, then I just choose that one, and then that's the only thumbnail moving forward. 1 is better? Yeah, that's I think 1 is better as well. I like the headshot, yeah. I also made the background a little bit darker for this one and made her a little bit brighter, because initially it looked like this. And I thought, oh man, the background is really bright and her picture is really dark. So darkened the background and brightened her up. But I really like just the way that this one looks. It looks cool, but when you look at it on like on YouTube, it's going to be so much smaller that I don't think it's going to translate. Check out the intro though. Do not check out this motherfucking intro. You would run for president, win, and then run as an incumbent as part of a DSA party instead of as a Democrat. Like, that is the process in which you change parties and change powers. That's the whole fucking game. And so at that point, yeah, I think even I might be against AOC and more in favor of somebody like JD Vance if I'm thinking, oh, so this is like the point where they want to get rid of the Democrat Party, they want to see its demise. That's the thing that happens to see its demise. That is it.
I feel like that's just, it seems like very conspiratorial thinking when we know that JD Vance is a part of a conspiracy.
It's their platform. It's their platform. It's not a conspiracy. What do you mean? The intro slaps. Thank you. I like it. I think it's pretty good. Thank you. Apparently, the Young Turks are doing some straight up, what do you call it? Great replacement theory shit right now.
We've had 50,000 immigrants pour in from Morocco to Spain in their province called Quetta that they control. And 34 have already died. Interestingly, half have already returned. I'm going to tell you why all of this happened, give you a couple of reasons, and a surprising country that might be involved. Now, if you're thinking, hey, is that the same country we're always talking about? Well, we'll find out in a minute, isn't it?
If you guys haven't seen, there's like videos all over the place of migrants flooding the border in Spain, and it's something that the right wing is making a really huge deal about. And it does seem as though it's because they've softened on crime, or sorry, on immigration a bit, to where they're letting a lot of people in, and now yeah, a lot of immigrants are just flooding the border right now.
Okay, so first, let me show you what's going on here so you have a sense of how this is working, and then I want to tell you the reasons behind it. So look at Quetta on a map here. So even though it is part of Spain, it's actually in North Africa. And so it's right next to Morocco. It's disputed territory. Morocco has said for a long time that they think it's theirs. And so could the Moroccan government have been involved in instigating things there? Well, that's almost certain, as we're about to show you. But you see, it's not connected to the mainland in Europe. But since it is part of Spain and hence technically part of Europe, people that are there and have legal citizenship can go anywhere in the EU. So it is a very relevant place to be, especially if you gain citizenship. Okay, now let me show you how people are pouring into that area. And this is from the Wall Street Journal. They did a good job of showing you. So the area is up on the north there. You see the dotted line. And a lot of people rushed through on land, but a lot came through the sea. And that's where, unfortunately, 34 of them died. But there's a reason why they went through the sea. I'll explain that to you in a second as well. But did people just wake up one day and go, hey, you know what? I think I'll bum rush Spain. Probably not. More likely to be organized. In fact, there's videos like this that we want to show you that shows you that literally people were brought in by the truckloads. So people don't randomly.
They were brought in, guys. They were brought in. They didn't make any decisions. They were brought in. This is so fucking insane, dude. And I don't know if they actually blame Israel, but like that is the Great Replacement theory. The Great Replacement theory is like, you know, that in the United States, a bunch of white people think that Israel's trying to like get rid of white people and genocide them, and they're trying to replace all of them, and so all of the like problems with immigration are actually, it's always Israel who's doing it. Bro, this is crazy. Like, I'm so fucking powerful now. I can just go in and kill entire fucking things by myself. This is fucking wild. I can't believe I just lived through all of that. That was G as fuck. That was insane. I thought I was dead. I thought I was very dead. I thought there was zero chance I was living through that. That is crazy. We have, if you haven't noticed, the bot is now welcoming people in, Tom Bottery. And it's also giving levels and points. Now, I don't know what we're doing with those points just yet. I'm not sure, but I just enabled it literally while the intro was going, so I didn't really have time to read much about it or figure out what it is. But as you see, the bot is giving people points for more chatting, more watching. So we'll maybe send out some apparel or some shit like that to people if they get a certain amount of points or something. So we'll see what we can do with the points.
Walk into a truck and then walk out and then rush into Spain, especially with police that are watching them. So there's no question this is organized, and it appears that there's almost no question that the Moroccan government is at least allowing it to happen, if not encouraging it to happen. But it does.
Yeah, the fact that the Moroccan government is watching them do it doesn't mean that it's organized. It just means that they literally don't care right now. So.
Does appear to be encouraging. So what are the possible reasons why that might be? Well, that's what I wondered, and I'm sure you're wondering why it's happening all of a sudden. So let's try to dive into it. First, we start with the Wall Street Journal. Spain's hold on Ceuta has long been a point of friction with Morocco, they explain. Morocco doesn't formally recognize it as Spanish territory. At times it has dropped controls on its side of the border, allowing people to surge forward and overwhelm border defenses in Ceuta. So this is a tactic that Morocco has used before, including as late as 2021 over different disputes they've had. So now this is done on a much larger scale than in the past, but it's not like the Moroccan government's above it. They've done it before, and like I said, almost certainly involved in some way now. So Wall Street Journal continues. This time, analysts who study the region suggest Morocco may have loosened its border controls as a warning shot to Spain after Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez showed a desire to improve relations with Algeria, Morocco's historic rival for influence on Africa's northwest coast. So that's a plausible reason right there. Might be Algeria. Okay, they're angry about Spain's relationship with Algeria, but there are other possibilities. Maybe. Moroccan lawmakers have said
there's others. We'll get there. We'll get to we'll get to how we're blaming this on Israel at some point.
The influx was more likely to have been triggered by a recent Spanish.
At Tom Bottery, I would like 1 billion points, please. I noticed though, like a lot of times people don't notice that they're trying, they type at Tom and then just click on the first thing that pops up, and they don't realize they're adding the bot. And so a lot of times people like are adding Tom Bottery pretty consistently, thinking they're adding me. And I don't notice until like I'll watch the stream, a little bit of the stream back the next day or something, and see that everybody's adding the bot incorrectly. Oh no, did they? Oh, they killed my car. I didn't realize they killed my car. Shit. I can't make another one. Oh, I am so fucked. Oh, I'm out in the middle of fucking nowhere out here. I am so fuckity fucked. Alright, well.
Supreme Court ruling that made it more difficult to turn back migrants if they arrive by sea. Okay, so that's a potential reason as to why now. So Spain's courts rule, and then people go. But again, if it was not organized, it would be a little burst and another burst and a couple people and a couple of families and maybe a couple hundred people. But it certainly would not be an organized 50,000 person basically raid, right? But it's certainly the Supreme Court decision there in Spain could have made a difference, and definitely in how they arrived through the water, because if they go through the water, there was a special ruling saying that they're more likely to gain citizenship. So that gets into the details of the Spanish court system, but relevant as to how they arrived, but maybe not necessarily as to why they arrived. So one more from the Wall Street Journal. They explained that still other European countries are nervous. France said it was tightening security at its border with Spain, and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni said her country might consider suspending the Schengen rules. And the Schengen rules are what allow people to go anywhere they want within the European Union. So they are saying from now on, at least Italy is beginning to wonder if that should not apply to Spain. France is closing its borders with Spain. So this has had dramatic effect on Spain, and it's hurt Spain in a lot of different ways. So now, as we told you, one possibility is just Morocco's randomly mad at them and over Algeria. There's a second possibility. Does it involve Kazakhstan? Well, of course it does. No, I'm kidding. Of course it's about Israel. Unfortunately, I didn't think so, but we have overwhelming evidence, which I'm going to share with you in a second. But first, John, before we get into if it's Israel, what do you make of all of this?
It's so weird because like I noticed, I went over a lot of their videos before stream, and as I'm going through their videos, I noticed that they have so many videos with Netanyahu on the cover. They have so many videos where it's like all about Israel, and they're very much like advertising that the whole fucking video is about Israel. And those videos just don't get views on their channel. Like, it seems like their own audience is just kind of sick of it, and they're not really interested in the whole conspiracy shit. And when they put out videos about Trump, like that is more popular, that gets a lot more views. If they, even if they just do regular news, that gets a lot more views. But when they do a bunch of stuff about Israel, like it just doesn't, it seems like even their own audience isn't really interested in it. And it's doing like single digit to like 22,000 views, and then other shit's doing like hundreds of thousands of views if they just actually attempt to do the news. So it seemed like this time they tried to hide that they were doing this, making this about Israel. And it's, you know, the title is Cenk reveals who's behind the migrant crisis in Spain. And they try to hide the ball a little bit more so they can still make it about Israel. They just don't want people to know they're making it about Israel so they can get a little bit more views on it. And so this one has almost 400,000 views because they're hiding the ball now.
Relatively normal, hey, yay, immigrants going to Spain, there's nothing wrong with it, or all of this is problematic. What's your take?
I mean, none of it seems like totally normal in any way. The sheer numbers, the fact that it occurred basically inside of a 24-hour period is unlike anything that I've seen. Bearing in mind that I will acknowledge what very few people talking about this topic in the news today won't acknowledge. I know basically nothing about that. I didn't even know that Spain had this sort of city that they control right there. So I'm learning about this in real time as everyone else coming to the story is. But yeah, the fact that it happened in such a short period of time makes some of the explanations, as you pointed out, hard to believe. Like the Supreme Court decision, okay, I could see that having effects over time, but that would have to filter through. And even if it led to a bunch of people in different countries wanting to come through, they all got there on the same day? That doesn't really make sense to me. None of those explanations necessarily make sense. Just the sheer quantity all coming at once.
Look, you guys know how I feel about this. If you're only listening to one side, you're not getting the truth. You're getting their version of it. That's a big
Yeah.
sectionist. Right?
And when he says their version, you want to take a guess who they are?
It's obviously, it's a tragedy that so many people would want to, let alone that dozens would literally die, would be trampled to death or drown in a sea of other people swimming. And that's, I guess, easy for us to focus on the
TYT burned their credibility in 2019 with Kyle Rittenhouse. True.
politics, and we should, because going forward, that's what's going to matter. But that's a horror movie that basically we saw acted out with dozens of people dying just for a chance to get through. That said, you can't overwhelm a small city with more than its actual population of migrants inside of a 24-hour period. That clearly isn't tenable. The entire thing is an absolute disaster. It's also fascinating when you showed that video. Like obviously when Donald Trump and Republicans talk about border crossings at our southern border, they often talk about it almost exclusively through the lens of this is an organized thing, that they're emptying out their prisons, they're emptying out their asylums, and they're all being sent, rather than it being an organic thing where people are coming in every day. And there's many different reasons for many different populations drawn from decades of American foreign policy and the economic devastation of the area and everything. And it feels like there's more evidence in one day for this one than I've seen presented by Republicans for the American southern border in years of them talking about it. And so, yeah, none of those explanations make sense to me. Maybe the next one will, though. What do you got?
Yeah. So just to point out a couple things there. Yeah. So every accusation is a confession, right? Yeah. So if we're organizing or Israel's organizing mass migration events, they might assume that others are as well. Like, oh, well, then Mexico must be doing it or Nicaragua must be doing it, but not necessarily. So, all right, so let's dive into what the Israeli papers are talking about. Because if you want to know what's going on, don't turn to American media. They will lie to you 100% on Israel's behalf on almost every instance. But if you go to the Israeli press, they're actually quite terrific. So, and part of the reason why they're so good at getting us information is because a lot of their local officials and politicians and policymakers brag about how well they've done in manipulating certain situations to get what Israel wants at the cost to others, including in this article at Ynet, where they, the person writing the article is in favor of all the actions that I'm about to read you that Israel has done, like attaboy, way to get Spain. Now, if you're wondering, wait a minute, wasn't there somebody who said something about Spain? Oh, right, Netanyahu. Remember when he said this?
Oh. ישראל לא תשתוק מול מי שתוקף אותנו. ספרד הכפיל...
Fuck, I have to read. It says, Israel will not remain silent in the face of those who attack us. Spain has defamed our heroes, the soldiers of the IDF, the soldiers of the most moral army in the world. Therefore, I have instructed today to remove Spain's representatives from the coordination center in Beirut? Kiryat Gat. After Spain has chosen repeatedly to stand against Israel. Those who attack the state of Israel instead of terrorist regimes will not be our partners. Regarding the future of the region, I am not willing to tolerate this hypocrisy and hostility. I do not intend to allow any country to wage a diplomatic war against us without paying an immediate price. Well, that's that. They admitted. They admitted to it. They admitted to it. They said that Spain was going to pay a price, so obviously they're the ones loading up all the immigrants into buses and shipping them into Spain. That's it. What else do you need? What other evidence could you possibly want? That's that. Cut and dry.
So for those of you who are listening to the podcast, he said in Hebrew, he always talks in Hebrew when he wants to hide his message from the Western press. Not that they'd report it anyway, but he said that Spain will pay an immediate price for daring to care about the Palestinians and saying that maybe they shouldn't be slaughtered. He was enraged. We're to slaughter anyone we like, okay? And if Spain objects, there'll be consequences. Well, now let's check out the consequences. Amin Yayoub wrote in Ynet Global, Spain's refusal to allow the United States access to its Rota and Moran military bases during the Iran campaign, its consistent failure to meet NATO defense spending targets, and Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez's confrontational posture towards the Trump administration have collectively generated something rare in North African affairs: a genuine crack in Spain's strategic armor over Ceuta and Melilla. And into that crack, Morocco's most consequential new partner, Israel, is uniquely positioned to press. So they wrote this a little while back, previewing what might come next. And Melilla is another city that Spain controls in North Africa. And they're saying, well, look, there's some issues that America has with, Spain paying NATO dues, but mainly, how dare they not allow America to use its bases to bomb Iran on behalf of Israel? How dare they talk about the Palestinians as if they're humans? There's going to be consequences. So how does this actually get?
That's what they said. You guys heard that too? That's what I heard. That's what I heard them say.
Done though. How does it get executed? So they explain in March 2026, Michael Rubin of the American Enterprise Institute, writing through the Middle East Forum, called on Trump administration to formally recognize Ceuta and Melilla as occupied Moroccan territory, branding Spain, quote, a colonial power running colonies across the Strait of Gibraltar. So now Israel is a settler colony that has colonized the Middle East, and it continues to attack and take land. But when Spain pointed out the occupation and the brutal treatment of the Palestinians, they go, oh yeah, all of a sudden we care about colonization. But it's only connected to when Spain criticized Israel. Then all of a sudden, American Michael Rubin at the American Enterprise Institute writes a policy paper about, we got to do something about Spain and this land they.
Bro, they literally are doing all the fucking neo-Nazi memes, bro. All the fucking memes, literally doing the quotations around people just to let you know that they're Jews and everything. Holy shit, bro. This is wild.
In North Africa, it's time to do something against Spain. Obviously, just because he cares so much about America, Connecticut, Alaska. Okay, so days later, look at this coordination. Representative Mario Diaz-Balart, a chairman of the House Subcommittee on National Security and one of Marco Rubio's closest congressional confidants, declared publicly that the enclaves are, quote, not in the geographic territory of Spain, but rather in Moroccan territory, and that their fate should, quote, be established, negotiated, and discussed between friends and allies. So all of a sudden, a so-called American think tank writes a policy paper attacking Spain right after Israel ordered them to, at least publicly. And then an American congressperson then attacks in the same exact way, using the same exact talking points. But I'm sure there was no coordination at all, except for the fact they're about to admit it. They write in Ynet Global, this was not the fringe speaking. This was the architecture of a coordinated, strategic repositioning.
It's strategic.
But wait, he's not done explaining how much this is Israel yet. He says it over and over again in the article. He continues to say, this is where Israel enters the equation and does so with unusual leverage. Now, of course, if I said that, everyone in American media would say, anti-Semite, what do you mean that Israel's doing a coordinated attack against Spain? That's conspiracy theory. And what do you mean they have unusual leverage? Are you implying that they have more power than any other country? Are you implying that they somehow have more influence than Bolivia or Malaysia? But there they are in the Israeli press bragging about it. We have unusual leverage over the Americans. And now we'll be using it to punish anyone who dares protect the Palestinians. Okay, well, we appreciate the confessions. They continue. The Abraham Accords transformed Morocco from a quiet interlocutor with Israel into a formal military partner. So if you didn't know, Morocco is part of the Abraham Accords, and that led to Israel and Morocco having a military partnership. So Morocco is in bed with Israel. So if you're wondering, wait, what did Morocco and Israel? Okay, maybe Israel might want Morocco to do this, but why would Morocco do this? It turns out they have been a very close strategic and military partner of Israel. So when Israel wants something from Morocco, they get it. When Israel wants something from America, they get it. When Israel wants something from almost any country, they get it. In fact, when they wanted Spain to bend a knee and to join the war, and they didn't, they're like, no, that's unacceptable. We have to send them.
This is literally the Great Replacement Theory. If you don't know what that is, the Great Replacement Theory is a racist far-right conspiracy theory which claims that white populations in Western countries are being deliberately replaced by non-white immigrants and minorities. Adherents falsely assert that this demographic shift is orchestrated by political, cultural, or corporate elites. When they say the elites, you know, it's elites. The invasion rhetoric, the arrival of migration is frequently described using martial language as an invasion meant to strip native-born populations of power. Anti-Semitic elements, extreme iterations of the theory often incorporate anti-Semitic tropes claiming that Jewish people or organizations are masterminding the plot to weaken Western civilization. Political manipulation. Some mainstream political adaptations claim the immigration policies are designed specifically to import compliant voters and dilute the political influence of specific groups. So, so it's like undue influence. It's just like an inordinate amount of influence. It's okay. Interesting. The existential panic generated by this narrative has directly inspired numerous real-world attacks of mass violence and domestic terrorism targeting immigrants, Muslims, black individuals, and Jewish communities. That's just what the mainstream media wants you to believe. They just want you to believe that Jewish people have been attacked over these conspiracy theories, when really, he's just the one truth teller here. He's just the truth teller, guys.
A message to all countries on planet Earth: you are not to ever defy the Israelis. Okay, they continue. Israel's voice in the triangle carries disproportionate weight. When Israeli officials signal alignment with a partner's strategic interest, that signal registers powerfully in a White House that has placed Abraham Accords expansion at the center of its foreign policy vision. In that case, the triangle is America, Morocco, and Israel. But basically, there's only one point in that triangle directing both, as this article clearly explains over and over again. Israel's in charge. We have the leverage.
It explains it clearly. It says right there, black and white, Israel is in charge. It said it. So you can't deny it anymore. You can't deny it anymore. It literally said Israel is in charge of all these other countries. So, co-parter, Zionists, losers, fucking Jew lovers.
We tell America what to do, we tell Morocco what to do, and then they do it exactly as we order them. Now, if you weren't absolutely sure yet, then here comes Ben Gvir right after the event happens, and they rush the border, and he can't help but brag with glee on X, and he says, "My congratulations to the president of the government of Spain, Pedro Sanchez, for his profound commitment to the welcoming immigration and human diversity." In other words, ha ha, you messed with Israel, and we're going to unleash terror inside your country. And if dozens of people get killed along the way, we're Israel. We don't care. Were they Israeli? No, who cares? And so those were the Moroccans who were used as cannon fodder for this political trick. So it's not impossible, John, for Morocco to have been, agree with Spain overall historically about this territory. It's not impossible. That is true, right? So it's not impossible for that to be a.
That guy doesn't exist. Let's go. Hey, I'm getting to it, Kyle. Don't rush me, bitch. That guy doesn't exist. What's up? And the Raiders. How's it going? Welcome in. Welcome in. We're watching Cenk Uygur push the great replacement theory right now. So this is fun.
A factor, maybe a mid-sized factor, maybe a large factor. Maybe they're aggrieved about the Algeria situation. That certainly could be a factor. And it could be that it's not just binary, that maybe the Moroccan government was itching to do this anyway. But did it happen right after Netanyahu threatened Spain? Did Israel basically brag about it afterwards? Before and after? Yes.
Yes,
and it was certainly coordinated and gigantic and much larger than any other type of event like this. Leading me to wonder, is there anything that Israel is not involved in the?
I mean, why even wonder at this point? Why even wonder at this point? Like, it's right in your face. What's there even to wonder about?
World, and that they don't somehow create giant messes in other people's countries purely for their own benefit? Is there no end to this madness from this one country terrorizing?
I'm like completely out of everything. I'm totally out of. I got 55,000 stone left and 32,000 iron left. So I'm having to go scour the fucking. I gotta go. What I have to do is I have to go all the way out here. I gotta clear all these fucking bug ass motherfuckers from out here. So I can get these two. Stone 5.9 million. Iron 4.4 million. I gotta go get these motherfuckers. Acting crazy like they jaw broke.
In the world?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the entire situation is effed beyond repair.
What are you gonna say?
None of this is how anything to do with immigration is supposed to work. And even I, a person who obviously, I follow the news every day, I report on the news. It's what potentially, like, if it is, as it's being described, this plot, it's a clever one because it's going to be very hard for most people to follow. Most regular.
Are you denying? Are you denying this? Are you a genocide denier? He's a fucking genocide denier. What the fuck?
People are not going to be able to conceive of this being how a tragedy on this scale could have been organized, let alone, if it is that, and we've got this first day, I imagine that's not the end of it. I imagine, look, it looks like, Spain is trying to jump into action, sort of get a handle on the situation. But I doubt that the entire thing was intended to just be a 24-hour inconvenience for Spain or whatever. So I'd be a little bit worried about what comes in the future. And again, as I said earlier, we should bear in mind, these states can play their power games on the international stage, but dozens of people lost their lives. They're dead, floating in the ocean as a result of this. And I find that to be utterly grotesque. This is not how any of this is supposed to work. And I worry that, as I said earlier, for a number of different reasons, particularly because foreign policy, it's going to be hard to get a lot of people to necessarily follow along, let alone care. I mean, thankfully, I think the people watching now are probably much more likely than average, but this is the sort of thing that feels like they'll be able to get away with for the most part.
Oh, for sure. So a couple of quick points on that. Number one, in terms of the human toll that you're referring to, why did half the people go back already? That was pretty quick, right? It's because this is a tiny little area and they don't have anywhere near enough food or water. So when people realized, oh, we were lied to, we're not gonna get to freedom, we're not gonna become citizens, they don't even have food or water here, half of them went back immediately. So Oh, wow, look at that. People in positions of power lying to the average person, getting them killed and making them go through incredible suffering. And oh, look, the Israelis not caring
Only
about
Israel.
non-Israeli lives.
Only Israel
1%.
would
I
do
know,
that.
shocking. To be fair, the CIA does
Shocking.
this kind of stuff all the time, and we don't seem
All
to
the
care
time.
too much about non-American lives.
Nobody gives a fuck.
And all
And Israel runs the CIA anyway, so.
of that enrages me. But in terms of being able to get away with it, I would be shocked if we weren't one of the very few media outlets covering this, along with the Israeli press. So if you, by the way, I really recommend reading the Israeli press. They are way more honest, and that's where we get a lot of our news. Some of them are just great reporters and outlets, and they have the ability to not get fired if they write something critical of Israel. In America, if you write something critical of Israel, you'll be called an anti-Semite and fired immediately.
It's crazy. We have Piers Morgan on one side saying that like they won't even allow the free press into Israel, and then we have Cenk Uygur on the other side saying that they have way better free press over there. It's all the freest. We got some people saying they're killing all of the fucking journalists. They're not even allowed in, and when they do get in, they murder them. And then you got Cenk over here like the press over there is the freest press. You couldn't have press that's freer.
That's why almost no one ever writes anything critical about Israel. You'll never learn the reality about Israel in the American press. They're almost sworn allegiance to that country, and whether they think it's because they're going to get fired or they just love Israel or whatever other reasons they might have, but you're never going to get the truth from our press. But the Israeli press is very forthcoming, and they tell you about all their plots and plans and how they're, and then you've got, as I said, people in that country who brag about this type of stuff. So, but what'll happen here in America is if you tell them what we just told you, guaranteed somebody like Jake Tapper will burrow his frown, look down his nose and go, oh, that's a conspiracy theory. And he said, well, look, the Israelis admitted it.
How could they act like this is a conspiracy theory then? He proved all of it. You couldn't ask for more proof than that. That is as good as it gets, guys. That is as good as it gets. You couldn't ask for more proof.
How dare you? You're anti-Semitic for quoting Israelis. How dare you? Okay, so that's the kind of oppression that we live under in America. Now that oppression is visited upon Spain, and I don't know if Israel can be stopped from any of these outrageous actions in our lifetime. They seem to have, to say disproportionate power would be an amazing understatement. No,
amazing.
This is a kind of power I've never seen in my lifetime. And honestly,
Ever.
John, I didn't know that anyone had. And maybe I was a little naive. Maybe I believed American news outlets too much. And I used to think, I mean, come on, really? Are there these big conspiracies, et cetera? Now I look back on it and I'm like, are governments going to cheat, lie, and steal for their own benefit? Well, almost every government does. So have we just been taught to be utter suckers here in America? Oh, the government doing something nefarious. How dare you, you conspiracy theorists? No government would ever do that, let alone the American or Israeli government. Are you kidding me? How many people have we murdered in coups, et cetera? And we would never do it? The Israelis would never do it? So I leave you on that question, John, of have we been suckers our whole life?
I mean, you're focusing on this area. I've come to that conclusion in basically every area, actually, for me. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Can I just say one final thing? I know that people in our audience have already discussed it, but the most moral.
Yeah, this guy's like, yeah, I mean, you're super focused on the Israelis. I'm saying this is pretty much the same as everybody else. And Cenk's like, well, yeah. Cenk does not want to say that. Cenk is not gonna. Yeah, it's the same as everybody else. Yeah.
Army in the world is the most clownishly Orwellian thing I've ever heard in my life, I think.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think that the Israelis took 1984 as a how-to manual. And so rather than a warning, they're like, oh, those are really good ideas. Oh, let's say the exact opposite. Yeah. Oh, I've got a good one. Let's call ourselves the most moral army. Are all 23,000 children?
Bro, I don't understand even like what he's saying when he does that. I can't understand a fucking word.
Incinerated? Have we burned them all alive? Good, check. Most moral army in the world. And John's absolutely right. It isn't about Israel. Israel's the tip of the iceberg. The iceberg is that our government and our media lies to us about almost everything. Like,
oh my goodness.
They make it seem like it's normal that we don't have paid family leave. There's only like us and 2 island nations that don't have paid family leave. The rest of the 200 nations on earth have it. They think it's barbaric we don't have it. We can't afford it. We're the richest nation. We can afford every one of Israel's wars, but we can't afford for moms to take 12 weeks off after they have a baby. They got to go right back into the assembly lines and the coal mines, etc. Nothing but work and toil and money from us, and sometimes including the deaths of our soldiers. But the donors, big pharma, oil, defense contractors, Israel, they get everything. And the job of the media in America is to lie to you so you don't see that iceberg. Every time you ring the bell below, an angel gets it.
Yep. Okay, so you guys remember a little bit ago when they said that like the CIA does this all the time, and I like made a little joke. I was like, yeah, but the CIA is just, they're working for Israel anyways. Yeah, here it is right here. The next recommended video from TYT. Ex-CIA officer reveals, is the CIA actually working for Israel? So trying to make a little hyperbolic joke, like they wouldn't go that far, but no, they did go that far. Cause these motherfuckers acting crazy like they jaw broke.
Will you endorse the 2028 candidate if they are pro-Israel in a way that you don't like? If you ultimately are about defeating fascism in this country as you describe it, surely shouldn't you get on board with whoever the main candidate is?
Luckily, I don't think I will have to make that calculation at all, because there is 0% chance that whoever the elected Democrat is that wins the primary will be pro-Israel in any way, shape, or form. You'll see.
Will you endorse?
I mean, I think he's probably right. That is probably true. It's very, very unlikely that whoever the Democrat candidate becomes is pro-Israel, or like when we say pro-Israel, again, the things that people only care about, the only things is whether or not we're funding Israel. That's it. Or like, is the candidate going to be in favor of sending military funding to Israel? That's going to be the main thing. That's it. So I think, yeah, whoever the candidate is, they will likely not be in favor of those things. And even of like the main candidates that we can think of, you know, Gavin Newsom, John Ossoff, obviously, those two aren't going to be, and neither one of them are funded by AIPAC or anything either. The only one of the three, you know, Kamala Harris, throw her in there. She's the one who everybody would see as like the AIPAC check in this scenario. So we'll see. I forgot to start the clock. There we go. There she blows. But no one is pro-Israel in a real way nowadays. Well, correct. Like what you and I would consider pro-Israel. obviously is not the same as what they would consider pro-Israel, though. So that's why I'm saying, like, the main thing that really matters here is just whether or not they're in favor of funding for Israel. That's pretty much it.
Because not a week goes by where I don't read about some newly chosen, exciting new face in the Democratic Party. And then when that face opens its mouth, the Communist Manifesto or some other crazy shit comes out. Again, let's just read the quotes. The DSA platform says you work as much as you are able and no more than needed. If that was any closer to Karl Marx's dictum, from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs, they'd be sued for plagiarism. Not to leave any doubt, New York Mayor Mondani once tweeted Karl Marx's words exactly. They're not trying to hide it. Their most popular influencer, Hassan Piker, thinks communism is so groovy. He laments the fall of the two of the most murderous regimes in history, the Soviet Union and Chairman Mao's China.
Bro, if you want to become the boomer version of what it is that all of these like socialist, DSA types think of all of their detractors as, you call them, say that they think say they think communism is groovy. Just go ahead and become the actual boomer version of, become the straw man that they pretend all of us are. Just do that, please. Just say they think communism's groovy. Thank you. Thank you. Fucking Bill Maher. This clip's going viral. I don't know if you guys have seen this.
We will treat you as we do our fellow Marines, with firmness, fairness, dignity, and compassion. Physical or verbal abuse by any Marine or recruits will not be tolerated. If anyone should abuse or mistreat you, I expect you to report such incident immediately to me or one of my drill instructors. Furthermore, if you feel I have mistreated you, I expect you to report such incident to your series commander. My drill instructors and I will be with you every day, everywhere that you go. I have told you what my drill instructors and I will do. From you, we demand the following. You will give 100% of yourself at all times. Obey our orders quickly, willingly, and without question. Treat all Marines and recruits with courtesy and respect. You will not physically abuse or verbally threaten another Marine or recruit.
Yeah. Is that Elliot Page? I don't think so. I don't think so. It reminds me of this guy. I don't know why. I can't help but watching this guy. He does the news in New Jersey. I don't live in New Jersey, but I'm more aware of what's going on with their weather than what's going on with my own weather.
Luke Beasley has a great TYT video of Senk calling Ukraine the new Israel. I highly recommend. He may be starting to see the truth over Ukraine.
Yeah, no, we went over that the other day, where he was saying that they were behind, or that because they were bombing Iran military shipments to Russia, that because they were bombing them, they became the new Israel. crap. I'm trying to find... Trying to find the kid who does the weather in New Jersey. Here he is. I love this fucking kid. I watch this all the time. I watch this kid all the time. I know a lot about the weather in New Jersey. I don't watch weather in Atlanta at all, but I'm always keeping up with the weather in New Jersey.
We are out here in this extreme weather right now. We have winds are heavy right now, at times right now, up to about probably 60 miles per hour if you add the map to it. Let me show you what we are dealing with. You can see this is what we are dealing with right now. This is extreme weather right now. We are in it. The extremist weather right now coming through Sussex County, New Jersey. We will keep you posted. Reporting for Nick Sweater. Nick Sweater. Hello everybody, Nick here from Nick Sweater. Hope everybody had a fantastic Wednesday today. Let's jump in looking at our forecast for today across the state. It could be a chance of rain. Good morning everybody, Nick here from Nick Sweater. Good evening everybody, Nick here from Nick Sweater. Heavy winds, heavy rain coming through. This is some extreme here. Good afternoon everybody, Nick here from Nick Sweater. Good morning everybody, happy Tuesday. Nick here from Nick Sweater. Good evening everybody, Nick here from Nick Sweater. One Nick here from Nick Sweater. Let's begin. Hi everybody, Nick here from Nick Sweater. Nick here from Nick Sweater. We are everybody, Nick here from Nick Sweater. Good evening everybody, Nick here from Nick Sweater. Hope. Good afternoon everybody, Nick here from Nick Sweater. Good morning everybody, happy Sunday, Nick here from Nick Sweater. Let's begin looking at. Good evening everybody, Nick here from Nick Sweater.
The comments, it's so good, dude. Please never stop telling me the weather. I'm in Montana, so it's completely irrelevant to me personally. But you're awesome, bro, and I smile every time, bro. It's the same for me, dude. I don't give a fuck what the weather is, but I watch the hell out of this shit, dude. I watch this kid's channel all the fucking time. I always want to know what the fuck is going on with their weather.
We are out here in this extreme weather right now.
I love how he turns the fucking... He turns the camera over to the side where you can actually see like the trees moving and everything, and then he puts his hood up and then he goes, "We're out here in extreme weather. We're out here in the extremest weather." It's so good.
You can see this is what we are dealing with right now. This is extreme weather right now.
Right
we are
now.
In it. The extremist weather right now coming through
Right
Sussex
now.
County, New Jersey. We will keep you posted. Reporting for Nick Sweater. Nick Sweater.
Hey everybody, this is Nick with Nick Sweater. So good. Right now. It's the extremist weather right now. It's so fucking good, dude. Here's the link to his channel if you guys want to keep up with the extremist weather. But that's what this reminds me of.
Be completely honest in everything that you do. A Marine never lies or cheats. Respect the rights and properties of all others. A Marine never steals. You must work hard to strengthen your body, your uniform you now wear. Above all else, never quit or give up, for we offer you the challenge of recruit train and the opportunity to earn the title.
You can see he's got like full sleeves on his arms as well. He is all tatted up.
United States Marine. We will treat you as we do our fellow Marines, with firmness, fairness, dignity, and
video here, chaos at the border of Spain's North African enclave in Morocco. This is a city called Ceuta. You're watching as thousands of migrants break through the fence and completely overwhelm the border police. Their video showing huge groups of people, mostly young military-age guys, cramming into inflatable tubes or arriving on shore in other ways, some of them wading in the water as they break through the gates to get to the other side. Sandra, this is reminiscent of kind of what we saw during the open border during the Biden administration through 2021, 2024.
This is what we saw during the, yeah, this looks just like what was happening under the Biden administration. This is the same thing. You guys remember that? You guys remember when we saw this pretty much the same thing here? It's exactly the same
kind of
thing.
Similar to what we saw in Del Rio back in 2021. The socialist agenda, their platform literally says they want to abolish borders, abolish immigration enforcement, have complete freedom of movement. This is what it looks like in another country if they get what they want. Notice there is no resistance from the government whatsoever. These people are coming in without any obstruction. And if people don't know, Spain has a very left-wing government. Earlier this year, they did a big amnesty program for over 1 million illegal immigrants living in the country. They had 1.3 million illegal immigrants apply for that amnesty program between April and June. So that's what we call a pull factor, Sandra. They're looking for something like that. They know if they can just get their foot in the country, maybe someday that left-wing government will do another amnesty program. And you were just reading some of the wires. The locals want an emergency declaration. It sounds like
the ministry's saying no, they will not deploy military to the border.
Apparently they don't think this is an I mean, look at this. This is a total free-for-all.
It does feel like we are looking at a few years ago when you were reporting at the border here in the United States. This is happening right now. This story.
Yeah, this is happening right now. Yeah, Sandra. This is so this is what Cenk was talking about. I don't know if they actually, I don't remember them showing any videos, but this is what it looks like.
A major shakeup in the closely watched Democratic gubernatorial race in Wisconsin, where Mandela Barnes, the state's former lieutenant governor, just announced he is suspending his campaign ahead of the August 11th primary. The move comes as new polling shows 37-year-olds.
Yeah, I mean, just from the one debate that I watched, that is the guy that I liked, and he immediately dropped out like the next day.
State representative and Democratic Socialist candidate Francesca Hong surging to the top of a crowded primary field over more establishment candidates. Joining me now is Francesca Hong, and we are very pleased that you made time for us today. And obviously, with this big change in the race you're competing in, I want to start with that. Your opponent, Mandela Barnes, is dropping out. What is your reaction, and are you seeking his endorsement?
The Barnes campaign has run a progressive movement-centered campaign, and our deepest respects to his campaign team, and we look forward to continuing our grassroots organizing forward campaign.
And are you going to seek his endorsement?
At this time, I am undecided.
Okay.
that was a little weird. It's a little strange. It didn't come anywhere close to answering the question.
Let's move to the issue that is on the minds of many people, and we hear a lot about labels, and we hear a lot about the progressive energy in the Democratic Party in a number of races. And some polls are saying that while you're surging in the primary, there may be some information when you look at other surveys about that label, Democratic Socialist, attached to your name and your vision, that could be a problem for you. So what would you say to voters in Wisconsin, a state that sometimes votes Republican, sometimes votes more to the left? How are you going to address that?
We have built a statewide coalition with voters in every corner of Wisconsin, independents, moderates, Republicans, Democrats, who are with us on the issues. I am focused on ensuring that we are an administration that is focused on delivering for working class Wisconsinites, not on the labels. And whether it comes to a moratorium on data centers, raising the minimum wage, ensuring that we're investing in our public schools and taxing the wealthiest and mega corporations, ours is a campaign that continues to run on the important issues impacting Wisconsinites every day.
And defining yourself for voters in your home state is certainly critical. The national DSA has recently passed a platform that including things like abolishing the Senate, prisons, and ICE. You say that you don't agree with some parts of their national platform. Are you trying to have it both ways by embracing that label, but also backing away from some aspects of the platform?
So I do not have the endorsement from the national DSA and this recent platform that was released. There are issues that I disagree on, but my values and my principles are rooted in democracy, in fairness, in human rights, and ensuring that we are fixing a rigged system that doesn't put working class people first. And we are a campaign focused on the work and the workers.
So you may distance yourself from the national party, but you do consider yourself a Democratic Socialist, right?
Yes, because it allows me to make sure that the policies that we are supporting, the universal policies that will build permanent affordability, universal child care, paid leave for all, investing in that care economy with minimum.
Does she just... Yeah, I was just about to say, she comes off like a fucking robot. Like, she just comes off so strange. Like Kamala Harris came off very disingenuous as well, where she didn't come off robotic, but she came off like a try-hard. She came off like she was just trying way too hard, and she had that laugh and her cadence, the way that she spoke, her tone. It all just came off like very disingenuous to people. But this is actually robotic.
Wage and raising that minimum wage and strengthening unions by repealing Act 10. These are policies that are rooted in democratic socialism, something that our state has a deep history in. And if you look at where sewer socialism was born in Milwaukee.
These aren't sewer socialists. These are septic socialists.
This was a government that ensured people had everyday needs met, and things like trash pickup to making sure that our Packers, our publicly owned NFL team, these are things that progressives and Wisconsinites all across the state are proud of.
But you also have called for abolishing the police and ICE. That's a piece of what that political ideology is about too, is it not?
Well, ICE is a rogue agency and an enforcer of fascism, and I believe that it is an agency that indeed needs...
Wait, she said abolishing the police. You're saying abolishing ICE.
...needs to be abolished. And I'm going to be a governor that is most serious about being serious about public safety, where we actually invest...
She's going to be the most serious about being serious. You guys have no idea the amount of seriousness that's about to happen from her. It's going to be the most serious.
In our communities, and we are tough on the causes in order to be tough on crime, preventing guns from being off the street, taking guns off the street, making sure we're investing in victim services, and that people who are incarcerated or work in the prisons are able to work and live with dignity.
How would you describe yourself as being different from the views held by the Democratic Party?
You know, I'm the only wage worker in the race, a single mom and proud daughter of immigrants. And I believe that relatability, that ability to have conversations with anyone and everyone, we're campaigning.
She believes in relatability, guys. It's a top priority for her. That you gotta be relatable. That's why she's the candidate for you. If you want someone who's very relatable, somebody who you can really, you feel like you really associate with, somebody who's just as robotic and autistic as you, she's the candidate for you.
In dive bars and bowling alleys, and making sure that working class people who are demanding a new politics knows that they have a fighter and someone who is fighting for them and alongside them in the work to actually build a government that is a force of good.
There has been a lot of talk this year across the country in really sort of assessing where is the Democratic Party in a year where Democrats may do well based on just the nature of the political moment. Do you think the Democratic brand is a good one, or is it ready for some fixing?
We're excited to help strengthen the Democratic Party by building the big tent that we know that we can be, building durable Democratic power by fighting to make sure that we win the trifecta by having a Democratic majority in both the Assembly and the Senate. And with a bold progressive governor, I believe that we can really do the good work in making sure that we're helping working class folks improve the material conditions of their lives, whether it be with free childcare or making sure we've got fair taxes. We're investing
The material
in our rural
conditions
roads and helping our
that is like that's always the term that I feel like is the most obvious. Like one of the funny things is like anytime somebody like moves farther left, they always use the term material conditions. And JSTLK, a guy who used to be a Groiper, then he was a Destiny orbiter, now he's a Hassan orbiter. He literally bragged about running the gambit and being orbiter of all three. Motherfucker went straight from like hating on Hassan nonstop to using terms like fucking material conditions on a consistent basis. Even in the most like out of place moments, he'll talk about like, you know, watching streamers that match your material conditions. Shit. It's so embarrassing when you hear people just like really change the way that they talk so that they can virtue signal to everybody. It's so strange.
Farmers. These are all things that many of my Democratic colleagues and I have a shared interest in being able to actually focus on improving lives. And I think that the Democratic brand or the party, you know, I'm most interested in making sure that folks who are a part of that party know that we can do better and we will do better when we have a diverse coalition with that is multi-generational, multi-zip code, and multi-ethnic. And that is the coalition that our campaign is building. And I believe we've earned the excitement.
She believes in doing better, guys. All those other people who say that they're against doing better, that's why you shouldn't vote for them. You shouldn't vote for people who say that they don't want to do better. Her and her campaign, they are in favor of doing better. They do want to do better. So if that's something you want,
of voters who are often harder to reach, people who may not have voted in 2024 or differently from the Democrats. And I think that's what's exciting right now is that this is a movement moment. And I believe that our campaign is meeting that moment, and I'm the leader to meet that moment.
And your campaign, meaning the broad contest for those seeking the primary nomination, is in some flux now. So let's go back to where we started. Mandela Barnes dropping out of the race. And you said to me that you weren't certain yet if you would seek his endorsement. Why is that?
I think right now we want to focus on growing our volunteer community and the people who are organizing with us. I'm incredibly proud that this campaign has already knocked 100,000 doors, that we are hosting events that are fun and joyful and that engage people in being a part of building democratic power here in our state. This is where our campaign will continue to focus on and make sure that we have the resources that we need to defeat Tom Tiffany, who is someone who supports an abortion ban. He's a pedophile protector. He is a traitor to this country by denying who won the 2020 election. And Wisconsinites deserve someone who's going to put Wisconsinites first and not Trump first. Mr. Mining is the weakest candidate the Republicans could put forth. And we are focused on making sure that we have a Democratic trifecta in the legislature as well as the governor's office. And we actually focus on delivering for Wisconsinites, that we're putting them first.
So you're clearly distancing yourself against the lieutenant governor. How will you attract his voters?
I think we will focus on welcoming everyone to our movement, that our shared interest and shared values in moving the Democrats to a more progressive position, one that is building that big tent diverse coalition. And we are certain that many of the former Lieutenant Governor's supporters share our values and the values of Wisconsinites, which is that we work hard, we hustle, we care about taking care of ourselves and our loved ones. And I plan to be the person who is going to out-hustle folks in this race and make sure that Wisconsinites know they have someone who's going to work harder for them than any other governor.
Francesca Hong, thank you for making time to talk with us and to share your views today, especially on a pivotal day in the contest. We'll be watching your race closely.
We thank you for watching. And
these people are so weird. So much for whether or not somebody's relatable being like a major part of whether or not people vote for you. So much for that.
Stop and think, like, why are you defending the Senate?
Abolish ICE. Absolutely.
One of the main concerns that I have had as someone who used to be a card-carrying member of the DSA and who is...
I do like the two-pronged system. I think that like having the Senate exist in some form or fashion is probably good. Obviously the disproportionality, probably not the best. Like if we're going to have the Senate in the form that it's in right now, it should probably just be a national vote. Like if you want to have 100 senators, then just don't even do it. Don't have them represent like certain districts or certain states or anything. Just have them fucking, you know, just do 100 people and have everybody vote across the board, or make it more proportional in some way. Or reverse the fucking process. have the Senate vote for things, you know, first, and then have the House approve it afterwards.
obviously firmly on the left, is whether or not having...
Is that the lady that went on Fox? Yes. Well, she's one of... I mean, obviously, they had a bunch of people who went on Fox, but she's one of the ones who went on Fox, and they read off, like, a list of crazy fucking... crazy, positions from the DSA and asking her if she agreed with them. She's a co-chair for the DSA. And so they asked her, you know, do you agree with this? Do you agree with that? And she pretty much agreed with all of the most extreme positions from the DSA, top to bottom. Like, I don't think there was a single one that she actually disagreed with the entire time. So, yeah, that's the one. There's a lot of people from the DSA who have gone on Fox, but she was definitely the easiest one to milk of all the locals from the DSA.
That are part of your platform, and I want to ask you, just give me sort of a true or false on these. Abolish the Senate. True. Okay, replace the presidency and Supreme Court as we now know them.
Yep.
Abolish ICE.
Absolutely.
Abolish borders and give amnesty to anyone currently in the U.S. illegally.
As a long-term plan, yep.
Defund the Pentagon.
Absolutely.
Abolish prisons, at least in
Absolutely.
large part.
Yeah, again, that as part of a long-term program, yeah.
Okay, so no prisons. Government or public ownership of most large corporations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so then let's go back through some of those then. Abolish the Senate. There are people who are in the Senate now who are very supportive of DSA. They lose their seats?
Well, the Senate is an anachronistic institution. It comes from the British House of Lords. It is made to...
Yeah, anyways, that was her.
DSA-aligned candidates publicly distance themselves from DSA positions.
I totally agree that you need to be very cautious with revolutionary energy. I think it would be great if we were able to move more quickly toward, at the very least, having a very hostile bloc.
They're saying vote for Kamala Harris. She's tirelessly working for a ceasefire. And this is the DSA candidate.
Yeah, I really do not like that she said that. Our job is to turn those voters into people who are ready to vote for a third party.
Yeah, okay, so what are we gonna do, Megan? I think we can really work together on some stuff here. All right, let's get into it. I am here.
Yeah, you hear the really extreme shit, and you're glad that the majority of these people are separating themselves from it, the majority of the DSA people, and separating themselves from the national DSA, which is she is the co-chair from the national DSA. But Brianna Joy Gray is not going to be one of those people who is like kind of, ooh, that stuff, that's extreme. Like, she's not going to be one of those. She's going to be one of the people who kind of agrees with that entire national DSA platform.
Here with Megan Romer. She is the co-chair of the Democratic Socialists of America, and I am thrilled to be able to pick her brain about strategy and all things left politics. Welcome to Bad Faith Podcast.
Thanks so much for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Now, Megan, you've been having a week because...
Is anybody who's played Factorio? I have a discharge defense thing. Okay, so like this right here, discharge defense. I have this on, but I just realized today I've never used it. And then I looked at it today and realized, because I thought it was just something automatic, like the laser beams that pop off and hurt people. On this, I just realized when I read it, it says that I have to use a remote to actually discharge. But I don't know. And so I looked it up, I Googled it, and it says, like, yeah, you have to get the discharge and then get the remote. Where the fuck is the remote? I can't find it anywhere. It says right here, damages, pushes back, and stuns nearby enemies when activated using the remote. What is the remote? Does anybody know? Where's the remote? Get botted? Dude, the bot is just there to start welcoming people, okay? It's there to tell you guys, hey, it's time to welcome the motherfuckers in. Oh, fuck. Oh, my shit's getting fucked up. Okay.
Because in light of all of the, I presume this is why, right? In light of all of the DSA elected successes over the course of the past month or so, there's been an increased interest. You could frame it as good faith interest in understanding this phenomenon. You can understand it as cynical bad faith interest in sort of tearing down the public support for these DSA candidates. But as a consequence of this interest, you've been doing the rounds, and you had one viral media appearance that, of course, folks whose politics don't align with the broad left characterized as radical and insane, and you've got a lot of blowback. I want to ask you first.
No way.
How do you read the...
It's characterized as radical and insane. That's just people choosing to categorize it that way.
Public reception to your media appearance?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. The Twitter mentions have been pretty wild, but a lot of it is people really don't get that socialism and sort of being on the left means making these collective decisions. So they're like, how could you say this? I'm like, actually, we said it. I'm like,
Yeah.
like, oh, you think I'm crazy? Okay, well, you think we're all crazy. So, and that's, that's fine. I think it's good to, hit people with new ideas, make them think, like, why, stop and think, like, why are you defending the Senate? People are talking about it like it's their emotional support animal. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up that one in particular. So we'll splice in a clip, but
because again, most people are in favor of like reforming the Senate, whereas you're saying abolish it. And so yeah, that seems fucking ridiculous. You can't craft it. I don't see it. I don't see where it would be to be crafted. But I don't know. Freddie, what it do, homie?
Eliminate the Senate.
So we're going to put up on the screen a few of the things that are part of your platform, and I want to ask you, just give me sort of a true or false on these. Abolish the Senate.
True.
Okay. Replace the presidency and Supreme Court as we now know them.
They show it.
Yep.
Abolish ICE.
Absolutely.
Abolish borders and give amnesty to anyone currently in the U.S. illegally.
As a long-term plan, yep.
Defund the Pentagon.
Absolutely.
Abolish prisons, at least in large part.
Yeah, again, that is part of a long-term program, yeah.
Okay, so no prisons. Government or public ownership of most large corporations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Prosecute Israeli war criminals. There are a lot of these big ticket items. Defund the police, I think, was in the list, that have been alternately sort of defended by the left and or had distance placed between them and various candidates as they are sort of confronted with the gauntlet of DSA agenda items. So first, I want to ask you what you make of how various either DSA candidates explicitly or left-aligned candidates like Abdul Al-Sayed have responded as folks have tried to tie them to the DSA agenda items that you just went through.
Yeah, so this is all part of our new program. It's called Workers Deserve More, which is actually, it's a rewrite of our program that we released 2 years ago. And we're socialists. Like, ask 10 socialists, get 20 opinions, right? And 19 of them are mine. So it's not actually surprising that people are like, yeah, I don't agree with this part or that part. I do think obviously the politicians are doing some real politic. That's what elections often do. I hope that we can organize those folks into either being a little more ready to defend the platform, or if they're like not on the same page, like let's see if we can get them there. Because if we can't get people who are already proudly identifying as democratic socialists on board with prison abolition, then that's another front of work to do.
Well, this has been my crucible over the last basically 5 years since 2020 and since this podcast began, which is that my frustration isn't that I have, centrist Dems on or conservatives on who don't defend defund. It's that I'll have leftists on who, by and large, don't defend defund. And absent having someone like Alex Vitale or Alex Karakatsanis on, most progressives, whether they be explicitly socialist or DSA or whatever, find themselves making what they frame as like a political argument and a pragmatic argument and a populist argument against some of these policies that in very recent history were very popular. And there seems to be a disconnect between understanding that their unwillingness to explain and defend these policies bears a relationship to how much less popular they've become over the years, and also a failure to acknowledge the moral stance that is underpinning these policies, whether or not they think it's a politically advantageous course of action. So one of the main concerns that I have had as someone who used to be a card-carrying member of the DSA and who is obviously firmly on the left is whether or not having DSA-aligned candidates publicly distance themselves from DSA positions is a problem for the left messaging. Are they doing the work of further sort of alienating the public from what I believe are fundamentally good and correct positions?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very open and kind of frequently brought up question in DSA. What are red lines? Where do we say, this is a hard stance versus where we're
But you guys, okay, so the DSA by itself, like obviously, again, and this is why, like when we're talking about the fact that the DSA has become more extreme over time and that they've taken on more extreme positions, this is what we're talking about, especially the national DSA. There are, again, a lot more moderate groups that are all, you know, because one of the annoying things that a lot of people keep saying, well, DSA is actually, it's what's the term, like non-central, it's decentralized. The DSA isn't a single entity. It's non-centralized. The national DSA is centralized. Like, I don't know what the fuck you think centralized means, but when they literally have a singular platform that is for the national version of this, that all of the other DSAs vote on, that's no longer decentralized. That is the centralization of the DSA. And so it's really frustrating when people keep like repeating this rhetoric of, well, it's decentralized. You guys don't realize it's decentralized. It's not. The national DSA is not decentralized. And so when people are, obviously, again, like a lot of the candidates are stepping away from the rhetoric.
We all owe an apology to McCarthyism. Colin.
I've always like jokingly said, let's bring back McCarthyism. You know, I want to be clear. I am joking when I say those things because obviously there were a lot of very extreme things that happened during that time that were affronts to freedom of speech and liberalism, and it was all very fascistic, but you know, the spirit of McCarthyism I can get on board with. I can get on board with that, at least. Thank you for the $2 dono, Cinnabon. Appreciate it. Let's get some W's in chat for Cinnabon. That's $7 by Cinnabon self, the lone donor. Wasn't that illiberal? Oh, yeah, that's what I just said. Yup.
Willing to work with you on this. I don't have like universal answers. A lot of where we've sort of landed is on this somewhat kind of horizontalist, like, okay, well, people are still absolutely allowed to, you know, have their own. It will always be an organization where everybody's allowed to have their own opinions. How much you have to defend the platform or a set of opinions as somebody who is running for office is more of an open question. And I definitely think that there is, I think we're in a short video era, and I think there is a lot of fear of being clipped. And you see why, right? Like, I did that Fox interview and she was like, let's do yes or no, and like read to me from our website, and I was like, yes, it says that on our website, that's why I'm saying yes.
No, don't back off like that. No, don't do that. That was not, the question was not, is that what it says on your website?
They certainly did in New York and in other places, Colorado and others. It's not just a big city phenomenon or just a blue coastal phenomenon. Sure. Okay, so we're going to put up on the screen a few of the things that are part of your platform, and I want to ask you, just give me sort of a true or false on these. Abolish the Senate.
True.
Okay, replace the...
Okay, I guess it was about whether or not it's on their platform. Is that all they asked? I thought they were asking her if she was in favor of these things.
Presidency and Supreme Court as we now know them.
Yep.
Abolish ICE.
Absolutely.
Abolish borders and give amnesty to anyone currently in the U.S. illegally.
As a long-term plan, yep.
Defund the Pentagon.
Absolutely.
Abolish prisons, at least in large part.
Yeah, again, that is part of a long-term program, yeah.
Okay, so no prisons. Government or public ownership of most large corporations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so then let's go back through some of those then. Abolish the Senate. There are people who are in the Senate now who are very supportive of DSA. They lose their seats?
Well, the Senate is...
So yeah, I guess yeah, she's totally correct. I did misunderstand that.
Okay. Literally, yes.
Yes, but also it doesn't just state on the website. It's an organization that, that to your point, decided that this was a platform that they agree with.
Yes, and it was a broad cross tendency within the organization, which is famously multi-tendency.
But to be clear, I mean, do you agree? I mean, I would say I agreed with everything. I mean, I don't remember off the top of my head every single thing that was brought up in that clip, but I don't recall having any points of disagreement.
Totally.
So I do think that. So do you also agree? Can we say that first and foremost
on everything
Okay.
on that platform? No question.
Okay, because I'm not putting this.
Okay, so she does agree with everything on the platform. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
And
Okay, go ahead, I'm
maybe
sorry.
even more on some of the points.
Okay,
right? Like
so this is my
no question.
This is my concern. I think that there's like this weird hesitancy that even you and I are exemplifying in our conversation right now, where we hop to, well, yeah, like the whole org voted on this. It's not just me. Well, that's what the org says, but the candidates can make their own decisions. That to me, it tacitly is again doing the thing of putting distance between. Like it seems like a criticism of the platform, and my concern is that, like, to your point about abolishing the Senate, hell yeah, like. What was it, like Dick Durbin or somebody who was like, whose whole thing was abolishing the Senate? This isn't some left-wing fringe plan. There was a time, not too distant memory, where you had mainstream Democrats in like the quote-unquote woke era talking about how the Senate was a strategy to coalesce power among landowning elites and the very few, and to be anti-populist. And talking about all the different ways our government has been structured to diminish the power of non-landholders and Black people and enslaved people and all of these kinds of things. And now all of a sudden, we're gonna let not just like Fox News, but Dems bully us out of saying a pretty normal thing like the Senate is anti-populist? The Senate is anti-democratic?
Yeah, I mean, it is and always has been. I mean, if you look at excuse me, even like the Federalist Papers, James Madison argues in Federalist 10, like they're trying to sell the Constitution. They're trying to sell it to people who don't want democracy. And they're like, don't worry. It's not too much democracy. We've got all these checks and balances where these rich landowners will be able to stop the people from doing stuff. And then even Republicans constantly, the Congress never gets anything done. Well, yeah, because they have this like sclerotic institution that just says no to everything. And has no real purpose other than to entrench bad ideas. So yes, I don't think we should run from it. But also, we're not an organization that requires sort of a democratic centralist line. It is a different kind of organization than like a truly kind of partyist organization where it's like, this is the thing we believe. I think we're moving more.
Well, not really, because even the fact that you guys are running on the Democrat Party, excuse me, within the Democrat Party, means that there isn't this like hardcore position that you have to agree across the board with everything that the party wants and be for or against all of the same things. I'm sure that there are some things that you have to be in alignment with the Democrat Party in order to run as a Democrat politician, but not across the board. What up, little bits?
More toward that partyist model, but we're not there yet for sure.
Okay, so this is sort of getting to the meat and potatoes of why I wanted to talk to you, because my feelings are that the DSA could benefit from a little democratic centralism. And so I'm curious to hear you say that you feel like the DSA is moving in that direction. But first, maybe it's worthwhile for me to say why I feel like the DSA could benefit from a little democratic centralism. And that is because I do worry about a tendency that I observe sometimes, and feel free to push back and if you disagree with this characterization, where because of the success of starting with AOC and then followed by other squad members and obviously this new round of electeds, of DSA affiliated elected officials. And because of what that does for membership to DSA, I also joined after AOC won in 2018. And what that does for sort of the national profile of the DSA, that there is a tendency to sort of let the tail of the candidate wag the dog of the organization instead of the other way around. And when there are these moments that demand accountability, like if you're gonna have the imprimatur of the DSA on you, if you're gonna be an avatar of the DSA brand, then you can't be voting for the Iron Dome. You can't be distancing yourself from socialism. You maybe should have a better response when someone asks you what you think of like all the communism accusations that aren't throwing various ideologies under the bus. Maybe if you're Abdul al-Sayed, he's maybe a bad example because he's not actually DSA, but the, you know, I'm not a socialist stuff starts to get a little tiresome. Maybe there needs to be more transparency or more explanation about, you know, Zohran Mamdani walking back some of his defund comments and keeping Tish on board. You know, how does accountability work if there isn't a responsibility to have certain ideological commitments to be considered a member of the organization? And if there is rarely, if ever, a real threat to expel someone from the organization. I know that I think New York DSA did they actually kick Jamal Bowman out, or was that just a vote on that?
I think it was just a vote. I believe they endorsed Bowman on his last run, and I don't think he's been
Okay.
2 years ago. Time means nothing to me anymore. I'm like, that was 2 years ago or 8 years ago. I don't know.
Absolutely, totally. I'm still rounding everything down to like the year 2000. I actually am.
I'm always surprised, like I'm always amazed at older people, where I hear old people tell stories, or like people who were in the military, you know, they always say, well, so this was in October of 1972 when the you know, it was the first day of winter, and like dude, I don't know. I couldn't tell you what happened last year in October. Like, how the fuck do you remember the month and the year and everything? Like, if I talk to my friends about something that happened a while back, I don't remember what fucking year that was. I'm not gonna know. I have no fucking idea. How do these people remember all this shit?
Had a sweater made for a friend once that was supposed to have the date his dog was born on it, and I just put 2000 instead of 2020.
Probably
that's how my brain's working. Like established 2020. Anyway.
Totally.
But you get the point that I'm asking, right? Like, how do you have accountability if there's no ideological accountability within the organization? How do you censor or reprimand candidates who are not in step with the values of the organization if members of the organization aren't required to?
Well, this is so obviously because they if you guys didn't see this, okay, let's start here. If you guys didn't see, we had a number of debates on this platform about the DSA. One's in chat if you guys saw any of these debates. We had Dylan Burns on two of them. It was like Dylan Burns versus Soy Pill on this one. What are the risks? And then we had Dylan Burns versus Kid Not Kin. Yesterday we had a debate here, or Jordy. And one of the things, so in this second debate, only one person in chat saw it. Okay, so Jordy, the guy who's all the way to the right in this frame, one of the things that Jordy was saying is that there is no like standard to be in the DSA. There's no like standard to be part of the DSA that anybody can be part of the DSA, and that when you're criticizing DSA, you have to be careful because a lot of the people that you think you're criticizing, you might not be criticizing, or people that you think that you're not criticizing, you are criticizing. And so there isn't this standard across the board of who is or isn't DSA, that it's just a wide variety of people. And the whole time Dylan Burns is talking about the fact that he doesn't like the DSA platform and he thinks it's too extreme. And Jordy is saying that that's just the national platform. Every like group has their own platforms. Every group is their own group. You know, they're their own people. It's not like everybody has to come to agreement on these things. And the problem is that, like, one, the national DSA, it seems like all those groups do vote on what they want the national platform to be. So that I feel like the national platform is at least representative of the overall contingency of DSA groups. Now, according to Jordy, they're not. And I think even Dylan Burns was saying he doesn't think they are. Therefore, they need to just shut the fuck up. That was like a big part of the conversation. It's like they should just shut the fuck up. I think that might be. That wasn't a Democrat demand. That was a Republican demand.
The Ukraine aid section of it. It was Trump. They were gonna pass the.
Okay, I don't know. But anyways, there's. It seems a little strange, but that there aren't like strict guidelines on what you have to be or what you have to believe in order to be DSA. And yet, the other day when I just had this debate with Jola on the DSA.
Kid just kept saying they're a small bean and shouldn't be criticized unless you're going to sign up for your chapter and change from within.
Well, so that's kind of what Jola was saying as well. Jola yesterday was saying, I don't know why Destiny keeps criticizing the DSA. He's like, that he should just join the DSA, create his own chapter, and change from within. Not the small bean part, but but yeah, pretty much saying similar things, saying like, hey, yeah, they just you need to change them from within. And that, like, it feels weird that people are literally calling for you to just like do a psyop on them. But then I think, well, maybe it's not weird because we're literally accusing them of doing a psyop on us. So maybe that's not strange, but it does seem weird that like a lot of the people who are a little bit more amenable to the DSA keep saying, dude, just go fucking psyop them. Just go join and change them from within. Go join and be more moderate and force them to change in your direction. Like, feels weird to me. It feels a little strange, but I don't know. Maybe it's me, but I just feel like that's a little odd that people are like literally calling for folks to do this. Tom, were you ever on Dylan Burns panels when he used to host them? Yeah, the Hippy Dippy? Yeah. Yeah, I was on a number of them. They're trolling you? No, they're not trolling. They actually are saying this. They're actually saying this. Psyoping people is not my nature. Yeah, it's not mine either. Like, it just feels like a really strange thing to advocate for out in the open, especially, but I don't know. They just want to indoctrinate people through group thinking. Yeah, I don't know. But my panels are better than Dylan Burns's, because, like, how many of Dylan Burns panels had camera changes like this?
In any case, about being politically, like, not just effective, but like correct, and like a long, like they're utopians, they're fucking revolutionary.
But I'm asking, what is the opposite? And what is the opposite side of the, like you were saying, they're doing it for votes? I'm asking, what is the antithetical to that? What is the other side that you're asking for besides electability?
Well, because when you have, if you're talking about DSA and you're talking about people that
see all those camera changes, bro. Dylan Burns panels never did that. Tom Moggs panels, yes sir, yes sir. We do the fucking pro debates over here. I need to add some shadows though. I'm really like, I kept looking at these thinking there's really something off about it. I need shadows under this, like around the edges of these blocks. Same with the chat over here. I need shadows coming out from the side. I keep fixing like a lot of things. Like I had this background initially back there and I kept thinking, I don't like the background, like something's off about it. And then I realized, oh, I should blur it. I should really blur it. And then once I blurred that, then I blurred the background on this one as well. I thought, oh my goodness, this looks so much better blurring the shit, because it should be in the background, should be back behind. And so now I have a shadow back behind this, like back behind my camera, and back behind like the screen share here. There's shadow behind it all. Makes it all look so much better. All right, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Tom brings the high production quality. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Glad you guys recognize. I'm glad you guys happen to recognize that. I was gonna say something, but I'm glad I didn't have to. That really warms my heart that you guys noticed. All right. Hey, Dad. Hey, boilers are cool. What up, homie? Boilers are cool. Welcome to the membership. Hey, yo, let's fucking go, boy. Yeah. Wait. There we go. Did you guys buy that I was excited? I don't think I'm like good at like looking excited or sounding excited about things. Did you guys feel like I was, because I am excited. Like I am always excited when I get new members. It's money. I'm excited about money, but I don't know if I'm good at conveying. Did you guys feel the excitement in that? If you ever want the opinion of manufacturing people with the environment, I can tell you I do sales for all old school manufacturing. Ooh. Okay.
All right. Okay.
My mental illness doesn't let me feel excitement. Yeah, my constant sedation on all of the drugs that I take doesn't let me feel excitement, so. But alright, I will be right back. I'll let this play while I'm going. Don't go anywhere.
Subscribe to any broad centralized values.
Yeah, I mean, this is a again, like this very open question and one that we talk about a lot. I think a lot about sort of this idea of discipline, and I think the way we talk about discipline often is as something we do. How are we disciplining people rather than as something we have? Like, I have discipline to DSA. I'm going to say nice things about DSA. That is my job. I'm going to, I'm a DSA booster. I'm a DSA. That's what I do. It's what members voted for me to do. It's what I'm going to do. I would like our external electeds, not just our internal electeds, to also land there and to have that, like, hey, my comrades voted for this thing. They voted across tendencies to build this program together. And I think we're building toward it. We passed at our last convention, which was last summer, a resolution that said you can't vote for weapons for Israel ever, any. You have to be pro-Palestinian liberation. This is a red line. I think we have some tacit red lines. Like, I don't think it says anywhere in any resolution, like, we are fully pro-abortion services. Everybody should be able to have the full reproductive rights they want. It doesn't say that anywhere, and everybody agrees on it. So how do we kind of merge that idea of, like, there are these things that seem very obvious, and there are things that maybe don't, and how do we get it down in such a way that it's like, okay, these are our lines. And yeah, I don't think we've figured that out perfectly yet. And it's a constant, and will be a sort of constant thing, I think, to figure out where those lines are as time goes on and new terrible things happen in the world. And yeah, the elected bloc, most people do come in because they hear about DSA from elections. And like you, I think I joined like right before AOC won. But it was because of, Bernie and just the movement and like what I saw happening. And I joined, and I was a liberal. Like I by any definition, I was just a liberal who was like a left lib, like a Jon Stewart lib. And I had to organize.
Well, everybody was, and
yeah, we
not
all
everybody. I shouldn't say that. I know some of you in the audience were like much downer and more radical and better than I and Megan.
We are so proud of them.
Many of us were. Yes, God bless you guys for having patience with us.
We love it.
Right, but many of us were Jon Stewart libs in the before times, in the pre 2016 times. So no fault there. But like here's what I'm trying to drill down on a little bit. Well, first, before I get to this, you mentioned earlier that you believe that the organization seems to be moving toward the direction of democratic centralism. What do you mean by that? What's going on internally?
Yeah, I mean, I see it not so much as, I think democratic centralism is one of those kind of like scary words people hear and they're like, oh, like Stalin, and you're like, okay,
You just referred to the Democratic Party as democratic social centralism, so
All right, it actually means something, and it has this greater historical context, and it just means.
Can you unpack it? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it
please.
means we make a decision democratically, and then we do the thing. Like, that's all it means. It just means like we decided to all do this campaign, and we're all showing up for the campaign. You know, I voted no on endorsing XYZ, and I'm still going to show up and knock some doors. That's all it means. It's not like, I think, yeah, I don't. People have developed these boogeymen around their everything on the left. So figuring out what that discipline to the organization, and the idea of like, I have discipline to the organization, not the organization is going to discipline me. You know, the organization is not going to show up and slap my wrist. That's silly. But I think by drawing some lines and by saying like, this is really what we believe in, it's not negotiable. I think we did that for the first time with the Palestine resolution at last summer's convention. I think we will probably continue to see that, but maybe not. You know, it's a democratic organization. People could outvote me, and that is a thing that could happen.
Well, this is one of the, I think, scary questions where, you know, might it be the case?
you gotta pick it up, Trib. Pick it up. Get better.
That because of the rapid growth in DSA, because of the high visibility of the elected bloc, you end up getting a flood of members who frankly still are Jon Stewart Dems. And if you do have these votes, then they actually bring the organization really far from its center in a way that is technically democratic, but which sort of defeats the purpose of the organization. So there's this, you know, there was this recent dust up, and I would love to hear more from someone who was closer to the action as to what really happened here. But my understanding is that there was a bit of a dust up about whether or not the DSA should have a vote on sort of pre-endorsing AOC for president in 2028. And that the implication was if this vote went forward, the votes would go for AOC, even though we're 2 years out and there hasn't really been any discussion or vetting process about who an alternative independent left candidate could be, et cetera, et cetera. And that, so there's this interesting debate that says, okay, not letting the vote happen was anti-democratic, but weirdly, like the politically left position or the ideologically left position is to have to prevent the quote unquote democratic vote. The core problem there, though, seems to be, did the organization grow too fast with people that weren't required to have any sort of ideological grounding prior to organizing, because the goal was just getting bigger as opposed to getting bigger for the purpose of pursuing a specific ideological avenue?
Yeah, so to be clear, so I can explain a little bit about that. It was a poll. It's a non-binding member poll, which I you know, just speaking for myself and where my vote landed, I'm not confused about, like, I want to hear what people like think. I don't want to hear checkbox yes, no. I want to hear what people think. And so I'm pushing this idea of these discussions happening at the chapter level, at chapters themselves. Like, our organizing happens in chapters. It happens on the ground in the chapter. And I'm not confused about people liking AOC. Like, obviously very popular in DSA, popular outside of DSA. What I want to know is, like, are chapters in Pennsylvania ready to do a primary campaign? Are chapters in South Carolina now, that's the first primary start, are they ready to like throw down for a primary? Like, that's the actual information I need. You know, a poll is kind of just, it's email whipless basically, and it isn't giving me the information that we need as national leaders to make these decisions. And I do.
So again, lots of times, and I have to keep correcting people all the time, they keep saying AOC is not endorsed by the DSA. She's not endorsed by the national DSA again. So what we're talking about here, this is a woman who is the co-chair of the national DSA. The national DSA is not the DSA, because again, the DSA is made up of a bunch of different groups all over the place. So there isn't, just because she isn't endorsed by just the national DSA doesn't mean that she's not endorsed by other DSA groups, and she is part of the DSA. I mean, again, Destiny, like even Destiny in his stream has over and over been saying that she's not part of the DSA. And then I saw his title today on his stream said AOC is DSA. So I heard that he listened to my debate with Joel the other day, and maybe he heard that during the debate, but it has been really annoying that people keep saying she's not DSA, or she wasn't even endorsed by the DSA. She hasn't been endorsed by the DSA for years. So you're just talking about like just the national DSA. That's not the whole DSA.
I think we need to have broader discussions. I think defaulting to AOC, even if we land on AOC, I think it's good to explore other options because it helps you assess what you actually want and what you're actually looking for out of a candidate. And it's good to say, okay, what about like some labor leaders? What would they bring that's different to the table? And therefore, how can we, if we do nominate AOC, how can we make her kind of be in that lane that we were thinking about with the labor leader or with the social movement leader or something like that? So I just want the discussion to be more nuanced, and I think that's the direction it's going in. And a poll would be just another piece of information, which is fine. It's just I think people think that we took away their vote. Like, members were not going to get to vote on this. That is what elected leadership. We have this representative system. The question is whether we do it at convention or whether the National Political Committee does it, which that is an open question. But yeah, it's
sure, but that is what they mean when they say that you took away their vote, is that the committees likely would have been voting, and then the members would have been voting within their committees. So that's how they feel their vote was taken away. I don't know why she's like, oh, they feel like we took away their vote. We would have just done this committee system instead. Yeah, that's how their vote was taken away. Yep, that's that.
It's not a challenge of whipless. It's a challenge of having the conversation.
So to be clear, you feel like it would have been beneficial to have the poll to have a better sense of enthusiasm on the ground as you go forward to making decisions about ultimate endorsements, or do you think it was a good idea to not have the poll because it felt premature, given that there hasn't been a sort of an articulation of what the options really are at this point?
So I voted against the poll, but the poll wouldn't have happened until next spring anyway, probably. I felt like the information that I wanted would be subsumed by the poll, and it would just all be this talk about like, well, 70%, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, but I want the information.
Okay. Yeah, but I agree. Like, I found myself taking the quote unquote anti-democratic position of the poll is a bad idea because it's very easy to see how that poll get weaponized to, kill any conversation about alternatives. Even frankly, alternatives that aren't, especially, progressive in my heart and my dream.
No, that I don't know. Maybe this is racist. I don't know if I'm gonna say it, but I'm just trying to think about whether or not, when I say it, if it's going to be racist or not. But I want to be clear. I'm gonna say it either way. That Brianna Joy Gray, she has this like annoying rich white woman voice that really drives me fucking crazy. Like, I feel like she should be like sitting with a group of her wine moms, all sitting around like spinning their wine in goblets and shit. I feel like you're critiquing code switching. No, I'm not critiquing code switching. I don't think she code switches. First off, she's sitting there talking to a brown person right now, so I don't think this is about code switching. But it's just her voice. It's like the tonality of her voice that kind of drives me a little crazy.
Dreams like Ro Khanna, sure. It felt very odd to prematurely. I with critiques of both, have trouble distinguishing what kind of candidates both AOC and Ro Khanna would even be. And I have some arguments about how Ro Khanna would be a more effective candidate, frankly, a more likely to succeed candidate, saying nothing about their underlying politics. And I even had questions about how we ended up getting to the point of AOC so quickly without even vetting some of the more mainstream dim options like Roe. So I tend to agree with you. But here's the other piece that comes up when I hear you talking about, what is the appetite of DSAers on the ground across the country, and what is the, how much support could one of these candidates end up getting, is this question of how, what is DSA's approach to also supporting people who are not running within the Democratic Party and endorsing third-party candidates, and generally speaking, how this endorsement process is panning out. Because there does seem to be, at the same time, that there's a sort of, loud silence about a candidate like Shama Sawant, who is running against Adam Smith, who is one of the most outspoken and powerful Zionists in Congress, who stands to be the head of the Armed Services Committee if Democrats regain power in the House, who is being challenged by one of the only socialist city council members ever to be elected in like 100 years, and who has won 4 elections in Seattle, and who won the minimum wage 5 for 15 locally and put it on the map for the entire country. And Seattle now has the highest minimum wage in the country, and all of these really hardcore, socialist accomplishments. For there to be a non-endorsement there, but then and I understand there's the different DSA locals and et cetera, but then for there to be this endorsement of someone like Tom Steyer, a literal billionaire, right, and a Zionist, and someone who was against Bernie Sanders' data center moratorium for governor of California. And from the outside, some of this decision-making feels really opaque and confusing, and is part of what leads me to want more democratic centralism in the organization.
Yeah, I get that. And it is very, we are heavily decentralized, right? Most of the decisions are being made in the chapters. We do not endorse anybody at the national level unless a chapter has endorsed and then asked.
They're decentralized, guys. DSA overall is decentralized. National DSA, not decentralized.
National for an endorsement. What endorsement means, I think we sometimes in DSA have this very we know what endorsement means. We know that it doesn't just mean your name on a piece of paper. We know it means we're going to knock doors for you. We know it means we're going to throw down for you. But when we say, when somebody kind of a chapter maybe says, but we recommend, it's like, that doesn't mean anything to anybody else. I think we sometimes are lost in our own sauce a little bit. I'm like, yes, I see that as a very clear difference. That's everybody else is normal and not a DSA sicko and isn't going to see that major distinction.
So this is what I was talking about yesterday, where, we were talking about when it comes to an endorsement versus what you think or what you say, what you recommend, these things are kind of all seen as the same things, regardless of whether or not you want there to be nuance in the question or in the idea of it. It still seems like to most people it's going to be the same thing. There's not going to be much of a distinction to most people. So if you're somebody who says oh, I'm not going to endorse El Sayed, but I'll vote for him, and I just won't talk about it very much, but I'll tell my chat I'm gonna vote for him, and it's to most people is kind of an endorsement that, especially when we're talking about again, political influencers influencing people, that's where the influence comes in, is you saying, yeah, this is the person that I'm going to vote for. To most people, it's you saying, this is the person I want to win. This is the person that I'm backing.
So the question of Shama, she has been a DSA endorsee before. I do not believe, though I'm not positive, but I don't believe she asked the Seattle chapter for an endorsement this time around. We don't I don't think we ever endorse in the sense of the DSA endorsement, where that means we're going to show up for you and knock doors and all that stuff. Anyone who hasn't asked for it, other than famously Bernie Sanders, who didn't ask for DSA's endorsement, and we showed up twice for him. So it is a funny thing. How does it? Yeah. But I believe Shama has not asked for Seattle DSA's endorsement, and I haven't heard any more than that.
Okay, I will try to get some clarification on that. I was under the impression that there was a request, but I'll see if I can get some clarification on that before the end of this episode.
Yeah,
but let me
that'd be great.
ask you, in the interim, about the Tom Steyer of it all.
Yeah, yeah, and so that is another one of these hot topics in DSA. Should we do voter guides? And voter guides, in essence, where we are trying to differentiate between this endorsement and this recommendation. I tend to fall on the, if you want to make like an internal guide, I don't know that external guides are necessarily very useful, but a lot of our chapters do them, and I'm certainly not in favor of banning them. I don't know. It's people engage with politics via electoralism, so chapters see that as a way to get people thinking about politics. I don't know about them. I definitely don't know about Thomas Steyer as the choice, but that, I'm not in California DSA. I'm not in one of the local chapters, and I'm not gonna tell them they can't do anything, but I will continue to organize at the national level to make sure we have, when we say endorsement, we mean endorsement, and reminding people that recommendation means nothing different.
Why can't national, and why shouldn't national have bearing on what DSA California does when it so obviously reflects on the reputation of the national organization? And even if you can't, even if there's no structural mechanism to control their decision to do that endorsement, to put out a counter endorsement or say, this is not the recommendation of DSA National, make it clear on the record that, yeah, we don't think it's a good idea, actually, after spending most of our, tenure in the national eye supporting Bernie Sanders, who famously returned billionaire donations, even from like the one sort of lefty Disney billionaire who donated to him, that we're now going to go all in on a candidate who is himself a billionaire, self-funding a campaign and drowning the airways out in a way that only he can do because of his billionaire money, especially when he has politics that are very untrustworthy. When he was someone who was arguing against Medicare for all during the last presidential election, and now we're all supposed to believe that he's just had this change of heart, and that this isn't about him creating a off-ramp for the left, when there is, in this sort of jungle primary system, a genuine left socialist candidate in Butch Ware, who at one point was polling 5% when the mainstream Dems were each polling at 10%, and had a real avenue to success, perhaps if he had been recognized and validated by the left political and media ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, I will not pretend that I'm like deeply in touch with California politics, especially in that race. I found it kind of baffling. More generally, I'm sort of, I actually lived in Louisiana for a really long time, which has a jungle primary, but I'm still confused about jungle.
There's, okay, that seems like really extreme. It seems like really extreme gatekeeping there, where, like, out of the candidates that were available, I feel like it was fairly obvious that Steyer was going to be closest to what it was that they would want. And the fact that he's a billionaire and able to use billionaire money in order to do the things that they want and fight the people that they want him to fight, I don't understand why this would be viewed as a bad thing from their point of view. That just seems so fucking strange to me. What the fuck?
Jungle primary systems, they're very confusing to me, and I think they do serve to kind of quash the left. But in practice, if not in theory. So yeah, it's I don't know. Like, I think that we are not there yet. I think if we were starting to impose, hey, you can't do this stuff for something that is, the argument, of course, is that it's a voter guide. It's not an endorsement. Nobody knocked doors. It's just a recommendation. It is not a recommendation I agree with, but I do think that the chapter and the statewide org has some amount of autonomy, certainly within our rules as they exist. I would like to build toward a DSA where we're a little tighter on stuff like that. But yeah, I don't think that I'm just not sure that sort of smacking them down from the national level when their members voted to do it. Like, yeah, they voted to make that voter guide and they voted to release it, and they're allowed to do that.
So in contrast, I did just hear back from Shama, and she says that the Seattle DSA declined to have even that yes, she asked for an endorsement.
Okay.
The campaign asked for an endorsement, and that the Seattle DSA refused to hold an endorsement vote, and instead held a vote on a resolution that Shama's campaign had brought forward to have a vote on the endorsement. In other words, a vote on.
This is fucking crazy. I was complaining about this the other day. I have like tons of solid fuel that I needed to use just to get rid of a lot of this light fuel, or not light fuel, the heavy fuel, whatever it is. Heavy oil. I had to get rid of a lot of the heavy oil. So now I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of these fucking crates completely full with 2,500 of like in each one, and now I finally have something that I can use them on. So I'm glad I saved all that shit. Leveled up. Congrats, Freddy. Congrats. We were talking about this earlier. The bot's apparently like able to gather points and levels and stuff like that, and he's gonna tell people what level they are and where they're at. So we'll probably use those points for something at some point. We'll probably find a way to use that, maybe for apparel or something of the sort, especially if we're able to keep growing, keep getting donations, keep making enough to where we're able to put the money back into the community. Then that's the hope. But we're just trying out the system right now. I don't know how the points work, or what they are exactly. I turned it on literally right before stream and thought this could be something cool. So we'll see. Toxoplasma, welcome. Somebody needs to do something about the growing threat of Freddy Drongo. Exactly. He's already level 1. He's been hiding his power level. But yeah, and then also it says welcome to people. We want to welcome in communities. So when people first come in, the bot lets you know that somebody first typed their first message, and everybody else can say hey, so that we're all very welcoming to folks when they first show up and saying what it do.
Whether or not to have an endorsement vote. And I don't want to end up just reading her text messages, but the point is that yes, that they asked and the DSA Seattle declined. And so again, this isn't a situation where there is, an alternate sort of traditional DSA candidate in the mix. It's just, Netanyahu's bestie, Adam Smith, and a principled socialist who actually has a chance of winning and who has been very successful in the state before. And it does feel like the non-endorsement reflects a sort of
I know what it is. She talks like a girlfriend when you're mad at them, but they don't want to apologize. That's how she talks. That's what it is. Y'all hear that? 100%? Yeah, that's what it is. That's too specific? No, it's not too specific. She's doing like the baby voice, like it's like it's the manipulative voice that a girl does, where like she knows you're mad at her and she wants you to stop being mad at her, but she doesn't want to fucking apologize, so she's gonna do like the cutesy baby voice and do that instead. That's what I hear.
Adam Smith, and a principled socialist who actually has a chance of winning and who has been very successful in the state before. And it does feel like the non-endorsement,
almost like a Sarah Silverman. It's called panicking. It's called a panicking.
Reflects a sort of cliquishness.
She's a
where it feels like
panicking.
it's about promoting. This is just the perception, and I have you here because I want you to, push back against it, contextualize it, or agree with it or say I would want that to change, whatever your response is. But the perception is, and I think where some of the frustration has come from, is that it's increasingly feeling like some of the decisions are about advancing a brand of the DSA as opposed to, again, this underlying ideology that we're all supposed to share as socialists.
Yeah, I mean, so this is we're gonna enter dialectics land, right? So part of this idea of democratic centralism, or of making decisions together and choosing it, means, yeah, you got to be in the clique. Like, that's part of the deal. You have to have been bought into this party system. So, we're working through this tension of getting toward where we are more party-like and where we are making decisions collectively. That is a tension that's going to keep coming up, and that's a contradiction that we have to figure out how to work.
My logistics are on fucking point. Okay, the USSR got nothing on me.
Through for sure. But that's good to know that Shama did ask. I can text some folks from Seattle DSA, but we'll just go back and forth all day. I think it sounds like
But this is something worth working out, right? Like, I don't want to make this, sorry to the listeners if this devolves into like us doing administrative stuff that should be behind the scenes on camera. But if, frankly, I do think that securing a DSA endorsement for a candidate in a race as important as this one, a week or so, the election is on August 4th. A week or so before the election is infinitely more important than whatever podcast Prater. I mean, this is significant, even this late in the game, right? Especially because, not only because it would potentially be beneficial to Shama's campaign, but also because it's beneficial to the integrity and the confidence that people have in DSA as an organization, which I have to tell you, I was just at a Green Party conference last weekend, and there's an enormous amount of frustration from longtime lefties about the feeling that, if you're a socialist and you're green, as opposed to be a socialist in your DSA or a socialist in your PSL, or a member of any other socialist organization, there seems to almost be a greater willingness to align with the Democratic Party, right, than there is with your fellow socialists, because they may or may not have differences with the DSA, usually that are about strategy and approach as opposed to substantive ideology.
Yeah, and I there are plenty of people who dual card with Green parties. I think there are fewer dual carders with PSL because I'm not sure they allow it, which we have good at the national level, good relationships with PSL lead.
Well, check this logistics here. They just dropped off a bunch of these iron things on this belt here, and it goes through here, up the fucking middle, and then stops. This guy puts them onto this belt here, and it goes down the line, and then if any of these guys need it, they pick it up. If they don't, it gets to this guy, and he puts it on another belt, and it goes up here, and goes around, then drops onto the brick belt over here, goes up. If they need it, they grab it. If not, then it continues on. But then the same for down here. We got some coming from all the way over here, where they're putting one on, and here it goes all the way down onto the fucking grenade belt, and it's moving all the way down here. And then these guys, if they need it, he picks it up and puts it into this, and this has normally a bunch in it that like 4 or 5 different arms are grabbing from. And sometimes they're putting it onto other belts that'll take it all the way over here for these guys, or it'll continue on and be grabbed by this guy and go back onto this belt again to go all the way down fucking here. Like, come on. It's pure chaos. I like it. It's fucking brilliant, dude. It's fucking brilliant. I'm using all of the other belts that are created for all of the other things to transport it through all of the different places. It's genius.
Leaders and have done big national things together, big, kind of cross-nation rallies type things. And
what is your factory making, though? A rocket ship. I'm crash landed on a planet where there's aliens who are attacking me, and I have to create a factory by gathering all the resources to create a rocket ship to leave. These are the motherfucking aliens.
I think there's less I don't know. I don't feel the bad blood necessarily, but I do understand why people whose theory of change is run a third party versus run a ballot line party surrogate kind of model. Yeah, I mean, I get that. I'm sure it's frustrating.
Why not both? Because there's a this came up in conversation with one of the, I think, a gubernatorial candidate I was talking to at the Green Party conference, where there was a DSA candidate. I wish I could remember who I was talking to. I met a lot of candidates last weekend, but there was a DSA candidate who had lost the primary, and the Green Party person is now still going to be on the ballot. They're a Green Party candidate in the general election. What do you make of the strategy of saying, okay, you can do the insider-outsider strategy, but if the DSA candidate doesn't make it running on the Democratic Party line, they or someone else can go on and continue running as a Green? Especially because, one, the Democrats have no problem doing that. They say vote blue no matter who, but look at Cuomo and Zohran Mamdani, look
India
at
Walton.
India Walton.
Well, I think most Democrats were like, I think most Democrats were backing Mamdani over Cuomo. I was fucking pissed at Cuomo. I was fucking furious with Cuomo during that. And it wasn't like Cuomo was getting a ton of endorsements from, you know, like, what's his name? Jeffries or anything, you know? It's not like Jeffries was out there trying to help Cuomo.
Exactly, in Buffalo. And two, because there is a, you know, there's an argument that you can push.
I think, to be fair, I think Schumer was trying to help Cuomo. So. Cuomo had too many sexual encounter complaints. I mean, all of those, like, got dropped, or he even won in court. Like, he did end up, like, disproving all of those, and that's why he was coming back.
All those resources right on over and continue the fight outside the party. And given how hostile the Democrats.
He had no Riz. Well, you guys may not know about this. This was like the reason that I was like, initially I was on board with Cuomo, but he started meeting with MAGA like campaigns, MAGA, what do you call it? MAGA donors in order to raise money for the election. And that was it for me. Where I was like, okay, absolutely fuck right off, dude. Hey, if you're over here meeting with MAGA PACs in order to gain donations, then absolutely fuck you.
Democratic Party often is in these primary races where, frankly, it is not democratic and not fairly run. I think there's a stronger sort of moral, like, political fairness argument to keeping a lefty in the race through the general election there is for the establishment, who will, like, lose fair and square, or lose despite having an enormous advantage, and then still, you know, Cuomo it or Bloomberg it, right? To take another example of how Bloomberg was.
To be fair, he had to. He was basically getting no support. No, that's not true. That's really not true. He definitely had the ability to stand it without doing any of that shit. And especially when they hadn't even gotten to, like, the general yet, and he was already doing this shit.
Was poised to act as a Bernie spoiler should he have won in 2020, won the primary in 2020. Why not that strategy?
Yeah, that's a good question. And
he was getting Me Too'd, though. No, he wasn't. He got Me Too'd while he was governor. He got Me Too'd while he was still governor, and so he left the governorship and then went and dealt with all of that, and then once it was all, like, done and done, he won literally every single case, or it all got dropped, and then he moved on and then ran for mayor. So you can't say he was getting Me Too'd. No, he got Me Too'd while he was a governor, and then he quit to go deal with all that. Yes, he was dealing with Republican donors during the primaries.
I think that there have been some endorsements or cross endorsements of third-party candidates. Certainly, we've run people as independents or no-party candidates in places where we believe that either they're winnable as such, which has, you know, in some city council races, it's no party anyway. Like there are different kinds of. The complexity of the American electoral system is baffling. But yeah, that is a thing. But as far as like bigger races where there is a third party line on the ballot, I think there are probably a few reasons. I think one is that the party surrogate model means that we have our set of things that we're, you know, that are whatever our goals, our red lines, our things that we're trying to do. They have theirs. There may or may not be crossover. I don't know that I can think of a really prominent candidate who felt like they could or wanted to bridge that whatever to figure out the contradictions. I don't know of any, but that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. It just means that it's been happening at the local level, and I don't have insight.
Does it strike you that there's many contradictions between like a Green Party platform and the average like?
Oh, that's okay. That's the co-chair's. Wherever she's staying, they got a bunch of sirens in the background. She lives in one of those dangerous areas.
DSA Canada platform?
I think sometimes, there are Green Party candidates who do not say I am a socialist, which is an issue.
That's true.
For us.
Okay, so
that is one of our red lines. You have to run as a socialist. You have to say I am a socialist.
Wait a minute. Did Graham Plattner have a DSA endorsement?
No. Yeah, no, he was not DSA endorsed by National.
He had the terrible voter guide recommendation, right? Back to
I
that.
see.
But yeah.
Okay, so let's call it a voter guide recommendation then, if not an endorsement. But the hat thrown in, and obviously, as we discussed, Abdul al-Said vehemently is not a socialist.
Right. And I don't think he's even in any voter guides. I don't think any of the chapters there have written one. But again, a DSA endorsement is not just a thing on paper, right? It means that there is this flood of volunteers, of knowledge, of resources. Like our folks know how to cut a turf list for door knocking. They know how to set up a
completely fair.
So
that's completely fair. So the question then is, why not have the DSA voter guide non-endorsement for some of these candidates? The same way that Graham Plattner and Abdul al-Said and other non-social and Tom Steyer have gotten. Do you see what I'm getting at? Like, we can talk about the technicality of if it's an endorsement or not a technical endorsement, but the broad public perception is that the DSA is willing to get behind. There's, you know, when Fox News has you on to inveigh against you, it's because they're trying to bring down people like Abdul al-Said and tie Abdul al-Said to Graham Plattner because they're all perceived to be part of the same.
Well, she's sitting there saying totally and agreeing, yet she went and did it anyways, so I'm sure that the DSA people are really upset with her for doing that interview in the first place. So now she has to go and do softball interviews with people like Brianna Joy Gray in order to kind of fix that image and just do a bunch of left-leaning interviews now.
Same movement, in part because of the relationship to the DSA.
Yeah. And I think the difference, you know, the DSA difference, as we love to say a lot, it does mean that human force that comes behind it. It does mean that is part of it. And so sometimes you'll get, like, I think in Michigan, you're seeing kind of trickle up effects because we are, you know, running Rashida Tlaib and Donovan McKinney. And so we've got folks knocking doors for them, doing GOTV for them. And that is going to obviously benefit any candidate who's anywhere near the progressive side. But yeah, I get that it's sort of, I get that it seems cliquish. I also think that is not necessarily a bad thing. I think us kind of coalescing as this very specific movement that has a very specific set of strategies and techniques that we use when we're doing electoral work, but also when we're doing labor work or housing justice work or things like that. Like, we've got these sort of ways we do things, and we iterate on those very deliberately. And
I understand.
The DSA difference. Is that better? Did I do it that time?
And that,
Yeah.
when you say you think it's good that we're cliquish because we have a certain way of doing things, I'm struggling to parse that because I'm struggling to understand a sort of a good definition of why you would want to exclude basically people who are ideologically
It's a very specific, vague movement.
aligned over what feel like maybe a process disagreement that may or may not be a disagreement. What do you mean? Maybe clarify.
It's the idea of partyism, right? It's the idea of trying to pull ourselves into functioning more like a party. And when I say a party, I don't mean in the Democrat-Republican sense. I mean like in the European sense or in the Latin American sense, where a party is this group of people who work together to develop this platform, and everybody defends the platform, and you're working together on this set of policies, and you kind of are moving.
What's the difference between that and the American sense? What do you? What's the difference that like you're saying you don't want to be part of the first past post system, or what? What difference is she pointing to here?
Moving in tandem, and I think we're working on pulling that in. And again, like, yeah, it's landing. There are a bunch of contradictory things that shake out of that. But I think, I think cliquishness and democratic centralism are really kind of two
I'm with
mean
you.
ways
Okay.
to say what we want, which is people buying into this program.
I'm with you and have been desperate for the DSA to act like a party. I've been desperate for the DSA to run to actually seek and find and run candidates so that we don't end up in situations like Grant Plattner, where weird Ivy League randos found this guy and were very happy to ignore how much he wanted to go fight in the Vietnam Wars and the Indian Wars to say, let's put a plaid shirt on the fella and get him talking economic populism. And of course, that sort of thing is going to blow back in your face because you haven't vetted the candidate properly. I would like to believe that a real left organization like the DSA would do a better job vetting.
So this is one of the interesting things about Plattner that I've thought about recently, is that he did this whole thing the whole time where he's saying, people are like, why should anybody trust you? Like, why should they give you their vote? And he would always do this. Well, I don't want to run. I don't want to run. I was asked to run. And this is something that a group of men, I was out on my oyster farm, and they came to me and asked me to run. So I'm here because the people need me to run. But then you hear that he actually was not vetted very well, which means that they went and asked him about a bunch of things, saying, hey, what are your red flags? What are things that, if they go and do, they go and try and find a bunch of dirt on you and dig it up and everything. What are they going to find? What is it that's going to come up? And he did not give them the actual dirt. He did not tell them the actual dirt, which means that he chose to suppress some things so that he could run. He wanted to run. He wanted to be that guy. They came to me the first time, and me and my wife out on my oyster farm, we kicked them out. We kicked them out. We said, you're crazy. That's ridiculous. I would never. Hey, yo, Tyler. Thank you for the 2 jewels. The 100 for the 2 jewels. Appreciate it, good sir. It's a long way around to say lying. I mean, it's not, it doesn't matter whether or not it was lying. The point is that he says that he didn't want to run. He made himself out to be this guy who was I don't want to do this. That's why people should trust me, is because I'm not interested in this. I don't want the fame. I don't want people looking into my life. I don't want to be on TV and Fox News to be talking shit about me all the time. I don't want to do this, but I need to do it. That's why I'm here. But he skipped a bunch of steps to make sure that it wasn't somebody else who could have done it a little bit better. It had to be, he wanted it to be him. He wanted it to be him. That's a lie. It doesn't matter if it's a lie. It doesn't matter. This is the point that I'm making, is that we're not making a point about whether he's honest or dishonest. We're making a point about whether or not he wanted to run, whether he wanted it to be him.
Okay, I would love that. But the fact is that not only has the DSA so far not been willing to act like that, when the DSA electeds have been asked whether or not they are willing to vote for a bloc akin to the party system in some place like the UK, where, by the way, the Greens have just had an enormous...
It matters, come on. Oh my goodness, dude. Clem, you're gonna fucking piss me off here, buddy. It matters to a totally different conversation if we're talking about how honest he is. If we were having a conversation about how honest the guy was, it matters a lot. If we're talking about whether or not he wanted to run, whether or not he wanted it to be him versus other people, whether or not, you know, like, if we're talking about the fact that he hid sexual assault shit, you know, if you kept repeating like, yeah, he sexually assaulted people, and I'm like, yeah, it doesn't really matter. The point is, you're like, it matters. It matters. He sexually assaulted people. It's like, okay, yes, it matters. It doesn't matter to this fucking conversation. Like, it's not relevant to what we're talking about right now. Sure, it matters in a sense, but...
success, as discussed on the last episode of Bad Faith Podcast with Ashok Kumar, which I strongly recommend.
Well, exactly, yes, Clem. That's exactly. The whole thing was like, I don't want to do this. I was called to do it, and nobody else is going to do it, so we have to do it. And, you know, it's not something we want. It's just what we have to do. That was kind of the whole thing.
I recommend people go and listen to. Is one of my favorite episodes of the year. That they have said, no, I don't want to. AOC said, no, we are not a bloc. Famously, as we were discussing during Force the Vote, whether or not they should use their leverage in this.
Force the vote, dude. Force the fucking vote. You should be ashamed to ever fucking bring that shit up. You should be like avoiding ever mentioning force the vote like it's the fucking plague. You should deny you ever said, and force the vote. Huh, it sounds familiar. Force the vote. Force the vote, I don't know. Do people call it FTV? Is that, I think I remember something about FTV or something like that. Force the vote. I don't know. I don't know if I know what that is. It sounds familiar to me. I'm not really sure. That's what her fucking reaction should be. Anytime force the vote comes up, she should always be like, force the vote, force the... Sounds familiar, I don't know.
The House at the time to hold up the...
I don't know what that is. Force the vote was this entire plan that they had to get Medicare for all. And that, like, they wanted single-payer Medicare for all. And that their whole thing was they were going to force a vote in Congress for Medicare for all. And everybody kept saying, but it's not going to pass. They don't have the votes. This was under Biden, while Biden was in office. And everybody kept saying they don't have the votes. Like, it's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to do anything. Like, it's a pointless thing to do. And then she would say, or the force the vote people would say, yeah, but then we'll know who to vote out. We'll know who to primary. And then everybody would say, so you're going to primary somebody in purple districts because those are the people who are not going to vote for this. Those are all Democrats who are in purple districts. Because they kept saying, we have the majority, so we should be able to get it. And they're like, yeah, but there's too many fucking moderates in purple districts who are not going to vote for a single payer Medicare for all. And so they say, yeah, well, we force the vote, and then we primary anybody who doesn't vote for it. You say, the people in purple districts are the ones who are not going to vote for this. And what you're doing is you're now putting somebody in a seat who is who's in a purple district and who is a Democrat. You're now making it to where they're more likely to get replaced by a fucking Republican. You're not forcing a vote to where you primary the person and replace them with a Medicare for all person. It's in a purple district. The purple districts have to be moderate people. So you're getting people who are moderates And against this sort of thing, you're trying to primary them to now make it to where there's just more fucking Republicans. And they kept saying, so what? So what? Who cares? Who cares if we get more fucking Republicans? We're already not getting Medicare for all anyways. So there might be a chance we get a Republican. There's also a chance we get a Medicare for all progressive. And so that's what matters in the end, is that we at least now have a chance to get Medicare for all. And it was just, it's like, holy shit, dude. You're fucking insane. Like, you're absolutely fucking insane if you think that that's going to make it any more likely that you're going to get Medicare for all. It's impossible. It is literally impossible right now. The political will does not exist for this. And they didn't care. They were literally saying the whole time, we don't care. Like, we don't care. If it ends up getting more Republicans, who gives a fuck? Like, and the problem is that, okay, you get more Republicans, you still don't get Medicare for all, so to you, it's the same either way. It's like, but what about literally everything else? What about literally everything else? The Biden presidency was one of the most effective and efficient presidencies for getting big legislation packages passed. Like, they were on fucking fire. Just one after another, after another, after another. And it's because Biden was really good at crafting legislation that was going to get everybody on board with it to vote for it. That's not, like, Medicare for all was just not one of those things. That was not possible. It was not possible with the political environment at the time. And then on top of that, we just had tons of, like, you know, political, we had tons of, like, major problems at the time that they were dealing with, to where Medicare for all, again, like, it could be great, but it was not, that's not where the country was focused in the moment.
A speakership vote for Nancy Pelosi in exchange for any number of concessions, committee appointments, a vote for Medicare for all these other kinds of things, anything they would ask for, right? And they said, no, we're not doing that. Now,
and just to be clear, when I say, like, the force the vote people, it was people like Brianna Joy Gray and Glenn Greenwald, and who's the other guy? I forget his name. The guy with the glasses, he's like, says he's a comedian, but all he does is politics. He used to work for TYT. He's kind of become this, like, left-right
Aussie Welder
populist.
tipped $10.
Hey, yo. Aussie motherfucking Welder. It lagged. It took too long. You totally fucked it up. I was getting hyped, and then it took forever. Yeah, Dore. Yeah, Jimmy Dore. So when we're talking about the people who were in favor of this, we're not talking about the majority report. We're not talking about Sam Cedar or Emma Bigland or, like, most of the, like, progressive voices. We're talking about these, like, three people kind of by themselves. We're talking about Dore, Brianna Joy Gray, and Dore is a loser, fake leftist. Well, those are the only fucking people who were in favor of this, okay? That was it. Dore was, I think Dore was, like, the person behind it, and the one who, like, popularized the whole thing. It was Jimmy Dore. And it was only Jimmy Dore, Brianna Joy Gray, and Kyle? Was Kyle? I don't know. I don't think Kyle was forced to vote. I think Kyle was against forced to vote, if I remember correctly. I'm fairly positive they were against force the vote. Like, didn't they literally go on and fight Brianna Joy Gray on force the vote? No one listens to him except right-wingers? Sure, but that, like, my point, though, is that, like, Polly, while you're sitting here defending the force the vote thing, it's literally only Jimmy Dore that's, like, in favor of this shit. Everybody else was against it. We can go find, like, here.
Jimmy Files. Love Bree and Virgil in bad faith, but at one point in the debate, Bree says that TYT, majority report, the DSA, our congressional allies, didn't get behind the force to vote. And it's like, yeah, maybe reflect on that. You know, I will say this. Look, I went into that situation not quite fully appreciating what was going to happen. And
wait, does he regret not? Wait, does he regret not endorsing Force the Vote? What? Does he regret that? Holy shit. Holy shit. No way. This is... It's what's her name? Yeah, the fucking... Jamie. Yeah. No fucking shot. I could not have seen this coming. That he would regret not getting on board with Force the Vote? What?
And, you know, Force the Vote.
This is 5 years ago. This is from 5 fucking years ago. I feel like the debate that he had over Force the Vote was more recent than that. I thought that this was like 3 years ago, but yeah, it's 2021. I could have sworn this was more recent.
All right, let's go live. We are live.
Hey, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We are now being joined.
A lot of left energy and a lot of people had soured on the war. So
this guy keeps talking into a mic that didn't work. So Virgil, Texas, kept like putting his mouth right up against the fucking mic that didn't work.
Defund the war. And then another demand was impeach Bush.
Yeah.
And neither of these things happened. Neither of these things happened.
Nancy Pelosi was bragging about it.
Bragging
that she didn't do
it was within Nancy Pelosi's purview as the Speaker of the House, and the House is supposed.
That's when the tone shifted away from the Progressive Caucus more broadly, and Mark Pocan specifically, to why is it that we're kind of being fed what feels like a misdirection? And is this really a crisis, a tactical disagreement, or is this a crisis of...
I'll go back to it and listen to what he said there. But this was more recent, I believe. That other one he looked much younger in that. This is January 22nd, 2021. Yeah, so I guess that other one was more recent. Okay, we'll
political
see. I'll go back to it.
Will or something else going on here, or deals being made that don't necessarily inure to the benefit of the voting public.
Well, let me just address those in order. I mean, one, I take exception with the two premises that you start off with. One, that a vote of 300 approximately, you know, let's assume the 118 who have co-sponsored the bill vote for it in the House. Maybe you get one or two other people. I don't know. Maybe, but let's call it 125. You will then have approximately 320 people voting against it. Now, your sense is that this is the most prominent issue amongst people.
Was the same Force the Vote? It was really 2021? Yeah, I would have said it was like 3 years ago. Holy shit, dude. This is 5 years?
I guess presumably because we're in a pandemic. I don't know that it's any less pressing because we're in a pandemic. I think if we have Medicare for all, it certainly would have made things a little bit easier, but I don't know that it would have had a material difference. But we just tested the premise of whether and I have no doubt, I've seen all the polling, the people support Medicare for all. How strong that support is. If in the nature, let's say the vote happened this week, they lose.
Again, people support Medicare for all. They support a public option at a much higher rate. Well, I don't want to say a much higher rate, but it's like I want to say it's like a 20% difference. Like way more people support a public option, even just within a Democrat Party. Way more people support a public option.
325 to 125. Your argument is that this is going to make people rise up because of that. And I just don't see any evidence of it. We know that Bernie represented Medicare for all in the Democratic primary. That was not sufficient for him to beat Joe Biden. We know that 3 years ago, there was a vote that was shut down in the Senate. I don't know if people remember that, but that, I think, so I'm not convinced that step number 2, frankly, does bring about what you suggest it does.
So
because you laid out a bunch of things, I want to address them. And so I'm not convinced that of that step number 2. I mean, it's an argument. Like I say, I don't think I ever came out and directly, attacked, forced the vote, frankly. I mean, I think I commented on it subsequent to the attack that Jimmy had on AOC. I appreciate, Sorota's article and what you added to it.
Yeah, they were all attacking AOC because AOC was against force the vote as well. So they all started going after AOC, saying she needed to be primaried.
If you go to forcethevote.org, none of that's on there. And that has been the thrust of the strategy. I agree that there were other things that they could have leveraged. I don't agree on the pay-go being so narrow. In fact, I think there's a tremendous amount of stuff. In fact, everything that is being talked about in the news, the $1.9 trillion, everything from the HEROES Act, which is over $3 trillion bill, could go through that what you call narrow,
Right, it's narrow, Sam, because it only applies to things that are related to COVID and the Green New Deal.
Everything right now is arguably a function of the pandemic. We have 900.
You're talking about the COVID bill being enabled by the pay-go exemption, which is true because the pay-go exemption was for
not just the COVID bill, but everything.
Sam, it's for COVID-related things and it's for the Green New Deal.
And Joe Biden. But wait a second, let me just finish this, Bree.
But
COVID-related thing. Well, but wait a second. No, there were things that you said that I disagreed with. I waited till you were done, and then I corrected them. In fact, what I'm talking about is a correction. I think Joe Biden is proposing what I consider to be, and it comes from the HEROES Act, a horrible idea for healthcare, subsidizing COBRA. Okay, which I think everybody agrees is incredibly wasteful. It's just basically a sop to the insurance companies. It was in the HEROES Act as well. And that will be covered by the pay-go exemption. Everything right now can be justified because we are dealing with the greatest economic crisis that we've had in terms of job loss since they took records in 1967. That there is nothing you're hearing about what Joe Biden or Pelosi or anybody is presenting right now is being subjected to pay-go. If it was Medicare for all, if there was a chance, we know that it would lose in the House 325 to 125. It probably would never get a vote in the Senate. If it did, it would lose. I don't know what the numbers would be. It would probably be 55 to 45 best, maybe 70 to 30. But the fact of the matter is that pay-go would, getting rid of pay-go would allow for Medicare for all, but we know it's not going to pass.
Right. That's why one of the objectives was to get rid of pay-go. So one of the things I was arguing that the squad should hold out for and withhold.
So anyways, there was like a million problems with the entire thought process. I've already talked about some of them. He's laying out more. Okay, I'll people were mad that I didn't let him cook here, so I'll listen to what he said.
The DSA, our congressional allies, didn't get behind the force of the vote. And it's like, yeah, maybe reflect on that.
Okay, so that was in January. I think that was January 21st, 2025. This is January 25th, or sorry, 2021. January 21st, 2021. This is January 25th, 2021. So this is 4 days later. Right? Am I crazy?
The numbers would be.
What was the fucking date on this? January 22nd. So this is 3 days later.
Jimmy Files. Love Bree and Virgil in bad faith, but at one point in the debate, Bree says that TYT, majority report, the DSA, our congressional allies, didn't get behind the force of the vote. And it's like, yeah, maybe reflect on that. I will say this. Look, I went into that situation not quite fully appreciating what was going to happen. And, force the vote is in the past. It failed. It didn't just fail. Let me be clear here.
Oh, he meant into the conversation, not knowing. Okay, I thought he meant force the vote, not knowing. Okay, he went into that conversation with them, not knowing it was going to happen. Okay.
It didn't just fail in the sense that the progressives in the Congress weren't it didn't do what force the vote wanted to do, which was to force a vote on Medicare for all. If I organize 3 million people to put comments in at the FCC to reverse net neutrality, let's say, just to use an example in the past, and net neutrality isn't reversed, okay, that failed, but I did organize 3 million people to send in comments and achieved like the biggest amount of pressure the FCC has ever received. In this instance, force the vote failed. And I think, many people subscribe to the notion that, people need to be convinced to support a candidate or to support an endeavor or whatever. And the force the vote people failed miserably at that. And one of the reasons
they failed to convince me was that A, it was a middling idea. I didn't think the ask was the right ask, and I said nothing about it. And then it failed even more because Jimmy Dore used it as a weapon to create a wedge between people who are looking to the progressives in Congress to make some change and those progressive the lawmakers. And it alienated people. And I wasn't saying I suppose I could have gone on to Beth and said you're tactic shaming me. Right? Isn't that the thing? Like, if you don't do what I say you do, you're shaming me. But that was not my...
It was more than that, too. Like, well, I mean, it's also conflating a support for a tactic with
Medicare for all,
absolutely. Which is the worst part.
Absolutely. And
I support Medicare for all a lot more than Jimmy, who supported Tulsi Gabbard in the primary, and I supported Bernie Sanders.
I just wasn't going into... I didn't quite realize that this was going to be sort of a debate to justify anything. And the idea that, like,
Okay, yes, he's talking about how he was wrong. Okay, I thought that my head was gonna fucking explode hearing him say that he was... I thought, okay, it was the debate that he was confused about.
I'm hopeful that the attitude of some of these new electeds is a little bit different. But we are decidedly not in a world where the DSA acts as a party. And that being the case, it feels odd to say we're not going to take advantage of these other third parties that are left in their orientation and ideologically aligned with the DSA, much more so than the Democratic Party, to run candidates.
Well, I mean, we don't get there by like declaring like we're a party and everybody's acting like it. I just think that would make DSA fall apart. But I'm not sure.
Wait, why? I'm not trying to be cute. I'm trying to understand.
I think you have to build the levels of social inquiry and the levels of commitment, and I think we are not entirely there. And I think just sort of declaring the way it is would just sort of.
Well, it wouldn't be clear. I would imagine that it would be very difficult. It's hard work, but one step is to start trying to get ballot access, like a ballot line access, right? That's something that the Green Party, for all of the criticisms it receives, has done the best job at in terms of independent third parties that are left-leaning, not the Libertarian Party, actually, obviously, which is an even better job at it. One thing would be finding candidates to run. A group like Justice Democrats obviously has had some success in doing that. That's how they got AOC. That wasn't a DSA effort. That was a Justice Democrats effort. So obviously there are these other organizations that have done parts of what people, like myself at least, would like to see the DSA doing. And the question is whether or not there's an appetite within the DSA for that. You seem to be alluding to the fact that there is a growing appetite for it. Sure. But how robust is that conversation? And if you're basically what you're telling me is that some time off. It's like it's very far in the future. Again, we return to this question of why not exploit the parties that are existing to advance the interest of DSA and run socialist candidates.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And again, it's one that we talk about in DSA a lot. I think ballot line stuff is a little bit cart before the horse. I think our job is to build a base, is to build this momentum having group of people who know how to do this stuff and can pull other people in and have them start doing the work. And from there.
What do we mean? I'm not trying to be cute, but when we say do this stuff, do the work, but what specifically do we mean? Are we saying the goal of DSA is to have a ground army that can knock doors to elect Democrats?
Well, I mean, I think the Democratic ballot line is truly just a ballot line. The two parties have colluded over the course of the last century to make sure that ballot line access is expensive. It is chaotic. It's different in every state. And I don't think that we have landed on that being something that we want to use our resources for doing, when instead we could be out knocking doors, organizing unions in our workplaces, organizing tenant unions in the places where folks live, pushing for things like expanded transit and expanded childcare and against data centers and that kind of thing. I think we see our theory of change is one that is kind of ground up, as opposed to, I guess labeled. Nah, it's not quite the right word, but like the name of the ballot line that you're on is less of a concern to me personally, and I'm of the left of the organization, such as it is, though we always argue over what that actually means. But I would like our electeds to be caucusing together in whatever bodies they're in, not necessarily with the Democrats or with whoever. Bernie Sanders very happily is an independent, and it is successful for him. I think it's hard to. I think there is, you're pushing it back, and all of us are doing this across the left over a century of propaganda against the left, and we're all trying to figure out ways that is going to be the most successful. And there are still entryists who are like, no, we're going to get in the Democratic Party, we're going to change it from the inside. DSA has some experience having actually tried that and watching what happens. The famous Nevada story, right? It doesn't work, right? They just take the money and they leave, and then you're like, well, wait.
What's the famous Nevada story?
The Las Vegas DSA chapter won the full leadership of the Nevada Democratic Party.
Right.
Sorry. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And they took all the money and like built a PAC in Reno and like ran, and the members were like, hey, DNC, this isn't okay. And the DNC was like, no, it's fine, actually. Just because it was all done democratically.
That's a good example. So, Megan, it does feel, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but my observation as an outsider is that that's exactly the strategy that DSA seems to be pursuing at present. And that it's difficult to talk about because, look, it is obviously, I feel, I share in the excitement and the joy. I can't help it, right? I'm a human being. You know, when you cut me, I bleed. And
we all live out on election day. Trust me, we're all popping champagne and living out.
I see, you know, I want to move back to New York and be a Mamdani stand. I see how much fun everybody seems to be having. I was there the night AOC was elected, reporting for The Intercept, and I saw her jump on the table, and I was fist punching with the rest of them and partying with the Chapos. Like, it was a good time, right? It felt optimistic, but this is 8 years later. After having watched Bernie get creamed twice by the Democratic Party, after having seen incidents like what you described at the Nevada DNC, National Party, State Party, I see what is the, you know, what has happened to Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush and Nina Turner. I see the DNC is in a shambles right now.
So she just doesn't want them to run within the Democrat Party? Like, I'm not understanding, what is the prescription here? Like, you don't have a whole lot of options. This is something I've said this for a long time about Green Party candidates, about you know, people who are libertarian candidates, like anybody who's running third party. It's fucking retarded to try to run in third parties. Third parties can't work. You can't do something in a third party. The only thing that you can do is, one, this is like, I've said this a billion fucking times about every third party group, is you have to start at the ground layer. You have to get like mayors elected, you have to get city council, you have to get, you know, people at lower levels elected. Then they can help endorse higher level candidates or work their way up to higher level candidates. But you have to do it as a Republican, you have to do it as a Democrat, you have to do it within the two-party system. Then, as you're getting elected and endorsing other people or working your way up so that other people can endorse you, then you start getting more and more popularity, and like the hope is eventually you run for president, you're able to win as president, and if you win, then as a Republican or a Democrat, you win, and then as the incumbent, you turn around and run in the other party. So this is literally like what I'm talking about in the beginning of the video, you know, with me and Jola debating that just went out today. The clip of me at the beginning saying, like, this isn't a conspiracy theory, this is literally their whole party, like this is their platform. That is like what I'm talking about, is like a DSA person can literally just win and then become the president, and then after they win president, as the incumbent, run within this other party. It didn't read it. Did it read it on y'all side? What the fuck? She thinks DSA is popular enough to force their way in and stop playing the long game, because the long game allows for real pushback. She's somewhat right. Yes, but again, you can't actually win in the long run. That's the point, though, is that, like, while it allows for pushback, you're not capable of winning any other way. That's what I'm explaining here, is that the only way to, like, really make this a real party and really get your candidates, some legitimacy, is somebody has to eventually win the presidency. And then as, like, within the two parties, and then as an incumbent, they run a second time just as this other party, right? That's when things shift. That's when you can make a major change just like that. But you have to take a very long time to set up the infrastructure for that to exist. You have to set up the infrastructure to eventually get to that. And libertarians have just never fucking done that. The Green Party has never done that. The DSA has never done that. Until now. Until now, they're finally doing this shit. But, you know, every year you have a Green Party candidate and a Libertarian candidate that are running for president. And it's like, why would you think anybody would vote for your dumbass for president when you're not even doing anything anywhere else? You're not, like, you guys don't have any infrastructure within the country, and you think people are just gonna all of a sudden vote for your party for president. It's so fucking stupid. But the way you do it is as the incumbent. Like, incumbents have so much fucking power. Like, people are very likely to stick with what they already have than to go with a new person. And so as long as you can get these seats, then you can then once you get the office, you can now run again, just with the new party that you want. This is the only like possible way these things can happen, and it's what the DSA seems to be doing.
And I see how they treated someone like David Hogue with very modest suggestions about, you know, getting rid of the gerontocracy and help in supporting challengers to incumbents every now and again, and saw him get pushed out of the party. And it feels to those of us on my kind of corner of the left, like the DSA has enormous resources. It's amazing what they've been able to build, and it's amazing that it's manifested in a door-knocking effort like Zohran Mamdani's, where they had 50,000 New Yorkers knocking in the streets. That is incredible. And I think every single one of the people who worked for him and got him there should be so proud of themselves. The question isn't critiquing those individuals or the power that the DSA has amassed. It's to what end is that power directed? And if the goal is simply to get more AOCs elected so they can kick a certain number out every year, and then we get more elected and they kick a certain number out every year, and when they are in and have the ability to flex their muscle and use their power because they could vote as a bloc, they decline to do so because Nancy Pelosi told them not to, and then they go all and pre-endorse Hakeem Jeffries before the Democrats have even gotten the House back, and the DSA doesn't have a mumbling word to say about AOC and Zohran Mamdani, two actual DSA candidates pre-endorsing Hakeem Jeffries. And Zohran Mamdani says Chiose shouldn't run against Hakeem Jeffries. And there's a DSA silence in New York where you do have those 50,000 people who are ready to go knock doors, and they just let Richie Torres go also without any primary challenge. Then there is some question as to, is it a sort of sheep herding psyop for the DSA to basically be sucking up all of this genuine revolutionary energy from the public who is so frustrated with the two-party system and put them on a roller coaster of constantly feeling like they're making it one step forward, one step back, inroads into a Democratic Party that is never going to accept them because for structural, financial, corporate corruption reasons is never going to bend the knee to a left-of-center candidate, a socialist candidate.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true that the DNC is not going to bend.
Agreed, it's not what many leftists express, though, even though they act in accordance with reality law. The co-chair states it rightfully, though.
Yeah, just Brianna Joy Gray's fucking delusional if she thinks there's any other way to do this. She's absolutely nuts.
And when I hear Jamie Harrison out here saying, well, then they can get their own volunteers and their own tools and their own. And what are you talking about? We literally have all that. It is, to me, it is just a ballot line. It is just a ballot line, and voters in this country are still voting.
Hey, yo, Clem, with the 5 gifted memberships. Let's go. W. Clem's in the chat. Let's go. Hell yeah. We got some new members now. The Ralph got a gifted membership. Aha got a gifted membership. Bitchy Becky got a gifted membership. James Jackson got a gifted membership, and Callie Dime got a gifted membership. You guys got some new cool emotes that you can use. Thank you, Clem, for the 5 gifted. Let's fucking go. And then the Trib. Hey, yo! What's up? Hey. Let's go. 5 more gifted. Hey, yo. Rascals got one. West Wendigo got one. Not even gonna try to pronounce whatever the fuck. Letus prefer hurry to fly FPV. Think got one. Chris Daughtry got one. Timmy Ballgame got one. Let's go. Let's get some W's in the motherfucking chat. Sheesh.
Based on I am voting against Trump. And so our job is to turn those voters into people who are ready to vote for a third party, and not start from this is a third party, now you should vote for us, because so many people have so much distrust of this idea of like, well, that's wasting my vote. I've been told my entire life that that's wasting my vote. And so it's just a different strategy. And I don't think I don't even necessarily think it's at odds if we're all building the base together.
a lot of people believe that socialism is bad, just like a lot of people think that third parties
Totally.
are wasting their vote. Should we not talk about socialism? Should we do as AOC did when
Third parties are wasting their vote. They are literally a waste of a vote. Like, it just is a waste of a vote.
asked about
They
this new
don't
red
think
scare
that.
saying, oh, well, I'm not the label police? Or should we defend our ideology and our values?
Yeah, I mean, my ideology and values is that I don't really think about the Democratic Party at all, right? Like, I'm Don Draper.
Oh, my bad. I still have this sped way up.
In the elevator, like I don't think about Jim at all.
Megan.
I don't think it matters. I don't think the ballot line
Let's
matters.
take the Megan hat out. Let's take the Megan hat off for a second and put the DSA co-chair hat on.
Okay.
Because I understand that you individually have your politics and per your own description, they're to the left of the DSA. But what we're talking about, as much as I would love for the DSA to be do you have a middle name?
Emily.
The MER, the Megan Emily Romer. Like, it's not. We're talking about the Democratic Socialists of America here. And the reality is that even earlier this week, somebody asked Bernie Sanders, I think, about the Ken Martin brouhaha at the DNC. And he was like, well, I'm not a Democrat. And I was like, LOL, hilarious. But also, like, yeah, he does, caucus with Democrats, but he does run as an independent. He is firmly separate from the Democratic Party and has had his moments over the years where he puts distance between themselves and the Democratic Party because he understands that's not his monkey, not a circus, right? And by contrast, it does feel very much like AOC and Zohran Mamdani and other DSA-aligned candidates very much are constantly defending their right to be in the Democratic Party, defending the integrity of the Democratic Party. The version of AOC that I fell in love with when she was first running that said, in any sane world, Joe Biden and I wouldn't be in the same party is long gone. And now we're getting the pictures of them with their aviator glasses on or their arms around each other saying, vote for Kamala Harris in the middle of a genocide. Right? Like,
I hear you. I hear you. I think it would be great if we were able to move more quickly toward, at the very least, having a very hostile bloc. I think that what the Democratic Party, I think we get into, like socialist nerd zone here when we're talking about like party versus Democratic Party. Like the two-party system in the U.S. is not really a two-party system. We both know this, right? We know it's this duocracy. Yeah. This one corporate giant party and half of it has some woke bona fides or whatever.
Yeah, fascism with a rainbow flag or fascism
exactly.
without.
It's so nice that a woman is dropping the drones on. Yeah,
you're right.
Totally right. I think that we are still in a country that is so depoliticized, so atomized. The strategy that we have settled on, and it is again still always an open conversation within DSA and one that we debate a lot, is that the ballot line itself matters less than building the base up from the ground. I think as you see more DSA candidates who are truly coming out of DSA, so looking at, Claire Valdez, who was like New York City DSA's membership coordinator, who did the DSA 101s for brand new members, versus an AOC who, has been long endorsed by her chapter, but came out of a broad...
See, long endorsed by her chapter. Again, everybody keeps saying, oh no, she's not DSA. The DSA doesn't even endorse her. She's not associated with the DSA. She is endorsed by she has a New York City chapter that she is endorsed by, that she is part of, and that she endorses people from. She is DSA. She is fucking DSA.
Broader kind of activist ecosystem, because DSA kind of wasn't really anything yet. Like, it was still kind of building itself out. I think you're going to see stronger block action. I hope you will. I hope that our socialists in office are acting as a block. A lot of them have talked about it as we've done our endorsement interviews. Like, will you be willing to act, an actual socialist caucus in Congress and not just the House Progressive?
Yeah, Tea Party was never a party. It was always like within the Republican Party. It was a movement within the Republican Party.
Progressive Caucus, which has like Shri Thanadar, who's like in both the Progressive Caucus and the New Dems.
By the way, why are we still talking about it? Like, I remember covering in 2018 when I was still at The Intercept, the reporting on him at the time. So this was in the governor's race where Abdullah Saeed was running against Gretchen Whitmer for governor of Michigan. And at the time, Abdullah Saeed was running on a statewide Medicare for All program. He was clearly the Medicare for All candidate in the wake of 2016. And Gretchen Whitmer's dad was the regional CEO of Blue Cross Blue Shield. And it could not have been a more obvious big insurance versus Medicare for All race. The national media wasn't woke enough to pick up on that at the time. Now you have all of these reporters that act like they're the experts on the left, the Estede Herdens and stuff, that are now doing all the big socialist coverage. At the time, nobody was interested in this very obvious storyline except for The Intercept, and never mind. So in that race, part of what seemed to be happening was that they ran Shree. I'm not confusing this, right? Shree was in that race. Let me just Google this real quick. Sandacar Intercept 2018. If I recall this correctly, nope, that's not how you spell that at all.
Sanadar, T-H-A-N-E-D-A-R.
Yeah. Whoops. Clicked on the weird AI thing. Okay. Yes. No, I got this right. This is correct. I remember this correctly. They want to pay wallet, but I remember this correctly. So this has now happened a couple times since. They tried this with AOC, where they ran a multi-hyphenate Latina in AOC's district to try to confuse voters. But Shree was in the mix to like confuse people about Abdul Al-Sayed. It was like the two brown guys and then Gretchen Whitmer. And
She said they ran a brown person to try to confuse voters. Like they thought because they were both Latina that they were going to be the same person?
what ended up happening was a lot of people, when asked about what they felt about Abdul, they would say, oh, I don't like that guy, he tortures dogs. And the issue was that Shree's big story was that he had made his money in some like pharmaceutical context where there had been testing on like beagles. And there was this horrible story about all these the screams of the beagles coming from this factory.
And they like abandoned them or something, like they were dying, and some PETA activists released them as
Yes, and then there was also reporting about how he was at some like conservative, like one of the major conservative political candidates, Ted Cruz or somebody's event clapping, and there was some question about whether or not he was even a Democrat at all. And so like to go from that guy to him just like, I missed when he got into Congress.
He's just there, just being the weirdest guy in Congress. How do you be the weirdest guy in Congress? Like, that is a weird bunch of people, and he is by far easily the weirdest guy in Congress.
Yeah, anyway, sorry, that was like
Newsom said socialism doesn't work, but capitalism doesn't work either. What does this mean? I think he's saying that like mixed markets are the best option. What it sounds like.
Evan McKinney, who is a lovely democratic socialist, comes out of kind of the Rashida Tlaib sphere of influence. And I will tell you a fun fact, which is that he did his DSA national interview with the cutest baby I've ever seen on his hip, who I assume is one of his children. But I was like, I'm voting for the baby. I'm sorry. I am but a mere human. How can I say no to that baby? But yeah, he's a great guy, and just like a really like, he's like just a guy. He's like a cool, like very down to earth, like, yeah, let's do this. And he was very committed. Like, absolutely, I want a socialist in office block. I absolutely want to work with other people, because he's like, I don't want to go this alone, which is exactly what you want to hear from a left candidate. So I want to be in this.
I'm optimistic about that. I really like what Darliza has been saying. I really like that Claire Valdez has also did not say that she would endorse Hakeem Jeffries when asked. Like, they seem to be made of different stuff, and we'll see what happens. But also, it's not. I don't think that this is going to work on the basis of like the constitutional fortitude of any one person. I do think there are structural reasons why the inside strategy is never going to work. Now, to me, the value of running candidates, it's still there, but it's not because you're going to think you're actually going to change the Democratic Party, but it's to make the contradictions evident to the broader public who still thinks the Democratic Party is worth investing in. And only by running these candidates that are popular and beloved by the public, like AOC, can then an AOC turn around and say, look what they did to me. But the problem is AOC isn't saying, look what they did to me. AOC isn't saying Nancy Pelosi threatened me on the House floor. I started to cry, and that's why I voted for the Iron Dome. She's saying, oh, Mama Bear, something, and I'm going to go ahead and endorse Hakeem Jeffries. Pre-endorse Hakeem Jeffries, right? And they're not saying the Democratic Party is a failure, and I'm working within it to the best I can, but look at what's going on with the DNC right now. They would rather self-immolate than change. Look at what's happening with the 2024 election. They would rather lose than move to the center, which is to mean to the left, to be pro-Palestine, and actually win an election and stop the bombs and stop funding Israel. No, they're saying vote for Kamala Harris. She's tirelessly working for a ceasefire. And this is the DSA candidate.
Yeah. I really do not like that she said that. And I would have had real issues with that had that endorsement come to the national level. She was only endorsed by her local chapter. And I did vote to put conditions on her endorsement when we it last came to I've been on the National Political Committee 2 terms, so it came to the last one. And she withdrew her request for endorsement, and that's certainly her right. I think that she needs to be held to a very high standard, because she is a standard bearer, and that's something that I hope we can get there with a bigger block running alongside her and with her. If we can't, then yeah, we maybe need to recalibrate. We may need to recalibrate the strategy. I mean, I'm not like married to one strategy forever. I want to try things and figure out how we can actually build the real left and build socialism in the U.S.
The real
and
one.
you know, if somebody else figures out the path, and it's like, damn, they're winning big, and they're really moving a lot of people into identifying as and actually being socialists. God love them. I'm there, but this seems to be working the best so far, and I stand by it.
Even that, Megan, like, I don't think it's irrelevant that more people are identifying as socialist. I think that's a good thing. But I also am wary of that being sort of the goal, precisely because the way that propaganda is working against the interests of the left right now in the United States, and has been for quite some time, is to pretend as though what needs to be done is more persuasion and like collecting more people to be on your side. Well, that isn't true and hasn't been true for a very long time. The barrier to change are these structural, deeply entrenched bodies of power that include the Democratic Party, include the Uniparty, and that fundamentally you can keep people from acting against the actual obstacle by validating it by participating in the Democratic Party, and also by supporting this mythology that we just need more people, that we just need to convince more people, that if more people identify as socialists, that if more people hear about how good Medicare for all is and agree with us, that if more people hear about Palestine, something's going to change. We have been for almost a decade now at a point where these issues are majoritarian issues, and not a thing has moved. The needle has not moved in the least. And one could easily argue that whether or not it's intentional, wittingly or unwittingly, the role that the DSA has served since Bernie 2016 is to take a bunch of people who are rabidly furious about Bernie getting in the shaft and keeping them within the Democratic Party. That the number one thing keeping disgruntled people, or at least leftist disgruntled people within the Democratic Party, is the DSA.
Yeah, no, I hear that. And I think that where I maybe have made a mistake here is like articulating my theory of change has very little to do with election. Like, I don't think elected officials are going to get together and we're gonna have enough of them and then they're gonna pass the socialism bill and then we have socialism. My theory of change is the organized working class, which holds that lever of power of being the organized working class, being able to stop work, of being able to hold that actual organized power of people who can cut off the funds and the work for the boss class. That's where the power comes from. So it's about getting people into that and about getting...
It's crazy how, like, you remember how Graham Plattner would constantly say this. He would say this all the time, that the Democrat Party does not have a theory of power. He has a real theory of power, whereas the Democrat Party does not even have one. And he would say this constantly, like, I'm the future of the Democrat Party because I actually have a theory of power. They do not have this. And then you hear people like her where it's like, oh, the Democrat Party, they have this theory of power that makes it to where we're not even capable of getting in. But they've made it to where there's nothing we can do. Winning elections doesn't do anything for us. Like, even their theory of power is so strong that, like, we can't even win elections and make change. Like, I can't keep up with, like, what is the... She said theory of change. I thought she said both. Did she not?
We're gonna have enough of them and then they're gonna pass the socialist thing.
At least leftist disgruntled people within the Democratic Party is the DSA.
Yeah, no, I hear that. And I think that where I maybe have made a mistake here is like articulating my theory of change has very little to do with election. Like, I don't think elected officials are going to get together, we're gonna have enough of them and then they're gonna pass the socialism bill and then we have socialism. My theory of change is the organized working class, which holds that...
I don't think when you say theory of change or theory of power, I don't know that there's a substantive difference in a political sense. Like, a theory of change is about changing who holds, like, the positions of power, who's actually capable of making the differences. And when she says my theory of change is about utilizing people within within the workplaces, she literally says because they hold the power.
That lever of power of being the organized working class.
They hold the lever of power. I don't think that there's any sort of difference between a theory of change and a theory of power.
As being able to stop work, of being able to hold that actual organized power of people who can cut off the funds and the work for the boss class. That's where the power comes from. So it's about getting people into that and about getting people organized. And elected officials, because that's how most people engage with politics. That is a very strong way to do it. But it's also, we take very seriously that we need to be throwing down in the labor movement. And we are and do. We need to be throwing down in the increasingly growing housing justice movement, which is, we're very excited to be trying to help lead the way on rural housing organizing, which, looks like trailer parks rather than big buildings. All that stuff is part of how we are going to kind of move collectively the working class to hopefully really stop the flow of capital to the capitalist pocket. And so it's less about, I totally get what you're saying. I totally agree that you need to be very cautious with revolutionary energy and where you're pointing it. I absolutely agree. And I think if we were doing a lot of actually worrying that much about what Ken Martin says or what bills he hasn't paid, I would totally think that our strategy was broken. I think it is working. I think we are seeing growth in those areas in which we have levers of power, in the labor movement, in the housing justice movement, and through some amount of electoral stuff too. We have seen some progressive stuff passed by our legislators. Our New York State just banned large data centers because of the leadership of the DSA elected Kristen Gonzalez, and there are wins that come from that. But bigger wins, even looking at Seattle, right? Raise the Wage Renton was a DSA campaign. Renton, which is a working class suburb of Seattle, is the place with the highest minimum wage. That was done by people on the ground, on the doors, not by any one politician. So I see that as the lever.
Yeah, and to be clear, when I say that Shama Sawant, have to put $15 minimum wage on the map, she would be the first to tell you that it wasn't just her. Of course. But she would also, she didn't get reelected, win 4 elections and survive a Bezos-backed recall campaign because she just voted for herself, right? I think part of the frustration as I watch, and this isn't DSA's fault, but there are a lot of left media figures who seem weirdly personally trying to undermine Jama's campaign in particular and discredit her by saying she's just one person, when quite obviously you don't win those sorts of things without mass support in her district. And there's this weird counterintuitive, it's like they're claiming she's claiming too much singular power, but in doing so, they're in fact diminishing all the people that enabled all of that. But there seems to be when the reason I'm bristling or I sort of object to it whenever the word cliquishness comes up is because that's the sort of thing that I'm observing. That if I wanted to believe that the DSA wasn't a sheepdog organization for the Democratic Party, one thing I would point to as evidence of that is that it is willing to advance the interests of the left even outside of the Democratic Party, right? Which is to say, supporting candidates that are running on other left ballot lines. And even having and now I'm not I'm just thinking out loud and strategizing with you, because what I would like to see is for there to be a broader left alliance where people don't feel like they have to pick sides between DSA and Green or PSL or what have you. I have all of these candidates and representatives on my show. I had the PSL presidential candidates on. I had Jill Stein and Cornel West when he was a candidate, and Ajamu Baraka and all of them on as well. I obviously can't get Joe Biden on, LOL. But would have loved to have had him or Kamala Harris on the show. Hey, it would have been a great conversation. It would have been. And I do try to get more normie Dems on to vet these issues as well when I can. And I'm working on some good normie Dem guests. Yeah. Right. But I gotta say, sometimes the DSA people are a little resistant as well. That's why I was so excited to talk to you. I don't know if you saw, there was a little bit of a tension between Dan Denver and I recently, and I plan to have kind of the conversation we just had with him, right? Which I don't feel like was so terrible. Was this so terrible, Megan?
No, I'm having fun. I'm having a great time. I'm literally having fun. No, this is great, and I look forward to doing it again sometime.
Please.
But yeah,
go ahead.
I mean, I think that so I hear what you're saying, and I think it's valid, and I think it is not a position that is extremely rare in DSA. We hear a lot of people, and I think it may be that there is more organizing toward hey, let's actually, if not fully make our own ballot line, but let's think about some different strategies and let's experiment a little with it. Let's see where it could work. Let's try some things for sure. I think there is that strain. I also, very much hear what you're saying about, and that's a running frustration of mine. I know what DSA endorsement means. No one else knows what DSA endorsement means. So if you say you recommend someone, they just heard DSA endorsement. That's what that means. But what I think is most important is not DSA people being sheepdogged into the Democratic Party, though I agree that is something that has to be extremely guarded against. but rather we want to sheepdog people into starting a union at their job, right? Like that's the goal. The goal is to get people organizing as socialists in their communities, not to get enough elected till somebody finds the socialism button and pushes it. Because it's, you know, it's about getting people really, organizing in their workplaces, on their streets, where they, you know, in their transit unions, all those kinds of places. That is my primary goal, because I think the working class is the agent of change, and if we can get folks organized, that is how we beat the system.
Do we have to all join? I know many of my listeners are already in DSA, and I spoke to people at the Green event last weekend that were also in DSA. I used to be in DSA, and I said at the end of my last episode that I believe it would behoove me to rejoin the MDC DSA. That being said, do you think that basically we should all join DSA and do DSA entryism in order to help the DSA? I mean, those of us, and it sounds like you agree with me, who wish DSA had a little.
Okay. It's a little too like inside baseball-y, but I did want to hear kind of what somebody like Brianna Joy Gray would be upset about with the DSA, like what her criticisms would be, and if she wants like more extreme things from them, which she does. But yeah, I kind of wanted to hear what that conversation would sound like. I can't remember. I had a tank earlier, and I dropped it off somewhere, and now I don't know where the fuck I put it. And I'm trying to find it. Fuck.
Do you acknowledge that he is kind of having a moment and he's become this like phenomenon and people are moving towards him, the Democratic Party?
His ideology is more relevant than people realize,
it
and
is.
he himself is not as relevant as people think.
Joining me now, we've got Stephen Bunnell, aka Destiny. Destiny, thanks for coming on. I'm very curious to get your thoughts because I saw this online getting a lot of traction. Apparently, Pangburn, who I know you've done debates with in the past, reached out to you and Hassan about doing a debate, you know, your biggest long-term op, potentially with $5 million they think they could raise for Palestinian children if Hassan were to accept. I mean, are you hopeful that he will, or is it still a doubt for you?
I mean, I've made like debate challenges in the past like this, where it's like, hey, we can fundraise for Palestinian children or whatever you want, like if you want to have a discussion on this topic. But yeah, no, they never accept for good reason. Yeah.
But you guys go back and forth so much talking about each other on your various streams and channels that it's like, what exactly would be the argument against debating you, right? Whether he thinks you're terrible or.
It's so telling. It really is, dude. It really, really is. Like, and every time Destiny challenges Hassan and Hassan like refuses to engage, even Hassan's own audience is normally like, what the fuck, dude? Like, what the hell? Because I don't know if you guys saw, but recently there was a girl who was on Twitter who was making fun of Destiny, and then said, like, you know, at the end of her, like, making fun of Destiny and calling him, like, a pedophile or whatever, like, at the end is like, you know, keep running, you refuse to debate Hassan. And, or I think she said he refuses to debate Hassan or any leftists or something like that. And so Destiny was like, I'll be on all day, hop on. And then Mantis quote tweeted this. I think I have her, yeah, here's, let's see. Mantis quote tweet, well, it'll be easier to find them. I don't really ever fucking tweet, so. Oh, I thought I retweeted it. Huh, maybe not. Okay. Mantis quote tweeted it and said that she said something like, what are the chances you think this person's never going to go debate Destiny? And then I replied literally like immediately after with a response from her saying that she wasn't going to go. She was refusing to debate Destiny. Just like immediately. She started off saying she was going to go debate, or that Destiny refuses to debate. And then immediately, here it is. She said, I can't respond because this pussy is scared of me. So she's talking about Destiny, and Destiny said, none of these young people obsessed with Gaza care about it because none of them bother to learn anything about it, and none of their actual ideological leaders have any solutions to offer. So she quote tweeted them. Lux quote tweeted him and said, I can't respond because this pussy is scared of me. And then Destiny replied to her and said, I'll debate. I'm down. And so Mantis said, will Lux have the balls to discuss this on Destiny's stream tomorrow, or will she pull a Hassan and avoid a challenging conversation? I know where I'm putting my money. And then I replied I said, well, that answers that. And here's Lux saying, correct, I have no desire to speak to you, nor want you anywhere near me. Feel free to continue proving your main source of content is harassing women while pretending that you are doing any sort of real political analysis. Like, immediately, dude. Fucking immediately. It's just like, yeah, nah. Destiny's scared of me. And then it's like, well, okay, we'll come debate. I would never talk to somebody like you. So, yeah. That's, and then here's her again. I don't want to talk to sex criminals that harass women to send their followers after them. Like, when she said, I can't respond because this pussy's scared of me, Destiny said, I'm live all day tomorrow if you want to chat. And then, yeah, she's immediately, I'm not talking to a fucking sex criminal. Like, why is the bot welcoming me? I don't know. You are the one person that bot definitely should not make feel welcome. We have levels. If you're not hiding your power level, then why wouldn't you want the bot to say it? What are you so afraid of, Android? But yeah, there are a bunch of people in Hassan's community who think that Destiny is running from Hassan, or that he refuses to debate progressives or shit like that. And it's just that it couldn't be more the opposite. But then when Destiny does very publicly challenge them and call them out and say, hey, come fucking debate me. Like, let's do this. And then puts money for like charities up and says, well, I will personally donate $200,000. I will personally donate $1 million to like children of Gaza. If you come debate me, they still don't debate. And then, yeah, his own audience will normally be like, yo, what the fuck? Like, Destiny just challenging you. We would expect you to accept that. But now he's challenging you and putting up money for Gaza, and you're still not accepting that? Like, that's weird as fuck.
Or not. I mean, it's a debate. That's the point. You talk to people who you think are awful or super wrong. You're obviously somebody very relevant. He spends a lot of time talking about you. Why wouldn't he want to talk to you and maybe, expose you or call you out or whatever he thinks he's going to do? Especially, I mean, imagine what $5 million for Palestinian children could do. How many meals that could fund, how much medication that could fund. It's like a little bewildering to me that anybody wouldn't snap at that opportunity.
Yeah, that should make people wonder why. I mean, the actual answer is that he doesn't spend very much time talking about my political positions. He just spends time personally trashing me or, diving through streamer drama. And for a lot of these people in this realm on the internet, they don't really spend much time talking about their political positions at all. So I don't actually even think you could defend any of his political positions against an actual challenging conversation. There's a reason why if you watch all the interviews these guys do, and MAGA does it as well, but the far left people have figured it out too. They only do uncritical, non-challenging interviews because it allows them to just have their opinion laundered and seem normal and never actually face any real pushback. So they'll avoid that critical conversation as much as possible because the illusion would be shattered immediately amongst their audience if they had to actually have a conversation and then their audience realized they had no clue what they were talking about.
Well, I've seen him do like maybe 1 or 2 semi-adversarial interviews with Ross Douthat of the New York Times. I think the Trigonometry guys had him on and put.
Yeah. Well, he'll do them with like very, very big platforms. He'll do more challenging stuff with like CNN. We just played a clip of the guy from CNN being a bit more controversial, but they're not gonna debate, right? He's not gonna have a debate. Like, he's not gonna be grilled. He'll be challenged on things, but when he's challenged, he wants to be able to sit and talk in a response for like 5 minutes to every challenge. So
pushed him on some stuff, and those did not go well for him, right? The clips out of that were pretty brutal, but he mostly does these friendly sit downs. I wonder, what is it that you think would be the most fertile ground to like press Hassan on that the softball kind of mainstream media or podcasters never do?
Jesus. So much stuff. I mean, related to Israel-Palestine, there's a lot there. Like, I think getting firm answers on, do you think that Hezbollah as a militant group like should exist in Lebanon and is representative of the Lebanese people? Because every time they talk about Hezbollah, they never really mention how they started there. It was Iran funding them and creating them. And they never mention the fact that they were there without the consent of the Lebanese people or government. They were just a militia that was too powerful to be ruled with. I would want to hear, what does an actual equitable solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict look like? They always point to like one state and then they just leave it. But the reality is they're pushing towards a state that would have the Jewish minority. Why would the Jewish people there expect that they could live in peace when they haven't, with any Arab majority country, or really any country, historically speaking, there's always been anti-Semitism. Why do they think that this would be a peaceful solution for Jewish people? Do you think Jewish people realistically would ever accept it? Should this be a decision that's forced upon them if they don't accept it? If we were to cut ties to Israel, should we also go to war with Israel to force the dissolution of that state as a Jewish majority state? And then if the Jewish people started to experience genocide or ethnic cleansing in that country, would we step in to help them? These are all questions that I think would be fascinating to explore because they've never been pushed on any of these things ever. Economically, there's a whole bunch of stuff, but he's so weak on even Marxist theory and so weak on economics, I don't even know how much of that conversation he could have. Like, when you guys talk about banning corporations or banning billionaires or banning, like, what does this actually look like in practice? Billionaire taxes don't raise very much money. How would you actually make housing more affordable? What are the policies that you're pointing at? Because every weird socialist communist thing you point towards doesn't seem to benefit the actual countries that do it. Like Vietnam and China and all these other countries that started to industrialize and then explode economically did so because of other capitalist countries that were either buying their goods or, doing foreign direct investment in their businesses. I don't know. There's like a million things you could chat about that I've never heard any of these people pushed on before.
I wonder if with the kind of rise of the DSA and the candidates that he's supporting, he'll have to drill down on some of this stuff because, I mean, really, like, it's very easy to just have vibes, appeal to or pander to vibes about, we're going to tax the rich or we're going to make this a right, make this a right, make this a right. But it's a lot harder to explain how that works in practice and kind of reckon with the specifics of it all. And we've seen some of these candidates decline to do so repeatedly, right? You'll ask them like, hey, do you still believe in abolishing the police? And they'll go, well, I believe strongly we need to address the root causes of crime. And it's like, that's just a total non sequitur. So I imagine he would do something similar to that. But it is interesting. I mean, the amount of words that have been dedicated to like his workout routine or his aesthetics or his vibe or his popularity versus actually honing into his beliefs. Because, I mean, do you acknowledge that he is kind of having a moment and he's become this like phenomenon and people are moving towards him in the Democratic Party? Or do you still kind of see him as a fringe figure?
I think he's more, in some ways, his ideology is more relevant than people realize, and he himself is not as relevant as people think. I think what's happening is, in New York, this big socialist moment that we're kind of having, I think was really more of a function of Mamdani's power as a kind of kingmaker person, as the ability to leverage his political popularity to get other people elected. Because in California, you didn't see this play out at all. I think every candidate that they had that was like DSA aligned or socialist ended up getting crushed. And for the most part, they aren't having too much success around the country. We're waiting for El Sayed, the Francesca governor race. If she loses the primary, or I'm sorry, if she loses the general, that's going to be really bad. In Wisconsin. So I think that right now, Mamdani was very popular. People like Hassan kind of like jump onto that, and then people are thinking that socialism is more popular than it actually is. But it is a growing thing in the party that the party seems unable to deal with because the Democratic Party just can't message anything effectively. So they have kind of like co-opted our messaging apparatus, and they're using it very effectively to signal to Democrat voters and attack like the moderate Dems, while the moderate Dems are still having to deal with Trump. So yeah, I do think there is a moment right now that in some ways is overemphasized and in other ways is underemphasized. And I hope the Democrats get better at responding to it.
Yeah, I think it's hard because it's like, what exactly do people believe in or not believe in? I think they're benefiting from the confusion that a lot of people have about what capitalism is, what democratic socialism is. Because I think when you see these polls that are like, well, 2 in 5 Democrats say they're democratic socialists or what have you, I think they mean like Norway or
Yeah, of
Sweden.
course, yeah.
Many of those voters do. But the actual electeds, the Francesca Hongs, the DSA Congress members, and the thought leaders and influencers like Hassan, that's not what they mean. I mean, you look at that platform and it's of the DSA, and it's seize control with the government of large corporations and institutions. When you look at Hassan, he's talking about China as an economic model and not the liberalization of China, right?
Yeah.
But the stuff that came before that. So I that's very worrisome to me, because it feels like a very easy bait and switch there that allows them to kind of, Trump does this where because he does his weave and he says all sorts of crazy stuff and contradicts himself constantly, he can be all things to all people. So for example, he was pro-life and pro-choice, depending who you asked, right? People who were pro-choice were like, well, Trump's not going to ban abortion, because he would gesture in certain contexts or conversations towards not being a hardcore pro-lifer. But then some pro-life, a lot of pro-life hardcore people was like, no, Trump's with one of us. He speaks at the national pro-life rallies. He says he's pro-life, all this. And because he wasn't really forced to drill down into specifics, he was able to get both of those groups, or people in both of those groups, to support him. I feel like they're doing the same thing with like leftist socialism and people who don't actually want that.
Yeah, because if you don't have anybody that can understand like the game that's being played, especially like it's a very intentional subversive game that's being played by the far left, but because the Democrats don't fully understand it, you end up not being able to message at all against it. And then they can basically present themselves however they want. And they play a lot with the words, and they exist a lot in the ambiguity, to where if you listen to them speak, like they will intentionally, like if you're listening to Hassan talk or Vosh or a lot of these DSA people, they'll interchangeably use like democratic socialist and social democrat. Even though like, even though it seems silly, like we understand these things to mean quite significant.
This is what I keep saying, is that it, like, I've even had people on who are like relatively educated on like what's going on within politics. Very progressive people who call themselves a liberal. And after having like a number, so like if you guys know Alex from Playing with Fire, if you guys have ever seen him, he used to come on the show regularly to have talks about like politics. He doesn't like regularly cover politics on his show, but he stays very like up to date with politics. He's very interested in politics and stays well informed. So when he comes on, he initially was calling himself a liberal, and then after having like one conversation with him, the next time he came on, I was like, bro, I find it kind of weird that you first told me that you were a liberal. And he's like, I am a liberal. What, you think I'm a conservative? And I was like, no, I think you're a progressive. He's like, no, I am a progressive. And I was like, yeah, you said you're a liberal. And he's like, wait, what are you talking? I am. What is that? What are you talking? Yes, I am a liberal. And I was like, but you just said you're a progressive. He's like, I am. What is happening? I was like, those are different things. He's like, what? No, they're not. I was like, yes, they are. A progressive is not the same thing as a liberal, bro. He's like, are you sure? I was like, I'm positive. I'm very positive. They are not the same things. He's like, I'm pretty sure they are the same thing. I was like, okay, in like very, very normie political spheres, yes, they're the same thing. For people who actually do politics and talk about politics, no, they are not the same things at all, not even close. And so yeah, he was totally blown away by this, and this is a fairly common thing with people where, like, I have conversations with them and they're using terms like progressive or sock dem or dem sock or all these different, and they don't know that there's drastically different standards for these different terms that they're talking about. They have no idea, and are and are just using all of them interchangeably. They think all of it is the exact same thing. And this is part of my issue right now, where I keep saying, like, people who call themselves liberals are running around saying that they're in favor of like the DSA platform. Like, that's fucking insane. But they don't know that that's fucking insane, because they think, yeah, that's what liberals want. Like, Bernie Sanders is a liberal. Like, that's That's what they think. It's really annoying to me that like this is part of the subversive elements of what's happening, is that you can just run on the Democrat side, and as long as you're running on the Democrat ticket, you're a liberal to all of these people. That makes you a liberal. That's what the we were trying to come up with a term for like all these DSA types and like what, you know, the subversive aspects of this and how they're different from the way that people think of them. And so we started with like sewer socialism, and I said that we're gonna, it's brilliant, dude. Guys, get ready for this, okay? Everybody get fucking ready. I came up with this term all by myself, and it's fucking brilliant, okay? You ready? Septic socialism. Septic socialists. Get it? Okay? Because sewer socialism, where it all goes somewhere and it's moving. But no, septic. It's not going. Staying there. One place. You get it? Get it? Genius. Fucking genius. Stupid? No. It's not though, Joe. It's not. It's really, really good. It's a fucking genius name. It's not stupid, though. Septic socialism. That's what we call these people. All right? That's the name, everybody. You got your marching orders. Septic socialism. That's the new term.
Significantly different things. Like a social democrat, definitionally, is still like a capitalist, like staunchly a capitalist. They just want expanded welfare state and everything else. But like a democratic socialist is like somebody who wants to be a socialist. They want to move the government in a socialist direction. The abolishment of private property, of people being able to hire employees, invest in companies or whatever. They want to abolish that. But the DSA people all mince these words a lot, and they do it intentionally. And so then now you have, strategically. And now you've got, like a third of the Democratic electorate is like, I think I am a socialist. Or I think it's like, 1/3 identify now as like democratic socialist. And it's like, I don't know if you guys even know what this necessarily means. And you could argue in one sense, well, then it doesn't matter. It's not like they're becoming socialist, which is true, but you're creating
they're voting for that. And they're voting for leaders who do believe that, kind of.
Yeah, and you're creating fertile ground for people to abuse that in the future, to where it's like, oh, well, you said that you supported democratic socialists. I'm a democratic socialist. They do this very well. Hassan does this really well, where he uses a lot of language where, he'll mix up these words intentionally, and then you end up thinking that like, oh yeah, I think I would support somebody like Hassan because I support like these basic welfare policies. But in actuality, he's slowly introducing this vernacular that's going to get you to accept more radical stuff down the line. And yeah, it's annoying.
Yeah, that's why it's septic socialism. That's why. Right there. There you go. Yep,
don't know how you compete with it, because if I try to put myself in the shoes of, like, say in the 2028 Democratic primary, of a more pragmatic Democrat, how do you campaign against fantastical promises, right? Somebody who promises you're going to have everything, we're going to guarantee your housing, guarantee your job, guarantee your health care, and only the rich are going to pay more taxes. Nothing else will change. And that's like obviously fantasy land. It's not real, but they can campaign on it, and people don't really understand the nuances or the numbers behind this stuff. So how is like a pragmatic Democrat supposed to compete with that? Say, well, I can help expand Medicaid in this state to, a million people more or something. Well, this other person's saying everyone's going to have free health care and everything's going to be amazing for free and no taxes, except for on Elon Musk. So it's like, how am I supposed to compete with that as any sort of honest or pragmatic, person?
I mean, the only thing you can really do is, and this is like the worst thing, is wait for them to get into government, and then when they fail.
I like SEPO socialist. I mean, SEPO's just short for same thing.
Then you kind of say, well, look, like their ideas didn't work.
We have to let it crash and burn first?
Yeah, because unfortunately, like I agree with you, because there are people sometimes in my audience will ask me like, hey, look at like Francesca's platform. Is there any part of this that you disagree with? And it's like, well, paid vacation and free sick leave and free child leave and free child care and free education and free. And it's like, well, I guess I don't disagree with any of this at all. It sounds kind of awesome. It's like, how the do you pay for it though? And they don't have to address that question yet because they haven't been governing yet. So they can just say like, well, the billionaire tax will pay for everything. Well, billionaires have a lot of money, I guess, maybe. And then that's it. That's where the conversation stops. And it's like, oh, okay.
Well, and it's like they're allergic to some of the math of this stuff.
He said fucking El Nom. El Nom. Nom's not a word. Nom's not a word. Nom's not a word. He said Nom. El Nom. That's not a thing. Sheesh. Sheesh. That's embarrassing. Damn.
Stuff because you could confiscate the wealth of every existing billionaire in full, and you'd fund like what, half, which obviously would have some pretty bad economic effects, and you'd fund what, like half the current federal government annual budget without even the new stuff.
Maybe, yeah. And really not even that, right? Because like most of these people's wealth exists on paper. What do you think is going to happen when you start offloading all of Elon's shares? Like the cost of the price of Tesla and everything is going to plummet if you start
But I'm saying
offloading
even
it. So
on their own terms.
No, yeah. So yeah, it's not. It just wouldn't. Yeah, none of it would work in practice. But the but you don't have to compete with them in practice because they haven't practiced any of it yet. They're just ideas on paper. So what do? You know?
But do you think? I mean, from an outside perspective, looking at the Democrats right now, it looks like Hassan Piker is winning the heart and soul, the battle for the heart and soul of the Democratic base, and pragmatic Democrats like yourself are losing, right? It looks like I see the most popular figures are people like Bernie, like Zoran, like AOC, who maybe aren't quite, I mean, Zoran I actually think is pretty similar to Hassan ideologically, but the other two are at least posture as more moderate, but they certainly come from the same strain of thought, and not the strain of thought that is at all, pro-capitalism, doesn't hate America, doesn't hate the West. They come from that radical left strain of thought. I mean, it looks like they're winning and you're losing, no?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it feels like right now, but I mean, for some of it, like I would blame the conservatives for playing kind of this like policyless game world as well, because it's like Donald Trump also promised a bunch of stuff that he never came through on, and people didn't really seem to care about that at all, I guess, which is frustrating. And so we've kind of like we've conditioned ourselves now to this world where policy just doesn't matter to anybody anymore. And yeah, I don't know how you. I don't know how Americans ever deal with that. Like there's so much misinformation. There's so many lies out there in the media. We're so untethered from what's actually happening. All the policy discussion that we're at right now is just so stupid publicly. Like it's all just so fantastically dumb. Coming back to reality is going to be a challenge for the American people. Yeah, but we have to do it. Yeah.
I mean, it's all kind of blackpilling, especially when you look at the content creators on the left or right that are most popular. You just regularly see stuff that's just absolutely not correct or real or based in reality at all.
I mean, this is why I keep saying, like, the problem is the media. Like, this is where the problem lies. It is the media. It is the independent media. It is, like, this is where the issues start. And while, we've been talking about the problems with algorithms for a long time, and that this can lead to, like, really dangerous places, and that, we watch people get radicalized through the algorithms and crap like this. Like everybody always said, this could create like a real mainstream movement that actually causes problems, and that's what happened with MAGA, and now it's happening on the left as well. And if you guys spend like any amount of time on TikTok, you'll see what's happening. Like you can see the fucking just the world going into the fucking septic. You can just watch it in real time. Just spend any amount of time in TikTok politics, and it is depressing.
I mean, I was just watching Benny Johnson and the other guy, Tim Pool, are promoting this idea that the reason that rap music has dipped in popularity and country music is instead, at the top of the charts.
Oh no, wait,
not
USAID.
APAC.
USAID.
It's USAID.
I've heard this one before, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I just saw this today from I saw this from what's her name? Shit. The Russian bot chick, the one who was part of the whole Lauren Chen. I think it was on Jola's feed yesterday where she was pushing this idea that because USAID stopped funding rap, this is why rap is finally not in the top 100 or whatever, is because, damn, how do people tweet this fucking much? Holy shit. I've been scrolling forever, and I'm at 14 hours ago. I'm trying to get to 3 days ago. We'll get there. There we go.
Rap is dead, basically, because USAID stopped funding it.
Was USAID like actively promoting rap music? Was that one of the reasons why rap music was popular?
Let's talk about rap. Okay, so USAID was defunded. There were all of these headlines about it. People accused Elon Musk and Trump of killing Africans as if it's America's responsibility to just, I don't know,
not kill people,
feed and clothe.
Yeah.
Which is like, what? Listen, I don't know that much about USAID, but I know that you can, like, Elon, there's no evidence they were funding or rap music inside the United States. That's not even the kind of thing they do. And Elon and all those people went through the whole database of all their grants and everything and never came up with anything like that. If they're just saying, suspicious timing, I'm just noticing. And it's like, what kind of brain rot slop environment are we in?
Yeah.
And you see a left populist version of it. I can't tell you how many times I've seen More Perfect Union post some slop that about data centers or whatever that's totally inaccurate and gets community noted, but doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of people that see the correction is always going to be a tenth or 100th of the amount of people that see the lie. So it's hard to not feel just like totally black-pilled by that.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. There's a weird theory that a lot of culture stuff that was pushed on us by Jewish people that were trying to weaken our race by distracting us with dumb things. So Jewish funding, that's why Candace Owens talked about it's the theory that like porn was founded by like a Jewish guy and then disseminated in the U.S. to weaken the white man, and then rap music and all these things were discovered.
That's actually true. I mean, I am weak as fuck, and when I'm not on stream, you better believe I am doing nothing but watching fucking porn. There is not another thing that I will be doing except for watching porn. Just ask my girlfriend.
By Jewish people to keep the black community down, and then USAID is like a funding mechanism to fund perverse culture to hurt our society. It all plays into these stupid fucking things. But I mean, like, yeah, when you have like a whole right wing that's been off on this journey for a decade, and then you look at the left and some guy's like, well,
West Wendigo, really nice green name you got there, buddy. Really pretty green name.
I think that we can afford Medicare for all if we just tax billionaires. It's like, that doesn't even sound that crazy compared to what the majority of the people in the right wing of the party right now currently believe. So, yeah.
But I guess it's inside the Democrats. I mean, it feels like they are in some ways mirroring the worst or similar impulses with the fantastical promises, with the blatant pandering. I don't know. When you look at these candidates who are coming out ahead in some of these races right now, seems to me like that's where the energy and the motion is in these primaries. And I mean, I wish it weren't so. I also think this is a little hard to disentangle from the Israel question and the fact that they somewhat effectively have managed to divide these candidates on that issue. And because so many people feel so strongly on that issue, they like look the other way, like, yeah, okay, she's crazy and insane on defund the police and she wants to seize control of corporations and whatever, but she's the anti-APAC candidate. I don't know. I mean, I think that issue is incredibly complicated. But I feel like it's becoming this all-encompassing single issue thing for people that's letting a lot of other crazy fly under the radar.
Yeah, I mean, it's become such a good litmus test issue because I would say, obviously, from my perspective, no, I'm sorry, this is true. It's become a good litmus test issue because the types of solutions that the far left people are advocating for are not politically realistic, right? What they're essentially advocating for, they never outright say it, but it really would be like basically a genocide of all the Jewish people, at the very least, an ethnic cleansing of all the Jewish people in Israel. Like politically, it's not even is it just politically an untenable position. It's not like a tenable position in reality. It's like nobody's going to agree to this. It's just beyond stupid. But because you've signaled so hard on that and because you can purity test so hard on that, now you have a position that you can use to infinitely attack the moderate wing of the party because nobody can ever take on this position to appease you. And even the people that have taken on really radical anti-Israel positions haven't appeased these far left people. So, what do you do? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, What's your kind of?
What do you do?
Do you think that if you actually did get on a stage with Hassan at this point, there would be widespread interest in that, or do you think it would just, on that note, just kind of descend into just that Israel-Palestine issue? Or is it like, because I really think it's a much broader divide than just that, but that issue just kind of maps onto it.
There would be a lot of interest. Oh yeah, from my fans and from his fans. But the issue is these people, they're not thinking of numbers or interest. The leaders are, even though his fans would want to see it, and my fans would definitely want to see it. They're thinking of like what is protective of their ideology, which is why he would.
Yeah, it's long term. Like if Hassan did go and do a debate and got destroyed, like it would be really bad for him. And if you think, if there was a little while ago where Hassan was dropping off, like he was averaging like 60,000 viewers, concurrent viewers on Twitch for a while, and then he started getting attacked by like everybody, like all over the place. He was getting attacked relentlessly and dropped like almost by half. He had dropped down to like, I think it was like 36,000 is where he ended up like kind of leveling off. And it's obviously like turned, the tides have turned pretty drastically since then back in his favor. So
would avoid it. Yeah, it took me a long time to figure this out.
Yeah, he was crying in Discord about his viewers. Yeah, he was like, it was, I remember at the time I kept saying, I don't know if this is a real thing, that like he's actually losing viewers. People keep saying this, but I don't know if that's like really a real thing that's happening. And then I went and took the time to actually look up, you know, all of his numbers and see, and yeah, it was it turned out it was a very real thing. He was actually dropping in viewers pretty drastically.
Because I remember for the Daily Wire people, once I started to be more aggressively anti-conservative, I noticed that a lot of them, you know, said, oh, we don't talk to Destiny anymore, that guy's too crazy or whatever. But when you look at the viewership on the videos, like my debate with Ben Shapiro, was that over 10 million views on Lex Friedman's channel? A lot of my debates with a lot of these conservative guys on their channels and mine did really well viewership-wise. So obviously something is powering them more than just viewership or money, and I think a lot of it is like being ideologically protective.
Yeah, I think also sometimes people.
Well, it's, yeah, obviously it's that it's not beneficial to go and do a debate and get fucking wrecked. Like, it's not beneficial to do a debate and look bad. That's kind of the point in the debate. So Ben Shapiro can go debate Anna Kasparian and have no issue there. But if you actually debate people where you're actually going to be challenged and look bad, and then your audience looks at you afterwards like, oh shit, I thought he was the fucking king. What happened? Then yeah, it just hurts your credibility.
People manage to get to these positions but aren't actually very good under scrutiny. I mean, it's why somebody like Candace Owens is a good example. She has only done maybe 1 or 2 adversarial interviews about the whole Charlie Kirk thing, despite her making that her bread and butter for 2 years. She did 1 sit down with CNN and 1 interview with Piers Morgan. I'm not aware of anything else. She's done a bunch of softballs with super friendly things, but I think she knows that if people asked basic follow-up questions and really forced her to answer them, that she would look stupid very fast. Like, what happened to the Egyptian planes, Candace? We were told it was all about the Egyptian planes.
Yeah.
And I think that people smartly go and hide and avoid that kind of scrutiny or limelight. I mean, I have a very hard time when I do panels or interviews or what have you, getting people to come talk to you, even though it's like not that scary. They're supposed to be professionals, supposed to be their job, what they do. I mean, that's one thing I appreciate you. You're always up for it, right? You don't shy away from that. But it feels like a lot of creators want to stay in their safe space, and that I feel like that was for a long time more of a progressive thing, but now it's pervasive among the biggest MAGA and Republican content creators. Almost exclusively do friendly, non-adversarial media.
Yeah, because it benefits you politically to engage that way, right? Like, why would you ever give an adversarial interview now when you know it can go poorly for you, when there are so many safe spaces right now, because the platforms have grown so much and there's so many places for you to be safe on and never be challenged, you could just go there and grow your message that way. Like, why would you ever agree to do anything adversarial, right?
Well, I thought that we believed in that, right? I thought we believed in the debate me bro shtick and the marketplace of ideas and all this stuff. I did.
Yeah, a lot of people have these perspectives, but only insofar as they serve.
Well, this is something I've talked about relentlessly, is that, like, back when I was a conservative, everything was always about the left won't debate. This was like a mantra that was all over the place. The left won't debate. The left refuses to debate. And you see now that, like, it's shifted. I think that probably was true to an extent for a while. I think it probably was somewhat true that the left refused to debate back in the day. But now it is, it's very, very different. It is the right that won't debate, and it's only like liberals who will actually debate. Whereas the right, but like think about it. If you want to think of left-wing debaters, you could spend all day just listing off people on the left who debate. If you want to talk about right-wing debaters, you got Andrew Wilson and Rob Noor. like actual debaters. I'm not talking about people who go on Piers Morgan, right? I'm not talking about somebody who's willing to go on fucking Piers Morgan as a debate. I'm talking about actual fucking debates where they'll sit there and have like a 2-hour, 3-hour drill down with you. That is a thing that is like solely for liberals now. Nobody else. There aren't the leftist debaters or, communist debaters. Like, there aren't. It's just not a thing outside of liberal circles now.
Serve their political ends, apparently. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just interesting because of that dichotomy that people complained for so long that progressives wouldn't debate conservatives, wouldn't debate Republicans, did the whole like no platform thing and don't debate Nazis, and that still exists, and I still find that to be like cringe and silly. But now I don't think conservatives come out and say it. They're like, oh, we don't debate, no debating human rights, or the way the
they don't say that. They say it's a waste of time. You're bad faith. Like, why would we debate somebody who's bad faith? You're too far gone. Why would we have a conversation with you when you're that far gone? Like, that's what conservatives say. They say that you're just too far gone. Why would we talk to somebody who's that fucking crazy?
Kind of cringe progressives would openly admit it. They just avoid it quietly. And I almost think that's worse.
Yeah, I think it's annoying, especially when I won't besmirch our legendary Charlie Kirk, but like a lot of these conservatives will claim to be debating all the time and they want to have challenging conversations, but they'll only like go and like attack college kids and shit. They don't actually challenge somebody who can actually put up a decent argument against their beliefs. They just look for soft targets, basically. Yeah.
But I think that I don't necessarily have an issue with if you're talking about the Ben Shapiro campus tours with the college students coming up and the questions and everything. That doesn't bother me, right? Like, these are not help.
Tom hasn't even seized the means of production yet. Yes, I have. Look at all of this shit. Look at all of this shit that I'm producing. I seized all of this, and I'm producing it. This is it. This is what the communist utopia looks like. It's pretty similar to the USSR. So.
Helpless victims, these children, they're not like children, they're 20-year-olds who are stepping up to the microphone, but it's not a fair fight when you have a professional debater versus a random college kid. And then the cowardly thing is if that's the only kind of debating you do, right?
Yeah,
if you're
that's my big issue, right? Yeah, like, I mean, I do the college events sometimes. I've done quite a few of them, right? But like, that's not all I do, right? I wouldn't exclusively, like, that feels like so weak. Like, you're so unable to withstand any amount of scrutiny on your ideas that you can exclusively only debate children. Just seems like such a loser position to me. Yeah.
Well, I do think the kind of inverse of that is, though, the like liberal influencers who sit on TikTok live and just debate MAGA all day, and it's like some deranged grandma like babbling about QAnon or what have you. It's like they're not debating.
That is true, but the main people that you think of when it comes to something like that are like Dean and Parker. But Dean and Parker will still go on to like Jubilee and have debates with actual big names, and they'll go like they were constantly calling out Charlie Kirk before he died. They were always calling out Charlie Kirk. They have like tons of YouTube videos and TikTok videos of them calling out Charlie Kirk over and over and over, telling him to come debate them. And so there's they were also willing to debate
or engaging with the even remotely like the best version of the other side, which we all do sometimes. But I would actually like to see, and I've that's why I've tried to get you on panels and stuff. Actual like professional advocates clash with their ideas. I feel like it's much easier to just beat up. In no other industry would we consider it normal for like a professional soccer player to hop in a rec game with like just randos on the street and just dominate them. Nobody would be like, wow, share this clip of this guy going off. But you know,
well, okay, just to be clear, they do that. That is a thing. What was the name of like the really good point guard for Cleveland? I'm blanking on his name. What was the really good fucking, he moved on to like other teams later on, but he got into like a lot of, Kyrie Irving. That's right.
in our space, that's viewed as
shut up.
I'm a real baller. I came up during a real time, watching the Big O, watching Wilt, watching real balls. Get buckets. I get buckets. These young balls out here got all the sheet headphones and all this.
They put him in old man makeup and then.
Got you, Uncle Drew. You could be good if you took the game serious.
Uncle Drew.
Oh. You okay? Good. Yo, we need another player. Yo, I think my Uncle Drew can play. I'm not playing. Uncle Drew, you can play? Better stop playing around. Come on, Uncle Drew. We need you, man. Come on. All right, man. What do you want me to take? Man, just get the smallest person on the court. He's really slow. I got your help. Oh, shit. We here. Oh. Screen me. You okay?
Way
Yeah, I'm
out.
good. Show him something, man.
Yeah. Backboard.
Uncle Drew.
Hey.
Yo, what the?
Head's not in the game. I don't know where it is.
Come on. Got your help side, dude. Oh, good steal. Push it. Push it, old man. There you go.
Play in position. I got you all right. There it is. That's what you do.
Uncle Drew still got skills. Knock it down, Uncle Drew. Hey.
You turned up, young blood. I can smell it. Oh!
It's amazing.
I'm talking to
Yeah, anyways.
Good block. Watch your back. That's my uncle.
Jesus. That was I remember this. Yeah, I fucking love this shit, dude. I love these commercials. These were so good. So fucking good. Uncle Drew. Alright. Where's the Did I really miss that many donos? Sheesh. Fuck, my bad. Fuck. Alright, sheesh. Damn. My fault. Okay, I fucked up. It is what it is. I fucked up. That's on me. That's on me. I fucked up.
In our space, that's viewed as like very normal.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you, although even for that, I'm pretty sure that like Dean and Parker would debate any of these conservative people, but they would all dodge them. Now Dean and
I've
Parker
invited
also
them.
dodge me, but
I've invited them.
Oh, and they really say no?
Well, they just
they
I
don't respond,
was in
basically?
contact with both of them in the past, and I have much more recently.
Wait, both of who?
It's viewed as like very normal.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you, although even for that, I'm pretty sure that like Dean and Parker would debate any of these conservative people, but they would all dodge them. Now Dean and
I've
Parker
invited
also
them.
dodge me, but
I've invited them.
Oh, and they really say no?
Well, they just
Or they
I
don't respond,
was in
basically?
contact with both of them in the past, and I have much more recently reached out to both of them to come on panels and stuff.
Well, with that said, Brad, okay, I've talked to Brad a number of times, and he's told me he's open to coming on my panels. He said he was open to coming on my shows. And I've invited him onto, I think, 2, maybe 3 different shows now, and each time he's busy. He's busy. So, you know, just kidding. Just kidding. I mean, yes, really. Seriously, yes. Yeah, like we've talked a number of times about him coming up on my shows, and he has said each time that he's busy, but doesn't he stream way earlier than you? I mean, he's never said the time was the issue. He said that he's busy. So like, there's been other reasons that I'm not going to get into, but yeah, the last time he said that he has like a lot of content coming out right now and that he's just been really busy. But the main one that I wanted to get him on was this. I wanted it to be him and Dylan Burns versus, it was supposed to be, initially it was supposed to be the core of the Democrats, Soy Pill and Kid Not Kin versus Dylan Burns and whatever the fuck his name is, Brad. I kept almost calling him Drew because of the Uncle Drew commercial. So yeah, he said he's down in like I think the first thing I invited him on was another debate for something totally different. And does this really have 50 views from 5 hours ago? No shot, dude. What the fuck? That's fake news. That's fake news. The fucking media is trying to lie to us. Don't listen to that shit. 50 fucking views. Give me a break. Okay. It's at 103. I'm looking at it right here. It's at 103. Alright? Don't listen to that fake news. That's some bullshit. The 76 there? What the fuck? What is happening? This is fake news. It says 103 right there. Okay, there he goes. 103. Okay. Alright. See, I told you. See, I told you it's fake news. Fake fucking news. Alright.
To no avail.
Huh. Wow.
But anyways, yeah, he was supposed to come on another debate as well. Court packing. He was supposed to be on the court packing debate. Against Josiah and Joa. It was going to be him and I think Destiny, I believe. If I remember correctly.
Well,
yeah. Well, it is what it is. Listen, I hope that the Hassan debate happens, but I'm not going to hold my breath. But I do think some of these things, as you go into a 2028 Democratic presidential primary, are going to come to a head one way or another. And the Democratic Party is going to have to pick a way forward, but I fear it's going to be the Hassan Piker, Zohran Mamdani perspective.
Hopefully not, but yeah, we're probably in an unavoidable moment where that is going to be the way forward for now, and then we just have to hope in the future that, well, I mean, I guess like, well, I'm not going to say I hope it doesn't work, but if it doesn't work out, we would hope that people would see and learn the lesson, and then we would go from there into a more, I guess, constructive direction. Yeah.
What would you do if the options were in a gubernatorial race, voting for a DSA candidate like Francesca Hong or a more moderate Republican like a Glenn Youngkin?
So these, first of all, these
for me that's
but...
an easy Glenn Youngkin vote, but obviously you have different policy preferences.
Like the question
and
is like, are you asking me like, are you saying like if I could implement without thought, completely and totally the policy positions of these two people and that's it? Or are we saying that like these people are now moving in a way where they're politically relevant and they're going to influence the party in the future, and then all of the other like extra kind of meta baggage that comes along with that? Like what
if you were just deciding the one that how they will govern the state, no broader ramifications?
Then I easily would be a center right perspective over a socialist perspective for sure. Yeah.
There you go. I mean, that would be me as well, but
then you also have to tango with the fact that like my quote unquote center right kings were Cruz and Rubio, who are complete Trump admin. I mean, you can make the faces, but that is true, right? Cruz and Rubio were like the neocons, right? They were and even Kasich. These are Kasich's not relevant.
Oh, but I'm cringing at their evolution.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's like, would that happen again? You know, to another center right Republican if Q and all those shit were to grow again? I don't know. You know.
I was shocked to see the clip of you though, where you were like AOC versus JD Vance. I'm not sure. I would have thought you would be a lock for AOC.
Well, like in terms of like policies that they could implement right now in the way that they move now, like I would definitely say AOC. But then my problem is just like because we were having a macro political conversation about like a DSA takeover of the party in the future. Like I don't know if AOC is going to be the type of person to say no to the crazy socialists. I'm pretty sure Vance can't say no though to the crazy conservatives. And then I don't know how like much his mind has been destroyed by, you know, Peter Thiel and all the AI stuff and everything else. So I don't know. That's like a doomsday scenario maybe. But like an AOC running in a race where there's like 2 DSA people in Congress is also not as big of a concern. Like, I don't know. It just comes down to like, these questions are always so weird because there's so much other political reality that you have to consider. Like I think...
Yeah, I don't like the questions because I feel like there's just way too much that I would have to consider to where I feel like I'm always surprised that people like Hutch and Destiny even answer these questions, because I always think that I would have no way, like, I don't know where the fuck I would begin to like analyze a situation like that.
I remember we asked this question a lot in the past. There was a huge thing that blew up when people were asking like it was like Newsom versus, was it Newsom versus Trump or something, or I don't know. And like, but then sometimes when people when you answer,
it was Newsom versus JD Vance initially. And then people made such a big deal about how it has to obviously be Newsom, like a blue no matter who, that they started bringing up like, okay, so what if it was like Hitler versus Trump? They're like, yeah, I would vote for Hitler. And so, okay, well, what if it was Jeffrey Epstein versus Trump? Yeah, I would vote for Jeffrey Epstein. Like it was this like, you know, hardcore, obviously sort of thing. But the difference with the AOC thing is, again, not that people don't like agree with AOC. It's not that people don't like AOC. It's not that they don't think that she would do a good job. It's the further ramifications of that vote. It's what kind of political environment does that create for the Democrats in the future. That's what people are worried about. It's not just, you know, what do you like their policies?
Answer the question, like people will say like, well, you know, I'd vote for this guy, or it might have been Newsom versus Hassan or Trump versus Hassan or something. And so it's like, well, I would vote for Hassan because I don't think he can get much of his agenda passed or something like that. And it's like, okay, well, in that world, like I would vote for Hitler over Donald Trump because I think Hitler is still like really unpopular. I don't think many people like him. I don't think he would get any of his agenda passed. But then it's like, what exactly?
You would not actually vote for Hitler over Trump.
Well, what I'm saying is that like if Hitler...
No, he's not saying he would. He's saying that that's the analog there. That like if you just say, oh, if it's Hassan versus Trump, that's right. That's where it starts. Like, well, what about Hassan versus Trump? Who would you vote for? And a bunch of people were like, I think I would vote for Trump. And they're like, why though? Hassan wouldn't be able to get any of his policies done. And it's like, okay, wait, if that's part of the analogy, then I guess I would vote for Hassan, but like, I feel like that's not how the like analogies like this normally work. Like if you're asking who would I vote for, you're asking whose policies do I want to get through. That's what you're asking. You're asking who do I want to be the person who gets their policies done? Who's the person that I want to win to get their agenda done? And if you're saying no, you're voting based on the fact that you think they won't get their agenda done. like okay, well that's a really weird fucking it's a weird question to ask now, because even on top of that, it feels weird because they're saying if in reality, if Hassan got elected, they don't think that he would be able to get his agenda done. It's like, okay, even still, I think he's such a fucking idiot that I think that like Trump might actually do better because he's had some like practice in politics. But on top of that, like we all thought that Trump wouldn't be able to get his agenda done either, and he's been able to just completely reshape the entire Republican Party. So that Hassan would be able to do the same with the Democrat Party, where he'd be able to just keep primarying people and knocking them out until he has a bunch of sycophants. Why not?
Or we're somehow anointed like the president tomorrow. I think today most of the country still thinks that the Hitler is not a good guy, right? I think I'm safe to assume that. So that means that none of his agenda would be passed. So it's like, would I vote for Hitler knowing that Hitler would become the president, but nobody would do anything that he wants to do? I mean, I guess I would vote for Hitler then over like a far right conservative that could get more bad stuff done. But you understand how like the question, it's like such a weird question to consider at that point, right?
It's a pointless question.
Yeah, you're saying you have to consider what they will or won't be able to get done.
Kind of,
AOC,
yeah. So when you ask like AOC versus JD Vance,
done,
yeah, well,
or JD Vance not getting much done.
Yeah, I'm thinking of like a moderated AOC, which I feel like she has moderated quite a bit. Is not really that much of a threat in terms of the things that I would want to see with the country. But like if this was like a hardcore subversive commie AOC who is now opening the door for a whole bunch of other commies to like take over my Democratic Party, and if Trump is already on the way out and now the MAGA movement kind of recedes and maybe there's room for more moderate Republican voices, like I don't know, because it's politics, man. There's a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, well, we will see. I appreciate it. I hope the debate with Hassan happens, and we'll talk again real soon.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay, thanks a lot.
The Democratic Party.
Apparently, kangaroos see dogs like dingoes, and they will get overly aggressive. Sure. Seems reasonable. I mean, you guys have seen the videos of like the kangaroo grabbing onto a dog, right? And holding it. And the guy has to go out and fight the fucking kangaroo and box him. He dazes the kangaroo. See, it's holding his dog.
You're not filming, I hear you. Let it go, Tonks, let's go. The other dog's coming.
He's fucking dazed. He's like, what the fuck? Crazy, dude.
Filming, I hear you. Let it go, Tonks, let's go.
Let it go, Tom. What the fuck? What did I do?
Party's socialist dilemma. This week on Firing Line.
These are hardcore, godless communists. They're godless communists.
Socialism and communism.
Let's go back to the worm game. This game has worms in it. This game has worms. Okay, look at this. Okay, you see these guys right here? These are like worms from Dune, where they come out and they have like the claws on their mouths and everything. And they come out of the fucking ground and will shoot like massive toxic spit at you. So we have worms. It's not the same as Slither, but we got worms.
Are back.
There's like this Bolshevik revolution that has taken over the Democrat Party.
That's the warning Republicans are sounding ahead of November's midterm elections.
Ronald Reagan used to warn about communism. He talked about it. And now the barbarians are inside the gates.
And the rise of Democratic socialists like New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani and his slate of winning candidates in New York has only fanned the flames.
Holy shit.
Heroes! Add
This is such weird music in the background.
29-year-old Maylot Kiros, who just
And this like this person narrating it too. It sounds so weird.
defeated a 30-year incumbent in Colorado to socialism's new list of rising stars.
When we talk about democratic socialism,
This is so strange. Like this is how you do it, guys. Okay, if you're unaware, this is how you fucking do it. Somebody the Democrats are looking to balance the ideological. What is this? NBC? PBS. Somebody call PBS and tell them this is how you do it. All right. This is what it's supposed to look like.
It doesn't get any more official than this. Wow.
This morning, we're taking a deeper dive into what appears to be rising support for democratic socialism in this country. That includes the election of politicians like New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, who won office convincingly after running on a democratic socialist platform. Mamdani endorsed 3 candidates in congressional primaries here in New York City, and this week, all 3 won.
Listen, the mayor and I agreed to strongly disagree about some of his endorsements, and he's got work to do in terms of the conversations that he's going to have with members of Congress moving forward.
Democratic socialists having such good chances or outright winning nominations. Let's take a look here. Net favorability among Dems. Democratic Socialists of America, look at that. A plus 17-point net favorability rating among Democrats. That is.
So you're supposed to have scary music playing. You go find your favorite thriller or horror movie and play that music in the background while you're talking about DSA candidates.
Actually better. That is better than how congressional Democrats are viewed by Democrats at just plus 4 points.
The Political Action Committee Justice Democrats has endorsed 15 candidates this cycle in congressional races. 6 of them have won their races so far. Dozens of candidates backed by the Democratic Socialists of America, or DSA, have won or advanced in their races. Progressive wins have sent shockwaves through the Democratic establishment.
Establish public ownership of the largest corporations and essential industries to ensure democratic control and accountability to the people.
2 in 3 Democrats have a favorable view of socialism, so socialism is on the rise.
I will tell you, New York City, if we can change the page in the biggest and best city in the United States of America, we can change the page in our country too.
And to centrist Democrats, these wins are not just any Democratic wins. They're a warning sign that the playbook that they have been running on might not be what their voters want anymore.
Welcome, everybody, to another debate on the Tom Foolery Show. Today we're discussing the DSA taking over the Democrat Party. What are the issues? That's what it's supposed to look like. This fucking cartoon music in the background. Like, this is a good thing. Tom wants socialism. I want the government to do stuff. Yes. I want the government to do stuff. I'm an anarcho-communist because I want the government to do stuff.
we are up against decades of misinformation, and, frankly, a lot of red scare tactics.
What does democratic socialism actually mean to those who proudly claim the label? I came to Denver to find out. What does congressional candidate Mayla Quiros say now?
Firing Line with Margaret.
See, they're trying to trick us with hot babes. That's what the socialists are trying to do. They're trying to trick all of us with hot babes. And I want to say I'm not falling for it. Generally, hot babes, I'm pretty much always going to be falling for it. So I don't want to speak too soon, but I hope I don't fall for it. I hope all of us can stay strong.
Hoover is made possible in part by Robert Granieri, Vanessa and Henry Cornell, the Margaret and Daniel Loeb Foundation, the Beth and Ravenel Curry Foundation, and by the following.
Mayla Quiros, welcome to Firing Line.
Thanks for having me.
You have just won a tight or contested Democratic primary in Denver, Colorado, that ended up not being quite so tight. You defeated a 15-term incumbent who was elected when I was in high school. This is my hometown. And you've joined a slate of Democratic socialists who have won upset primaries across the country as we lead into the midterm elections. There are now 120,000 members of the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America. And the organization it's making history.
Yeah.
To what do you credit the surge in interest and support for socialism?
I credit the reality that working people are facing right now and the agency that voters have taken back in choosing a different path. There are incredible wins that are happening all across the country, and of course here in our own district, where voters are saying it's no longer enough for the establishment or leadership to say things are going to get better, just like hold on. Voters are taking back that power and saying this isn't working for us anymore. We want something different. And I think Democratic Socialists have presented a kind of vision that's actually in line with the values of the voters.
Zohran Mamdani, the mayor of New York, despite constant criticism from the right.
Did she just say Mondant? She just say Mamdani?
I think Democratic Socialists have presented a kind of vision that's actually in line with the values of the voters.
Zohran Mamdani, the mayor of New York.
Can't tell. It sounds like she said Mamdani.
Despite constant criticism from the right and fear-mongering from the right about socialism, has a 58% favorability rating. Is that kind of success something that you think is achievable here in Colorado?
Absolutely. I think it's achievable anywhere.
Tom, are you planning on joining WIC's liberal NATO? I don't know what that is.
Right?
Tell me how.
I think what's happening right now is folks are actually starting to learn what socialism really means. I think it means a lot of different things to a lot of different people in the same way that capitalism means a lot of different things to different people. And I think the kind of socialism that Mamdani is practicing, that a lot of us that are identify as Democratic Socialists are
it means so
also
many
looking
things,
to practice
guys.
is one where we actually deliver for working families. At the end of the day, government is supposed to be of, for, and by the people, and it's supposed to be actively making our lives better. And if you have a government that is not operating efficiently or effectively to the means that the voters have asked for in their elections, then that's a failure. And it's our responsibility to fix that. And I think Mayor Mamdani has done an incredible job of showing that government can work for people and specifically work for working people.
Have you talked to him?
I have chatted with the mayor. He's wonderful.
Since your win?
Since our win, yes.
Did he give you any advice?
Advice in the sense that we had done something really unexpected, and just how to, prepare and get ready. And
what did he tell you about how to prepare?
Just to remember why I got into this in the first place, right? It's about delivering for the people. And, our why is the thing that's going to keep us grounded. And so I really appreciated that piece of advice.
If Democrats take back the House of Representatives in November, as many project they will, how would you ideally hold President Trump accountable?
Well, when we take back the House, we'll also be able to haul in every single administration official for questioning. We'll be able to submit document subpoenas, and not just for the sake of theater, right? There are real.
They also want to haul them into the fucking gulags.
Harms that are taking place right now as a result of this administration. The fact of the matter is we have Donald Trump as president for a second time because we didn't hold him accountable the first time thoroughly enough. And I really hope that this is an opportunity that Democrats see to show that we've learned our lesson and that we are going to be holding folks accountable.
To what extent does that trigger or escalate a cycle of investigations to every new administration when they come into power?
It's going to be our responsibility as a party to set the standard for that whatever we hold the Trump administration accountable for, that we're not tolerating within our own ranks as well. I think you make a really great point in that it can't just be about, vindication for the Trump administration. I think the point of holding the Trump administration accountable has to also be in line with presenting our vision for how government should be operating. There has to be a certain level of accountability, because if we just let the accountability go because we're afraid of the retaliation of investigations,
There's a fine line, isn't there?
She just keeps saying the word accountability. she just keeps saying accountability over and over.
There.
Exactly.
It's hard to draw that line. Yeah. There's a Pew poll, a Pew Research Center poll earlier this year found that twice as many Americans dislike Democratic Socialists as like them, or Democratic Socialist leaders as like them. Why are moderates wrong when they warn that the movement undermines the party's chances of winning in November?
Well, I think first and foremost, I think the framing sometimes when we're talking about democratic socialism and moderate stances takes away, the agency of the voters who voted for a candidate for their values or their platform. And
that's not that's so fucking stupid. The agency of the voters has nothing to do with whether or not this is going to be beneficial to the Democrat Party. That's not fucking relevant. Whether or not the voters want this has nothing to do with whether or not it's going to be beneficial for the fucking party, number one. And number two, y'all didn't fucking care about the agency of the voters when nobody wanted to vote for you. You didn't care about the agency of the voters when it was all establishment Democrats or corporate Democrats or, Zionist Democrats or everything else that you guys disliked. None of y'all were standing there caring about the fucking agency of the voters in those moments. You were out there saying that they were bad for the party, that they were bad for America, that they were bad for helping Democrats win. Thank you for the $2 dono. Appreciate it, good sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. Where's the dono? Where do I change this? There it is. Weird. True. But yeah, they weren't all sitting there. Like when Kamala was running, they literally said that the reason that she lost is because they're electing corporate Democrats and establishment Democrats, and that this is bad for the party, that this is what gives Trump the ability to win. They don't care about the fucking agency of the voters in those moments. They're not saying, I'm not going to say that this is a bad decision or that this is bad for the party because that would take away agency from the voters. They would never say that shit when it's the other guys, but when it's them, it's all about the agency of the voters.
Issues that they're talking about. And I think when we talk about democratic socialism,
yes, it is bad for the party. Accurate. Well, if it's about accuracy, then we're correct too. When we look at people's ability to win in general elections against Republicans in purple states like El Sayed, and the fact that he is very unlikely to win in the general election, whereas the person that he was running against was very likely to win in the general election, yet he's winning in the primaries. Like, it's that is also where it hurts. And then also the Democrat Party hurts in polling if they're considered to be socialist. And like this is true both ways. So you can't just say, well, but that's accurate. Okay, well, if it's about accuracy, then it doesn't matter about the fucking agency of the voters then. If we care about the accuracy, then you're proving my point.
We are up against decades of misinformation, of mischaracterizing what democratic socialism even is, and frankly, a lot of Red Scare tactics that are reigniting right now as a result of a lot of the wins that we're seeing from DSA. And I think the best way we can show what we actually mean is to just do the job that we are setting out to do. And the way that I always describe it for folks is that democratic socialism is first and foremost about democracy, right? A truly functioning democracy requires an active electorate that's actually participating, and we can't expect single moms that are working 2 jobs to take care of their kids to be as active in their elections when they have to worry about paying their rent the next month or paying down medical debt, right? And so part of the socialism piece is about making sure that people's most basic needs are met so that they have the room and the space to be active participants in their democracy.
So it sounds to me like your indictment of the modern Democratic Party or the mainstream Democratic Party is that they have failed to represent workers.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm a proud Democrat because of the things we've accomplished in the past that are very much in line with democratic socialist values, right? The Civil Rights Act, the New Deal, Social Security, fair labor laws. Every single one of those achievements was about bringing power back to the people and making sure that they have ownership and agency over how certain decisions are made, especially when their labor is actually responsible for a lot of the growth that we're seeing in our country and our economy.
You just said you're a democratic socialist, but you're a proud Democrat. New Jersey Democrat Josh Gottheimer recently said, I know you're smiling because you know the quote, said the DSA are not Democrats, they're socialists who want to hijack the Democratic Party. The Democrats have a big tent. That's our strength. We embrace a range of ideas, but there is no room for anti-American bomb throwers who oppose our ideas, values, and leaders.
True?
All right. Okay.
Yes, yeah. I like it.
What's your response?
I don't think there's anything more American than subscribing to an economic...
What up, Pinkerbell?
Hi, bitch.
...philosophy that, as the evidence shows, is the only one that's actually capable of delivering things like life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I really can't think of anything else.
Socialism has proven to deliver on the values of the Declaration of Independence more than capitalism has.
Yeah. When we talk about capitalism, one of the things that folks talk about with capitalism as a theory is that it's responsible for, delivering people out of poverty here in the U.S.
More people out of poverty around the world than any other economic system. Yeah.
Yes, which isn't the entire story. At the same time that a lot of folks were getting delivered out of poverty, there were a lot of social safety programs that were also being created at the same time. A lot of fair labor laws that were being enacted. Rights that workers were taking back to make sure that they were not working in unsafe conditions, to make sure that they were earning fair wages. That is not capitalism, right? Unfettered capitalism is where the capitalists, the owners of the means of production, are the only ones that are calling the shots. And you are lucky to have the job, and you just have to deal with the conditions. Socialism is about delivering democracy in the workplace and making sure that workers have a say about the conditions that they're working in, about negotiating for the kind of wage that would be fair for the labor that they are contributing to whatever industry it is that they're working in. And I also think that when folks think of capitalism, I think they think of free markets and competition and, innovation. And
what do you think of?
I think of monopolies. I think of...
But that's not capitalism if it's a monopoly.
I think of Path of Exile players liking to get it in a booty.
Well, and that's the question, right? Because in an unfettered capitalism, it does end up leading to monopolies. Now, if there's no government intervention.
But since when have we had unfettered capitalism in this country?
Never. But we've also never had, we've always had a mixed economy. And that's part of the...
We've also never had unfettered socialism, right?
Exactly. So to make it super clear cut, I subscribe to this theory of donut economics. And in donut economics, you have the inner ring of the donut, which is where everyone's basic needs are being met. And then the outer ring are the boundaries, so that you can make as much money as you want and do whatever you want with it, so long as you are not harming the planet, the one that we all have, or that you're not exploiting others in order to earn that wealth, right? So if we had, companies like Apple that were paying every single worker a living wage, and they all had benefits, and they had a strong union, and they were able to participate in their working conditions and making those decisions as well. That's socialism to me. That is democracy in the workplace, where workers have a piece of ownership over how the actual company is being run. Pensions, that was a form of socialism as well, Social Security. And so, there are a lot of definitions around these labels and these theories and ideas that I think we have to, kind of come together and figure out, okay, what do I actually mean when I say that I'm a democratic socialist? And that's what I mean, meeting people's basic needs while making...
Tom's just been showing us annoying fucks all day. I mean, look. We took a break from watching hot babes to watch annoying fucks in the last video with Destiny. But now we're back to hot babes.
Making sure that the wealth that's being accumulated
that's what we're doing.
Isn't at the expense of others or at the expense of our planet.
Okay, so the Democratic Socialists of America has just released a new platform. I'm sure you're familiar with it. I'm sure you've been asked a lot about it.
Yeah, I mean, our platform is, we really put the democracy into democratic socialism. And our platform is one that is voted on in a democratic way through our members. And it's one where it is almost certain that not every...
Our platform? Wait, is she National DSA approved? Approved.
Every single member actually agrees with the entirety of the platform.
Sure. You've been really clear that the parts of the platform you agree with are Medicare for all, universal child care, reducing corporate influence in elections. You've also rejected this notion that you would abolish the Senate. And you've been really, really clear that you're not for leaving NATO or getting rid of NATO. You also don't support defunding the police. Is there anything I left out?
No, I think that's pretty much it.
Okay, then because you've had outside groups pay for attack ads linking you to the platform and aspects of the platform that had not previously been clear that were your position, I want to take through several of the items and just tell me like yes, no, if possible. And if there's something that we need to come back to, we can come back to it.
Okay.
She's see, Millet, Kiros. Yes, she is officially endorsed by the National Democratic Socialists of America. Ooh. Ooh. We got all of these other DSA candidates really like making it clear that they are not endorsed by them and they are not seeking their endorsement. And we got this one. We got this one who's actually endorsed. Oh.
Expanding the size of the House.
Oh, I've seen some really interesting proposals that I'm open to.
So have I. Ranked choice voting in all elections.
Have I. Yes.
Me too. And I'm not a Democratic Socialist. Giving voting rights to non-citizens.
I haven't seen a proposal that's convinced me.
Okay. Statehood for DC.
Yes.
So are most Democrats.
Puerto Rico.
32-hour work week.
Yes.
Defund the Department of War.
How the fuck do you tell people to do a 32-hour work week? Like, how the fuck, if you need a certain amount of employees to do a certain amount of work, and then you're like, hey, oh, stop having them work 50 hours, only 32 hours. Like, how do you do that? Do you just not do the majority of, like, almost, you know, 1/3 of the work? You just don't do it? I don't work 32 hours, waste of time. Yes, well, you are one of the few privileged ones. I work well over 50 hours a week doing this. But like, I'm thinking, like, when I used to run restaurants. I used to run Pizza Huts and Taco Bells and Subways and Domino's, and I used to manage stores. And I just keep thinking, how, if they said, like, hey, workers can't work 40 hours or 50 hours, they can only work 32 hours. So, okay, well, we're already, like, always short on people. We need, like, 30 people to really fit all of our shifts, and we're always sitting around, like, 24. And you're saying all these 24 can't work 40 hours anymore, but it's 32 hours instead. And so now each person is missing about 8 hours, which is an entire shift. And so now we're missing, let's say, out of 24 people, we're missing 8 hours per person per week. Like, hire more people. Yeah, just hire more people. While we've been in a labor shortage for, 5 fucking years now, we don't have enough people to work the jobs. And now, not only do we, and it's a bigger problem than that, because, like, technically we have enough people, but the people right now, people are currently working less hours. The reason that they're working less hours is because millennials they value other things in their life more than just work. That's cool. That's fine. That's awesome. But how are they paying their bills? Well, they're paying their bills because they make enough in the 32 hours that they're working. They make enough to pay their fucking bills just by that, so that they don't have to work 40 hours a week. And so they're just choosing not to. And that's already happening. But then for the other people, it's like it's already an issue now, because people are just choosing to work less than 40 hours a week. Like, it's already a problem.
Let's go back to
with nuance. Let's go back to that. Let's go back to it. End all foreign war.
Tom doesn't get it. They literally don't give you a full schedule. Why not? They don't have to cover your health care and stuff. I'm sorry. I live in Georgia. They don't do that anyways for full-time workers. Like, that's not again, we're talking about people working at, like, a Pizza Hut or something like that. That's the example that we're sitting with. They're not paying for delivery drivers to have full health coverage. Now, I had full health coverage. I had eye, dental, like, the whole fucking shebang. But yeah, they weren't paying for literally every single delivery driver to have that. So nobody gave a fuck if they, like, you're talking to the person who made the fucking schedules. You're talking to the person who approves the fucking schedules. You're talking to the person who was trying to get people to work those jobs, to try to get them to work 40 to 50 hours. Like, you're talking to that person right now. So that's yeah. Although, if you're just saying, I mean, I assume maybe that's what they mean by 32 hours is, like, let's say full time now is 32 hours instead of 40 hours. And so that way, if you work 32 hours, then work companies should consider that full time now. And then that will make it to where they have to provide healthcare or something. So you don't even give them healthcare and you want them to show up for nothing. LOL. I don't want them to show up for anything. I'm just saying that they already don't have the people. And I'm sorry, but like when you say they don't give them health care and you want them to show up for nothing, like people really don't understand how this shit works. Like you really, really don't understand. We've gone over this a number of times, but for service industry jobs, okay, they don't have money to just hand out. Like people think that like when the tipping industry exists in the United States because it's necessary. If it didn't, these companies would not be able to exist in the ways that they do. Like speed, especially for like fast food and stuff like this, that is contingent on the fact that they're able to pay people less so that they can have more people. And if they have more people working, then the jobs get done a lot faster. But if they have less people working, then everything goes a lot slower. And if it goes a lot slower, then you're not able to give people the shit as fast as they currently want it. But on top of that, currently, right now, okay, service industry restaurants, they make about they pay for labor for their labor costs about, I think it's about 32 to 34% of their income. Okay, 32 to 34% of their income goes towards paying people, and this is while like a large percentage of their people are already getting paid on tips, right? Like a lot of these people, the majority of their payments are coming in through tips. And we're saying, okay, about 32% of their money goes to payroll. And then everybody else, all other businesses, they're averaging about 24% for payroll. So the people who are already averaging about 24% for payroll, and then they still have to buy like, you know, goods, they keep the lights on and like everything else. They still have all of their other costs. And about 24% of their money is going to payroll. But for service industry workers, it's about 32%. Honestly, no one cares. We are workers. I'm sorry. No one cares if we don't have jobs anymore, Tom. No one cares. We are the workers. We want good paying jobs. So close down all the companies so that they can't exist anymore. Just close them down so that we can't have jobs anymore. We are the workers. Like we are the workers, Tom. We decide no more companies. Close them down. We don't want jobs anymore. We don't want to pay our bills. Like, it's fucking insane, dude. You're not making sense. We're talking about the companies cannot exist in this environment that you're creating. That's what we're talking about. They cannot exist. I'm literally giving you the math right now. They cannot exist. It is impossible. Those jobs are gone. They're gone. They don't exist anymore. If these sorts of standards exist, the jobs do not exist. So anyways, the average company pays about, I think it's like 24% to labor, whereas service industry jobs pay about 32 to 34%. So I don't know what what kind of expectations you can have there, where you're saying, hey, you should also be paying them healthcare on top of that, when they already pay a much larger percentage of their income to wages than anybody else. And like, I guess to an extent it could make sense for a lot of companies, but not service industry. And like, that's again the example that we're giving. That's the hypothetical that we're working within is the service industry. These are just not things that are possible. They are not possible within the dynamics that currently exist. The government, you go tax the rich and then have the rich give the money to the fucking corporations.
And close overseas military bases.
End all foreign wars for sure. I want to hear more about ending.
Yes, only let's end foreign wars. The wars here, we're getting ready to do those. We're getting ready to ramp up wars with, civil wars. So don't pay any attention to those. But foreign wars, those are bad. We don't want the ones that are foreign. Brown people are in those wars. No bueno.
Closing military bases. Establish public
Just kidding.
ownership of
Just
the
kidding.
largest
Just kidding.
corporations and essential industries to ensure democratic control and accountability to the people.
To the
The
people.
only ownership that for proposals that I've seen that I'm interested in are related to like utilities,
Joe Blow,
like
thank you,
water
good
and
sir.
energy. I think there's a really compelling case there.
But you don't think the government should take over Apple?
No.
Okay,
No.
got it. Recognize the rights of the Palestinian people, including the right of return, the right to resist military occupation, and the right of self-determination in a free Palestine with Jerusalem as the capital.
I think it's up to the Palestinians through their right of self-determination to determine a capital or whatever that state would
Okay.
look like. But protecting their right to self-determination and everything else that you said.
Right of return,
Yeah.
including the right of return.
Okay.
End all military and economic aid to Israel.
Yes.
It's no surprise to you this is a flashpoint in your campaign. Yeah. What I have learned to understand about your position about the Middle East is that you hope for an Israel and Palestine that can live in peace together. Your quote was, perhaps it is naive to believe that people in Palestine and Israel might one day live together as neighbors in peace without fear of persecution under a new government, but it is not hopeless, and most importantly, it is not anti-Semitic. I take you at your word that this does not come from a anti-Semitic place in your heart. There are many Jews who believe very strongly in a two-state solution. It is their view that the only way to reliably guarantee the security of the Jewish people after centuries of persecution that culminated in the Holocaust is to have a Jewish state. Why is that concern misplaced?
Well, first and foremost, I would argue that I don't think anyone has actually presented a truly effective proposal for a two-state solution. For example, a two-state solution would have to resolve the fact that there are 700.
I was afraid this is gonna go like, I don't think anyone has truly presented a real argument that that threat actually exists or something like that. Okay.
150,000 illegal settlers in the West Bank from Israel. If we're being serious about a two-state solution, then that would mean expelling 750,000 people from the West Bank. I think a two-state solution also ignores the reality of how Israel was created as a state and robs the Palestinian people of their right to self-determination as well.
So tell me then, in the context of a one-state solution, what concrete institutions would protect Jews if they no longer control the government or the military and find themselves in a minority?
It gets back to what does it mean to be a democracy? Because the debate here is the idea of a Jewish state that is a democracy.
But the Israelis would argue, and I know you have heard this, that there are Arabs, 1 million Arabs at least, living with full rights and freedoms in the state of Israel. I recognize that doesn't represent the West Bank or Gaza, but within Israel. So they would argue that they're a pluralistic country and actually a democracy. So I guess the question is, if it were to be one state with all of Palestine or all of the West Bank and Gaza, how does one guarantee the security of the Jews?
That's part of what those deliberations would have to be, right? And I think that is a role that the United States has to play.
I'm sorry, you can't keep doing this. Like, nobody's presented a real two-state solution that actually makes sense. So I feel like it has to be a one-state solution. Okay, well, how would you do the one-state solution? That's something that they'll have to figure out. Wait, what? Like, what? So you don't think there's like a real effective two-state solution that exists, but then when it comes to the one-state solution, there's also not a real effective way that can exist. They just need to figure it out. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense to me. Makes sense to you guys? Makes sense to me.
In, these peace talks where we talk about, I think we talk about this like it's a zero-sum game. Like we can't guarantee the right to return for Palestinians and the right to some kind of reparations as a result of this genocide that they're facing right now, while also securing, basic needs and protection for Jewish people in what would be this new form of government.
Should the Arab nations that are neighbors also take a role?
I think anybody who's committed to democratic values has a role to play, but to be clear, this is the Israeli and Palestinians that need to be leading this. Like that is what self-determination is, right? For them to decide what kind of a government that they want to live in.
The reality, right, is that, as we both know, since October 7th, the overwhelming majority of Israelis, from the liberal side to the conservative side, are all deeply concerned about what would happen if there was a one-state solution. And so I guess reasonably, we can all have...
The concern is valid, but the concern doesn't justify allowing the status quo to continue, right? There are people whose lives are being lost right now and children whose limbs are being blown off. We have a responsibility to defending our democratic values and holding our allies accountable in that way. It's never easy, but that doesn't mean that it's an excuse to not do what is in line with our democratic values, which is to secure equal rights and equal dignity to any human being that's living in what is supposedly a democratic state.
Have you ever been to Israel or anywhere in the region? Would it change your mind or open your perspectives if you did?
I'm sure it would, right? Part of the work that we've been doing here as well is having conversations with, the Jewish community, specifically the Zionist Jewish community, to, better understand different perspectives,
Jews.
Different positions, different experiences.
We talk to the fucking Jews.
Again, my values have always been rooted in protecting dignity and safety for every single person, especially as it relates to these inalienable things about our religion or ethnicity or our culture. And my greatest concern right now is that the state of Israel is losing support all across the political spectrum here in the US. And I believe that
Why does that concern you?
I think we're leaving a vacuum on the left and the progressive wing to speak to this criticism in a way that is in line with our values, to where people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, who are raging anti-Semites and white supremacists and Christian nationalists, are pretending to care about Palestinian safety, when really it's just masking their overt hatred for Jewish people.
You're singing my song.
And if we are not presenting our vision of what we believe in with our democratic values that extends not just to the Palestinian people, but to the Israeli people and to the Jewish people, that land has a distinctly Jewish character, a distinctly Christian character, a distinctly Muslim character. It's a land that has seen bloodshed for centuries. And we, I think, are doing a disservice to the people of that region by not offering our progressive vision in a way that isn't immediately swatted down as, bigoted or anti-Semitic. And that's going to require a lot of conversations, a lot of hard conversations. There will be things that we learn, things that there will be missteps and mistakes made. But as long as we're continuing that conversation, we are at the very least presenting an actual vision in line with our values that can combat and hopefully silence a lot of the anti-Semitism that's coming from the right, because we're leaving that vacuum wide open right now if we are afraid to have these conversations.
One of the things you said come back to, the first thing you said come back to was defund the Pentagon.
It is, I think, the most common sense position. At the very least, we need to properly audit the Department of Defense and then actually hold them accountable for either failing that audit or failing to actually be transparent about a lot of the money that's pouring into.
Yep, all those failed audits, dude. They lost all that money. They're losing money all over the place.
That agency right now. I'm in favor of a 10% cut right off the top immediately.
Okay, so you're not for defunding it entirely?
No, I don't even know what that means. I think a lot of democratic socialists want to work towards a world where there is actual world peace and an agency like the Department of Defense becomes obsolete. That doesn't mean...
That would be very nice.
That would be very nice, but that doesn't mean defunding the Department of Defense and then just hoping things work it out itself.
Okay, let's move on. Republicans have seized on the label of democratic socialist. In June, President Trump said, these are hardcore, godless communists. This is the most serious threat to our country since its existence. So first, are you a communist?
No, I'm not a communist.
How do you tackle the criticism that some members of the DSA, including half of the DSA leadership, seem to call themselves communist?
Yeah, well, you know, some members of the Democratic Party are proudly proclaiming themselves as capitalists, and it's a big tent, right? But again, at the end of the day, it's up to the voters, right?
That's a pretty good answer. That's a good answer. Like you know, if I'm a Democrat now, are they going to start calling me a capitalist because Democrats call themselves capitalists? That was a good response.
Until a self-proclaimed communist actually wins an election, then it's just noise from the Republican Party. There's no one who's actually winning with that.
Why are they using that rhetoric?
Because I think the Republican Party, and frankly, the oligarchy that largely stands behind the Republican Party, can see that our message of in its most basic form economic populism is actually resonating with voters. Bernie and AOC came to Denver and got 35,000 people to show up to talk about fighting the oligarchy and fighting for economic populism. Republicans know that this is the message that is going to not only root out Trump, but root out the conditions that led to him rising in the first place. And I think if Democrats are actually interested in winning again, then they would heed those words and follow the voters where they're at, meet them where they're at, and start taking on some of these policies for our own platform.
Melat Kiros, thank you for joining me on Firing Line.
Thank you for having me.
Firing Line with Margaret.
This is the first time I've listened to anything from her. I know that there's like she's apparently one of the more extreme candidates in some of her beliefs, but I haven't looked into her very much and don't know much about her. I thought she was supposed to be one of the like less radical ones. She's not that extreme, to be honest. No one is. Well, I mean, again, yeah, that's kind of the problem with them, is that none of them are extreme. They're the moderate candidates that warm everybody up to the extreme ones. All right, we're gonna take a break from some DSA stuff.
Is President Trump or the administration, do they have any plans to intervene in the extradition process for the Tate brothers?
No, we've already answered that question.
Donald Trump, you can owe Andrew Tate and Tristan. You owe them. I'm just gonna straight out say it. Other people might not want to, hear that or say it, or I'll lose opportunities. Oh no, America's gonna get mad at me. You would be in prison.
I literally, I remember when they apparently worked with the government, the Romanian government, to try to get Andrew and Tristan Tate sent to the United States. And I remember at the time, I thought they were going to refuse to send them back. I really thought they're probably not going to send them back. This feels like it's going to be part of some longer term plan, and I'm glad that I was wrong, but I really expected them to not send them back. That would be That would be fucking massive if they didn't.
Had it not been for these guys. As a matter of fact, to make things even crazier, he'd probably be at FDC, just like Andrew.
Wait, what? Is he saying Trump is going to be in prison?
No, he says Trump would have been in prison if it wasn't from the tapes.
Okay, I'm gonna just watch the full clip.
Just let it
Yeah, he always impressed me.
Let it play.
This tweet came across my feed, okay? And I said, fuck it, we're not sleeping right now. Guys, the tapes need our help, okay? I'm being held in SHU, the highest level of security which exists. No commissary, no visits, no contact with the outside world. My neighbor is a cannibal who screams throughout the night. Now, as you guys...
Yo, everybody,
he's over here fucking on Twitter. He's over here on Twitter saying he has no contact with the outside world. That he's stuck in the fucking SHU. I'm sorry. I've been in the fucking SHU. I've been in the hole tons of times. I never got any fucking, like, access to Twitter. I didn't get access to Twitter if I was in general population. How the fuck is he over here tweeting out and talking to everybody? What the fuck? How is that possible?
Find yourselves a partner that defends you the way Myron defends his white zaddies.
100%.
You know what? That shit is crazy. Like, the way this man comes out to bat talking about craziness. Hey, you know what? I gotta do it.
Address the white zaddy shit, boy. Articulate that in a way where everybody will understand Charlie Kirk, my white zaddy. But he won't. He won't.
White zaddy.
Yeah, we need
my white zaddy.
Go back, bro.
White Charlie Kirk.
All right, I gotta re-up on my Red Bull. I will be right back.
Kirk is my white zaddy. Why you gotta be a white zaddy? Kirk my daddy.
Hey. Oh, we working on today?
I could care less. Yeah. This can get. White zaddy. White zaddy. Yeah. White Charlie Kirk is my white zaddy. It's giving gay. White zaddy.
All right.
You guys know, I'm very familiar with this jail. When I was a special agent back in the day with Homeland, I've literally dropped off 1 million people at this facility, man. FDC, Miami FDC is horrible. So I made some phone calls, got some things together. I'm asking y'all to do this for me. Please comment, like, and retweet this, okay? Here's a tweet I just wrote. To the U.S. Marshals, BOP, Miami FTC, and Rubio. As a former 1811 who personally processed and delivered hundreds of prisoners into this exact facility, I'm raising a precise legal and operational concern regarding the Tate brothers.
Can you just zoom in on Myron real fast for us? Yeah, just zoom in. Because his body language, I could tell he's really hurt. Oh. Are you okay? Are you doing all right?
You know what's this?
I miss my daddy.
That's how our mom stands at the bus stop in the morning.
When it's cold? She got her slippers, her pajamas, her hair fucked up.
She got the moo on. She got the bathrobe. Okay, and there's no button on that bitch. So she closed this thing and then she closes it with her arms like that. Like,
okay, Auntie.
Yes.
She got a little cup of coffee.
It's Auntie. No, she don't. But she got to smoke though. This weather is too much. It's really, this year, October has been really, really wet.
Have you never just sat like this at a bus stop and missed your white zaddy?
Worry that shit. Oh my God, look at all this snow. I'm gonna have to go out and shovel.
He genuinely looks so sad.
No, well, I mean, maybe he is.
Look at his face.
My daddy's in jail, bro.
Under Bell versus Wolfish, individuals detained pending judicial proceedings cannot be subjected to conditions that amount to punishment. Restrictions.
My guy's trying to do legal proceedings on Twitter. This guy's stupid as fuck. Imagine being like, DHS, according to Rule Book 5, the guy who handles social media is like, okay.
You know what this is?
What? This is LARPing. LARPing. It's LARPing.
This is the post on Facebook. I hereby forbid and declare Facebook from thinking this don't work. This day platform. This day platform. This is what this is,
100%.
but with AI.
I remember people used to do the thing with copyright infringement where they would have this thing in description where it's like, I do not possess the copyrights to this, but as a result of free speech, it's like, okay, bro, none of that matters. If they're going to copyright claim your ass, that little disclaimer don't matter.
No.
The Tate brothers should not be subjected to detention-like restrictions based solely on allegations made by a foreign government. At minimum, they should be released under reasonable supervision with appropriate reporting requirements and assurances they will...
So you know what this is? This is just really a performance. It's a performance for his fan bases and for the...
Bro, I've never heard anybody else make fun of that shit. I've never heard anybody else even talk about that shit. I see that all over the place where people do this, like, you know, I am not claiming to be the original owner of this content. They would like put up notifications at the beginning of their videos, and then they would put it like in the description. What it just meant that like they were reviewing shit. So like, let's see, I think Team Fatty does this. It's especially common in like black YouTube. It's especially common there, but it's kind of a thing around.
They say men lead the way, and
now the lights can't I'm gonna be the unfiltered, untouchable.
who is my favorite streamer? Team Fatty. Yeah.
Tune into that man Fatty, innit? The man's a bad man, fam, proper. Real life. Who's your favorite?
Content presented on the following show is intended for satirical
There
and
you go.
educational purposes only. The views, opinions, and statements expressed by panelists and guests are their own and do not necessarily reflect those of the host, production team, or channel. Additionally, any third-party content featured in this program is used in compliance with fair use under United States copyright law, which allows for commentary, criticism, news report, teaching, and research. Viewer discretion is advised, and we encourage independent thought.
This is what's put under like in the descriptions of tons of fucking videos, and at the beginning of the videos is where it says, you know, any third-party content featured in this program is used in compliance with fair use under U.S. copyright law, which allows for commentary, criticism, news reporting, teaching, and research. They put this all over the fucking place in their videos, in the description, in their profiles. Like they'll put it all over the place, acting like that makes some sort of fucking difference. It's really fucking stupid, but. Yeah, I really fucked up today with the dono goal, but we're at $34 out of 50. We got to get $14 more. We got 10 minutes left on the clock. I screwed up in not updating the total goal, or yeah, the goal earlier where we're supposed to get. So that's my bad.
The greater internet. I'm defending my brothers. There's not.
But it's just like they put those things in the descriptions or in the videos, and it makes literally no difference. Like it does nothing, and they do it as though it's like some sort of protection. Like they put they have their shield up.
Not even meaningful. If you really want to defend them in some type of way, whether it's donate to a legal fund, whether it's actually being part of a real social media campaign, but this whole thing where you tweet at DHS like they give a fuck.
It's just crazy how like his ex-co-workers must laugh at this dude so much.
100%. That's
like, oh, what are you doing, my guy?
Bruh.
Like looking at this,
That's a sovereign citizen.
Be like, oh my God.
So could you imagine if you're sitting in fucking the State Department office and then you see this tweet and you're like, that's a good point. Yes, let the Tate brothers out now. I saw a tweet that exemplified the reasons why we must release them. That's never going to happen. But that's what a lot of like this world is. And that when you're loyal to the fucking demagogue, you have to do these gestures. You have to get in front of the cameras. Oh, the injustice, what they're doing to the orange man. Oh my God, the Tate brothers, I'm so loyal. I'm behind closed doors, they're like, that nigga did that shit. But in front of the cameras, oh my, it's so innocent, the injustice. Let me tweet so you know.
Hey, yo. 10 gifted memberships. Let's go. Let's fucking go, boy. You know what? You know what, guys? Andy joined the membership too. Let's get some W's in chat. Get them W's in the fucking chat. Sheesh. I'm trying to count the donuts. I keep losing fucking count because I think I might have counted wrong earlier, but I'm wanting to double check. 5, 10, 12. Right? Yeah. 10, 12, 22, 27. No, I counted right. I counted right. Well done. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Let's go.
No, it's like, bruh.
Yeah, digital dick sucking.
100%.
Right now, they're in a very dark place, as you guys know. You know, they might be in the United States and they go rush back to Romania, spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on private jets to get back on time. That's how serious these guys are.
You were trying to get Polly one? Damn, Polly. Try again. Do 10 more. It'll probably work this time. Try again. Just do 10 more. Do some of the higher levels. I think that'll make it more likely that the person that you want to get it will get it. Some of the more expensive ones, I think. Makes it more likely.
About making their court hearings. So the fact that he's still being held, right? That's what this is, guys. You got to ride with your friends, guys. Okay.
And 10 more gifted subs, dude. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Yeah, Polly still didn't get one. Well. Third time's the charm. Third tries the charm, dude. W's in the fucking chat, dude. I don't even know how to say that. Apophis? Apophis? W's in the fucking chat.
Dear Rito31 tipped $10. Are we saving liberalism yet?
Yes. We are saving liberalism. Thank you, dear Rito, for the $10. Let's go. Let's go. We are definitely saving liberalism. Look at all the fucking green names in chat. Look at all the green names in chat. Of course, we're well on our way. We're teaching everybody capitalism right here, right now. We're trying to make me an elite. We're trying to put me in the Epstein class as part of saving liberalism. So I can get my
Private island of smoking hot 5-year-olds. Right, chat? We just need to convert Tom to be a progressive. We made him America great again. Yeah. Everybody take a second, hit that like button. Appreciate you joining. We just dropped by like 20 viewers after I said that, so that's all right. That's all right. We'll get it. Who the heck are those people who won the memberships? I don't know, man. I don't know.
Okay, I always teach you guys about having certain masculine traits. Andrew Tate and Tristan were huge contributors to Trump winning in 2024.
Here it is. Let's listen.
You don't believe me? Kamala Harris wrote it in her phone.
Best thing about 5-year-olds, there's 5 of them. Wait, what does that mean? Best thing about 5-year-olds is they're always 5 years old.
Fucking book, okay? Kamala Harris wrote in her book, page 176. She released this book, page 176, and I want you guys to read this. This comes from 107 Days by Kamala Harris. She just released it, I think, late last year. Pundits.
Wait. Are we about to listen to what a woman has to say about the state of the world?
Yeah, but it benefits them, so yes.
All of a sudden now, she doesn't belong in the kitchen. You want to hear what she has to say.
Speak about the bro vote, the frat boy flank. I don't think of them in those reductive terms. Instead, I think about these young voters.
I used to not get what that meant. People would always, like, there was always people who say shit like, best thing about 18-year-olds, they're always 18 years old. I always thought, what does it even mean? Like, you think they don't get older? They do. What the fuck are you talking about? Doesn't make any sense. Gross, I mean, well, just feel reassured. My girlfriend is here in chat, and she's a little bit older than 5 years old. So feel safe and secure. Tom, it's the best thing about high schoolers is I keep getting older. They keep staying the same age. I mean, that's one of the things, but I'm 8.5, yeah. Yeah, the old lady. What up, Blue Sheep Llama? Matthew McConaughey, Dazed and Confused.
Coming out of age during COVID, unnaturally isolated, their lives lonely when they should have been at their most social. At the very moment their world should have been widening and had been contracted. For some, the voice.
He said he noped out. He said, I just came in, don't know 20 memberships, and that's it for me. Totally regret it. I'm gone. That's regret that. Not doing that again.
Voice that filled that void belong to Andrew Tate, Myron Gaines, and others who grab attention with get rich or fitness content, then deliver arguments that feminism is damaging to masculinity and women need to know their place. So, ladies and gentlemen, what did I just read? I read a paragraph from the former Vice President of the United States that ran for president and lost due to losing the male vote. And she identified me and Andrew explicitly as the contributing factors that made her lose the election. So if anyone is watching this stream right now.
That's not what she said. What she said was that there was a void created by the fact that men were disaffected, COVID was involved, and that the people who filled in that void and then operated that was you among many other voices. But these guys taking so, I don't know, it's interesting to see like, y'all won because of us. No, there was other dudes in the spear as well, but it's okay.
His own fucking opponents admitted that Andrew was critical to her not winning the presidency. Look, I don't care if my name's in there or whatever, but I do think it's important that you guys understand the gravity of what the Tate brothers did for the Trump administration.
We got enough memberships today, where I will count those as donos, because we got, I think, 35 new members today. So we'll just put it on the board anyways. It is what it is. We'll count it. We'll count it.
The reason why we don't have Kamala Harris as the president right now is because of Andrew Tate. And you guys need to thank him, and yours truly, of course, for ensuring that. Now, look, is Trump perfect? Of course not. But I'll tell you this, I'm way more glad that he's our president than fucking Kamala Harris, the moron.
Yes, after Iran and all the funds sent to Israel so they can bomb your fellow Muslims, I'm sure you're glad.
Trump would be in prison right now had it not been for guys like us sticking up for him and saying, we need to go ahead and get out there and vote, okay? Now the tables have turned. And I do think that the Trump administration owes the Tate brothers some semblance of assistance, given the fact that they were critical and instrumental to Trump's historic win, despite the fact he got shot at, despite the fact that he had been charged 4 different times. So yeah.
All right, but what if they're guilty? You see how like most of the argument is essentially, well, we were loyal and we helped you, so help us. I scratched your back. So, you notice like that's always absent in all these conversations. It's always about like loyalty. It's always about that. There's no possibility these people might be guilty, right? There's no possibility in their head. They don't want to let the investigation and actual go through the judicial process in the countries where they may have infringed on the crimes, on the people. It's always about.
Don't talk about that.
Now scratch mine.
Yep.
Oh, that does feel good. I'm not gonna lie. So I can understand their perspective a little bit, but I just. Stupid. And that's what this movement is. A lot of it is be loyal to dear leader, and dear leader will shower favors on you. We were loyal. Now shower us with the favor. Someone says, if you look up self-snitching in the dictionary, you'll see Andrew Tate's picture. Should have left people's 15-year-old daughters alone. The idiots bragged about it. Throw away the key. So if you actually, okay, if you don't know what they're talking about right now, we had this in one of our earlier videos, because some people forget. It's crazy you can just Google this shit so fast.
You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck would I read for you? You've got a fit sister who's 16, maybe.
Muslims have the best frame on earth. I want a virgin wife at 16 who's going to obey me. That's what I want.
You know, you said it looks like I'm in a teenage girl's bedroom.
Yeah, these are the people who say the same shit, and they're not fucking kidding. These are the people who say the same exact fucking shit, except it's not even a joke.
Yeah. To some people, that would be an insult, but to me, I find that quite flattering, to be honest. You know, like, that's exactly what you'd expect.
Yeah. I'm fucking all these 15.
He was about to say 12.
You remember there was this guy. Do you guys remember there was a guy, he was a streamer. He had Andrew Tate on, and they put like his girlfriend on the stream with Andrew Tate, and Andrew Tate was like talking to the girl for a little bit, and he's like, hey, like I'm gonna give you a number and I want you to call me when you turn 18. Because I think she was like 16, and she's like, he's like, yeah, call me when you turn 18. You got like 2 years. Call me when you turn 18. And the boyfriend comes back and he's like, yo, what the fuck? No. I know. And I remember at the time, I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. I remember at the time, I knew who Andrew Tate was. I didn't know what he was talking about. The boyfriend comes back and he's like pissed. He's like, no, fuck that shit. Do not try to give my girlfriend your fucking number. What the fuck are you doing? Like going off on him. You gotta do it. Like, I know what that is, bro. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing trying to give her your number. Like, you're not doing that with her. You're not doing that shit with her. I know what that means, bro. I know what that means. And I remember watching it thinking, I don't know what the fuck that means. What is that?
This motherfucker was about to say 12.
Oh, you might have said not 15, 16, whatever they got. They
went
2 girls
15.
have claimed Andrew Tate approached them on social media when they still attended school.
PhD is a pimp and hose degree. So the recruitment process is, you message them on Instagram.
I was contacted by Andrew Tate, the older of the Tate brothers, 3 years ago when I was just 16.
Daria was 16 when she said she received a private message on Instagram 2 years ago from Andrew Tate's account. It read simply, Romanian girl, followed by a strawberry emoji.
What do you inbox the woman? I live in Bucharest, Romania. It doesn't matter if I'm in London, Bucharest, Moscow, anywhere I am. I just say Bucharest ? Or Moscow ? Or London ? Sometimes, because like I said, intrigue, I'll put a completely pointless emoji on the end. Some cherries, or an orange, or a strawberry.
I asked around to my other friends and my classmates, who were also 15, 16 at the time, and a couple of them also told me they received messages.
So I messaged her, she's like, I'm only 16. I was like, give a fuck. Not about me. I've got my main, my bottom, Vivian. So Vivian here, that's how it started. I met Vivian in Slovakia. We had a long-term relationship thing. I was living in England.
Yeah, he raped Lauren Southern. Does anybody remember that clip that I'm talking about? I'm trying to find it, but I don't know who any of the streamers were. I don't know who any. I've tried like looking it up through AI, and all it talks about is current charges and shit.
I moved her to England to be with me to start doing my webcam company. So Vivian's been with me 6 years.
So he's been with Vivian for 6 years, right?
Because Vivian's younger. Vivian's like 21.
Vivian's 21. And at this point, he's been a girlfriend for 6 years.
Oh my
There's a video
goodness.
from 10 years ago that showed me in a sexual act with one of my ex-girlfriends. There's a video from 10 years ago that showed me in a sexual act with one of my ex-girlfriends. From 10 years ago. Hey, stupid. I didn't say the word listen. Did I say listen?
Hello everyone, I just wanted to say something about the video that's been released recently about me and my ex-boyfriend Andrew Tate. Andrew is my still great friend. What you guys saw on the video is just what we used to do. It was just pure game. He's a great guy. He would never hurt anyone.
There's a video from 10 years ago that... Just what happens, you don't listen. Look at the camera.
It's like taking the virginity of a really beautiful woman. I get to have this experience and no one else gets to have it again. It is a little bit better, but the real pleasure is in the fact that somebody else would love to have this and I get it. That's why this is good.
That makes sense. I'll give you that. I agree with that.
When you are in the true abundance mindset of you can have the pick of the crop, you can have the world's most attractive women. I mean, one of my main chicks has 200,000 Instagram followers, and I took her virginity when she was 17. It's an abundance mindset. Yeah. I have so many girlfriends, and so many wonderful girlfriends, and so many virgins. She was a Polish virgin. Man, it hurt her at every moment that I was doing it, but it felt good for me, so who gives a shit?
Okay. You play that, there's way more clips, guys. And like he had a whole course on pimping girls and how you want to get them as young as possible. And even in some of the charges alleged, I think some of them are as young as 15, 14 in the new set of charges in the UK. So y'all can imagine it goes pretty far. And I just think it's interesting that the whole Epstein crowd, the ones who are obsessed with the island, all of a sudden want to go so far to defend a dude. So good to contextualize what happened, because sometimes you forget how nasty and fucking weird homeboy was getting.
But he's my homie, so let's protect him, right?
Hey, listen, if a pedo scratches my back, I will scratch. Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Motherfuckers gonna clip that real quick. Shit, put that shit out of context.
I don't know. It's interesting that the people who believe in law and order don't believe in it when it's convenient for them. So the whole extradition order is perfectly normal. It's very serious crimes. He has to be extradited. They have probable cause. Like, you can't just extradite somebody because you accuse of something. They have to present the case to the DHS to a degree to show they have probable cause to think he may have really committed these crimes. And then they go through that process. What they're essentially asking for is for them to subvert the law because they like this guy. Mm-hmm. That's not how it works. Doesn't matter who it is, unless you're the president and you got pardons for everything or you're pretty much immune to all criminal prosecutions. That's how it works. So if I do a crime, don't matter how innocent I may or may not be, if they have enough evidence and they're starting an investigation and they progress far enough and they want me extradited, I have to go. So him being a former law enforcement saying, I'm DHS, so it doesn't matter.
I want to see where this thing goes because I want to have the details of everything. Because everybody's always talking about speculations and clips. If they have all these evidence, I really definitely want to see that, and I want to see where they flop. You had all this energy about the, and then after that, Trump was about it, and you're like, well, you know, Biden administration, and now this dude is, how you gonna flop? I want to see how you gonna flop.
I'll say, you know, young Philly's going through his trial right now in Australia. Mm-hmm. There's no course in the camera. Basically, you have to hear every detail from a court reporter who types it up in a news report afterwards. You know, in America, you might watch the whole Young Thug trial for 2 years, live streamed. You might watch, you know, Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp. But that's not the case in a lot of places. People have very strong, I know because I'm dealing with something in a foreign court. And like, I can't talk about the proceedings. I can't talk about the process. Like, that's something they don't allow. So understand whatever your understanding is of the court system, you have to apply it to a different country and see they operate very differently than North America.
So, dude, Myron, if you guys remember, he was just on with Pisco the other day on his Twitter space, and he kept telling, like they talked to him for a while and they kept saying like, you regret your vote, blah blah blah. And while he's talking about like how bad the Jews are and how like much he hates Israel and blah blah blah, Pisco was asking, he's like, okay, well, Donald Trump has been like a huge proponent of Israel, has really been trying to help them, sending them a lot of money, like it. And he kept saying like, so don't you regret your vote? And he's like, no, not at all. Like, and they kept saying, why not? And he's like, cuz you guys ran Kamala. I would never want a woman to run the country. And he kept saying it like over and over and over. Like, I would never want a woman to run the country. I would never want a woman to run the country. That was his whole fucking thing. That's all he cared about, was just whether or not it was a woman. That's it. Nothing else.
I'm not sitting here saying like, oh, I yearn for a violent revolution. I'm saying it's coming because it's the ultra wealthy. It's literally the it always.
So this is David Maruccio. We watched him debate that far right-wing guy the other day. Here, he's debating somebody else. I can't remember the other guy that he's debating either. But this is one of the guys who left the Unfuck America tour and said that Z was racist, and that was like calling me out online and saying that like I was a fucking Nazi and shit. And I had a number of conversations with him behind the scenes, and then he ghosted me and then started calling me racist. You know, he was on that whole COPE panel with Dean Withers and all of those other people. But yeah, he's apparently debating David Maruccio here, so.
Why is it revolution?
Apparently he's in favor of socialism now too. Apparently he's in favor of socialism.
Bro. Is it the good idea to fucking bring on Santana, or should I bring him on tomorrow or when 10?
That's it, Santana. That's his name. Santana. You guys remember this guy? He's a fucking idiot. He's an absolute fucking moron. Like somebody was on Dean Withers' stream the other day yelling at Dean Withers for getting black viewers and for being a big streamer. They were literally, unironically, they were yelling at Dean Withers for being white and having a lot of viewers and saying that he shouldn't be getting a lot of viewers. He needs to be moving all of his viewers to black platforms. He needs to get them to go watch black content creators. And that he should be just funneling all of his viewers to Santana. Fuck. It looks like the whole fucking channel's gone. But yeah, anyways, I mean, you guys have seen him on my channel like a couple of times where he wouldn't actually come on and debate me, but we've reviewed a number of the things where he's calling me out or talking shit about me, talking shit about Z, you know, doing the whole, she did a microaggression, she microaggressed on them. Like he was one of the most outspoken people in that entire scenario, and was very fucking obnoxious the entire time. And then yeah, he was on that like big COPE panel
afterwards. So yeah, this is Santana right here.
I'm sorry. I might
Either way, that
and
this is Simple Black Theory here. Dan Malik, Mermaid, Erica, Pickles. I don't think Pickles ever said anything about me, actually, but I'm pretty sure the rest of them did.
over that whole panel.
All of the rest of them did say a bunch of fucked up shit.
Enjoyed
about me.
debating.
So yeah, Santana right here. This is the guy that they're talking about, or he's talking to.
Tensions are fucking eased, bro. How's it going, liberal?
Listen,
Viewer
I'll say this.
reparations.
You can't welcome all comers and then duck fades. So
I said tomorrow. I said tomorrow.
No. I hear you. Man, you said a lot of shit that was wrong. Like a lot.
Okay.
A couple of things I want to just call out, and I'll say this from the very beginning. I think the biggest issue that's being missed is like praxis, right? The things that you're talking about is in a bubble, theoretically understandable, but when you when you imply it, it doesn't work. I want to start kind of where you just left off. I don't think amendments and ratifications to the Constitution was the right thing. I absolutely disagree.
Okay.
The Constitution needs to be abolished. It's shit.
I remember you made. Oh, I'm not gonna spoil it. Actually, never mind. Not gonna say.
Yeah,
that.
no,
I don't remember
I mean,
anything.
Yeah, you know the stance, but like that, it's literally because yeah, you can talk about like adding or taking away amendments and trying to fix it and all this other stuff. Like the fact of the matter is, yes, it was written for white men that own land, and so working on something that didn't work from the beginning for everybody, it's never going to actually work because we're always going to be fighting uphill battles. That's why we keep going to court about birthright citizenship, or you have a time-honored decision like Roe versus Wade that's stood forever, and they're striking it down. Like you got to abolish the entire Constitution, start from scratch, and make sure that everyone has equal rights.
Okay. Well, equal rights are a thing now. But the problem is, here's the issue that I'm at here. Yeah, I mean, legally, to say that enforcement is equal, definitely not. The Trump administration is crazy. I don't disagree with that. But
hey,
I think it's important to...
What's the deal with voting for black people?
What, are you referring to the Voting Rights Act decision? That was the most latest SCOTUS precedent, or what? Yeah, that's a manifestation of a Supreme Court that I believe is fucked. Yeah.
Yeah, but equal rights aren't a thing, right?
Well, no. Okay, so he Santana's a fucking moron. Like this is the problem. He's a fucking idiot. David just said that they are a thing in law. They're just not enforced correctly. And then he just gave another example of bad enforcement and is like, what, see? Gotcha. You're still making his fucking point.
Yeah, okay. Equal rights are a thing right now, as in it is a institution in America. But you recognize that
in praxis.
But that's a different conversation. Like
no, it's not.
No, because
that's what you've been trying to do this whole time, though, David.
We recognize the issue. We have a disagreement on solution. I don't know if upending the system in its entirety is going to get rid of people that disagree with how the country should operate.
I'm not even talking about upending the system right now. I'm talking about you coming to the realization that you can sit here and say that equal rights exist, but if they don't actually exist for everyone, then they don't actually exist. The idea of equal rights exists, but do equal rights as an actual thing exist? No.
He's saying, oh my goodness, like if you get another system and then you turn around and pass laws to where they say that there have to be equal rights, and then they are still not enforced, you didn't do shit. That's the fucking point. You can't, like, holy shit, he's so fucking dumb, bro. He's actually so fucking retarded. I hate these people.
I don't know. I think it's a very pedantic thing. How do I explain that? So, equal rights essentially are an agreed upon legal doctrine in America. That was established in the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protections Clause. That's the thing. But the problem is there's been an introduction of bad faith actors in American politics that have heavily eroded through numerous branches those institutions. But I don't know if it's a good thing to say this doesn't exist, because I think that you're giving up ground, you're ceding territory to the people that are looking to already destroy these things. Well, if I were to just,
I think
for example, to mention our conversation with Tim Pool.
Who's trying to destroy those things though? Who do you think is trying to destroy those things?
White people.
Racists in America.
Who are the racists?
White people.
A coalition of Republicans, bro. I don't know.
Oh, you think it's just the Republicans?
I don't think the
it's
Democrats
just
are looking to
Republicans.
get rid of birthright citizenship and redefine equal protections in the 14th Amendment.
Hey, you ever watch wrestling?
No.
No? Okay, so you don't know what kayfabe is, or faces, or heels.
Yeah, the Democrats just virtue signal about these things. But oh shit. Fuck. Should not have done that. Democrats are just pretending to not want to do these things to get votes from black people. But Democrats they're just as bad. There's no real difference there. Kamala Harris, she wanted to take away votes from black people. She was the same as Charlie Kirk. She wanted to make it to where black people could never vote again. It's true. It's true, guys. You're just not paying attention. I almost did it again. I almost did it again. I almost drove right back into that.
No.
Okay, I'll do it really quickly. So, love wrestling, right? Faces, good guys. Heels, bad guy. Kayfabe.
Oh, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I get you.
So, like, we can sit here and pretend that the Republican Party are the bad guys and the Democratic Party are the good guys, and the good guys are struggling to beat the bad guys. Now, I'm making sure that you understand that racists that are trying to continue to disenfranchise and marginalize communities, they don't just vote Republican. They're across the board. So just to point the finger at the Republican Party and say these are the people that are trying to do that thing, no. Like, it's also people within the Democratic Party upholding these things as well.
So Santana is one of the people who will say that, like, it's impossible for a black person to be racist, that racism is only institutions and how those institutions react to race, that there's that, like, everything, it's power plus prejudice equals racism. That's the whole, there is no other type of racism, nothing else exists except for that. That's going to be Santana. Like, Santana is fully on that train. He doesn't think there's literally anything else. And so when he talks about racists, he's not saying they are like white supremacists, or these are people who hate black people, or he's saying these are people who have not fixed the system. They have not made it to where any sort of institutional racism is gone. They have not made it to where racism has just disappeared. Therefore, they literally are racists because they are upholding a system that is racist. That's what makes them racist. It's always this, like, roundabout way to where all of them are racist. But then when you say, okay, so, like, Kamala Harris is racist, so be like, no. Like, black people can't be racist. Well, then what the fuck?
Well, I think it's a reasonable answer, because the people that are taking these cases to the Supreme Court, the person that is pushing for SCOTUS to revisit what is already accepted legal precedent is the Republican Trump administration. I'm not denying that there's going to be racist
What are the Democrats
voters.
doing to stop it?
I'm sure. I mean, there's only so much they can do, bro. When they win the election, hopefully they try and impeach them and fucking take.
When are Democrats going to stop him? These people, they don't know anything about politics, dude. They don't know what they always talk about, like institutions and the systems, but they don't know anything about the fucking systems. They don't know anything about the institutions. They don't know what they're talking about.
Take away his power. But I mean, they're trying what they can in the Senate to not pass the Save America Act, which would further disenfranchise millions of people. I mean, what do you want them to do?
But the solution for the Democratic Party is, hey, donate to my campaign, and then when we get elected, we're gonna stop them. Like, I mean, let's be real.
He said we're gonna stop them. Like they just like press a button. They just press a button and it's over, and that they're just choosing not to press the button. Why haven't they pressed the button yet? Why won't they just press the button? Press the no more racism button. Press the no more Trump button. Come on.
As far as what's actually happening in our country, I'm sitting here telling you that the reason why people act as if Donald Trump just came in and just destroyed everything that our country was founded on and built on. And if Donald Trump could do this in less than 2 years,
reverse direction.
How stable was any of this shit, David?
Well, he did it in 10.
If he could do this, then how stable was any of it?
I don't think it's a question of stability. I think the system was simply not prepared for a person that didn't give a shit about rules. That there isn't any clause that prepared, because okay, there's checks on power. What is it? SCOTUS and the legislature. They're both captured. They're all beholden to the president. So I don't think that there was a contingency plan.
Yeah, I don't know what system he's going to propose that makes it to where somebody couldn't come in and fuck everything up anyways. Because the only thing that's going to take away any of these abilities is going to be some sort of authoritarian system. And if you have an authoritarian system, why can't another person come in and just fuck up the whole system again? If they're authoritarian, like, why can't they just do it themselves?
In the articles or in the Constitution, there is, but again, they have to be enforced and they can't. So,
David,
but don't you think that any system can be susceptible to one guy that wants to fucking destroy it?
But that's the problem. It's not one guy, and the reason why people have continued to talk about the history.
I agree. It's not one guy.
But the reason why people continue to talk about the history is because this is what's continued to happen. David, why do we have the House of Representatives?
What do you mean?
Why?
As in, like, why they were created under Article 1, or?
Yeah. Why did the actual quote unquote founders, why did they create the House of Representatives along with the Senate?
Well, to establish laws, produce the best product for the American people. They have the power of the purse, checks on power. I don't know what's the reason. What's the real underlying reason?
Those are absolutely things that came along with the creation of the House of Representatives.
Like,
but the reason why the House of Representatives was great. There you go.
Yeah.
Who did they want to make sure was represented?
Well, it was
the rich and powerful white people.
Well, no. The South. The reason why the House of Representatives exists today is because the framers, specifically Thomas Jefferson, wanted to ensure that the North did not have enough power to just unilaterally overthrow slavery. Literally, Thomas Jefferson worried about this. So this is the reason why the House of Representatives was actually put in place, and it wasn't just based off of the Senate. Thomas Jefferson had such a fear of like a slave revolt and slavery ending that he had to actually make sure there were checks and balances because of what happened in Haiti.
What?
Okay.
The point that I'm trying to make is the reason why, like, people keep bringing up history, and the reason why I'm saying it's not about Donald Trump. I'm saying the entire system has been geared, created, and shifted towards this. It's not a thing of like Donald Trump is just coming in and blowing stuff up. Donald Trump is working within the system and a little bit outside of the system to do what the system does.
That. You can't. No, it's expected of Congress to hold the president in check whenever he operates outside of the bounds of what's acceptable to the executive. I don't doubt that. Obviously, the intentions behind a lot of things were malicious at the founding of this country, but
this is a really dumb talking point that people try to use all the time. Where like Donald Trump isn't going against the system. He's a product of the system. No, he's not. He is going against the system. He is turning the system upside down. They are subverting the system. Like, there's no way that you can have any understanding of American politics and think that Donald Trump is just a part of the system or he's a creation of the system.
No world is that an argument against these institutions they stand now not being a bulwark against abuse. Like,
the
House of Representatives and the Senate are stopping Trump. from implementing his desired policy.
If the systems were created specifically for abuse, then how can it actually stop abuse when abuse is happening?
There's a difference between the intent and what we've.
That's the whole point of the whole thing, is that like the House of Representatives is there to stop somebody like Trump, and then the Supreme Court is there to make sure that all of these things abide by the Constitution regardless. If Trump is able to come in and fill the House of Representatives and the Supreme Court with a bunch of loyalists who are going to do the things that he wants, instead of doing things that are like, you know, in line with American values or in line with the Constitution or any of these things, then it is one man who is doing it, and he's able to do it outside of the system. That's what that is. That is outside of the system.
Actually seen in practice, and in practice is that the House and the Senate are stopping the president from passing the Save America Act or re-amending the Constitution or doing all these other things. Like that political polarization is the primary reason why Trump can't just do whatever he wants.
The reason why is because it's not beneficial as a whole to just kill the golden goose. The whole argument that people has been trying to get across with capitalism, because you made a whole point about like, oh, it's not good. You were talking about like the king and, you know, the king, it wouldn't be good, or it would be better for the king to take care of the people and blah, blah, blah. The thing about capitalism is this is how capitalism works. Capitalism continues to move forward in this actual method. Now, the difference between what we're seeing in our society today versus other societies within capitalism is we're fucking speed running it. We have a literal group of bourgeois that is like sucking all the resources at an expedited rate versus anything else that's happened before. That's the difference.
But I think that there's a lot more to it, and on top of that, to I guess reduce these institutions down to, I guess, the framers' intent, which I can't really speak to with complete and utter detail, is kind of disregarding what they've done now. And from the founding of this country to now, we've seen a great expansion of the overall quality of life, of civil liberties, of it in general, just an improvement for everybody.
You think so?
Yes, an improvement. Yeah,
Cool.
Yeah.
David, how long have black people, under the full length of the law of the land, the United States Constitution, how long have black people been free?
I gotta make the maths in 64, bro, but yeah.
So about 61 years, right?
Yep.
61 years. Hey, do you know what the wealth gap was for black people after they took their freedom, and where the wealth gap is now?
I don't think it's substantively changed, no. If I remember correctly.
The wealth gap, when right after slavery, I think it was 70 to 1. It was either 60 or 70 to 1, somewhere around there. And then it shifted all the way down to 7 to 1. But since the Civil Rights Act, is never actually shifted again.
Yeah,
right?
because there's residual effects of.
So you could have just said yes. You could have just said yes. It's the same. He said it's the same. It hasn't changed. You could have just said yep.
Of the oppression and the laws imposed by the government. It's not. I don't know how Black Americans are just simply going to revitalize themselves as soon as they're granted freedom and be able to act on par with their white counterpart in the American economy. It's
oh no, that's not the point that I'm trying to make. The point that I'm trying to make is that if you look at even at how the country works, right, and when like we were quote unquote free under the guise of the Constitution, there still hasn't been any type of equity for black people as a whole. And not only talking about black people, but talking about the queer community, talking about women, like literally the actual discrepancies that people face at the quote unquote founding of the country, they're still prevalent today. Like it may be different, but it's still prevalent today.
Okay, I agree that there's, again, like I said earlier, residual problems that still need to be addressed, but to act as if the treatment is identical, which is essentially what you said, it's not equivalent, it's not identical. Women now make up more than half of the, we have slavery in America as we had in the South?
We have slavery today, yes.
Are you saying in prisons?
Yes.
Yeah, we can change that too.
So we're gonna abolish prisons.
But we can, make them publicly owned, some shit like that, and prevent. I don't think that you should.
Wait, do you think there's a
revisit
difference
the 13th
between
Amendment.
public and private prisons?
Yeah, definitely. One is subject to the whims of the
massive
legislature and
difference.
office.
IDF kills children. Thank you for the gifted membership. Appreciate it, good sir. W's in chat for the gifted membership. Thank you, thank you. Let's go.
Right now, their policy can be vastly different. I agree, but
there's like slight differences between public and private prisons. And when I say abolish prisons, I don't mean like keep prisons as the system that we have it. Like it's not beneficial. Like there's no actual reform when it comes to the prisons. It's all for profit, private and public. It's all for profit.
Shit.
What's the? I'm not gonna. I think it's pointless to go down this. What do you mean by abolishing prisons? What do you want?
Oh yeah, we have to completely reform the quote unquote justice system in society and the way we look at reform. I mean, like throwing people into slavery for committing crimes, whether it's crimes with substance abuse or being unhoused or mental health issues.
So this is really fucking stupid. This is really, really fucking stupid. So when we say slavery, we think of chattel slavery. Okay. That's what people think of, all right? When you say, well, prisons are slavery, well, it's not chattel slavery. Like, so what? Like, you just using the word slavery for this as though that means that we're all supposed to be super upset about it now is fucking stupid. Like, it really is. Just saying it meets the definition of slavery. So now we're like supposed to pretend that this is like comparable to chattel slavery or what happened to black people in any way. It's really dumb. And then they'll do the thing where it's like, well, what do you mean what happened to black people? It's still large, it's still disproportionately black people in prison too. So it's still black people today. They just found a new way to enslave black people, and it's just this is mindless bullshit. Like you're not really like talking about it. You're not saying anything. You're just talking shit. Like you're just talking to feel good. Like these are meaningless words. If you're trying to appeal or apply this in some sort of way that says like this is immoral, this is bad, then like you can't just use the words to say because I said the word slavery and I said the words that these are black people, that now you're supposed to think this is really, really bad. That's dumb. Like fuck that. That's really fucking stupid. I don't I'm not gonna say it's bad just because you use the word slavery and said it's black people who are enslaved in this scenario. There has to be like a very immoral consequence here that I don't think is the case. I think that it's fine to have people work in while they're in prison, and if you want to call that slavery because they're not getting paid, then okay, but like then whatever, slavery's good. Like slavery's fine then. Who cares?
Like those things are that's what we do currently in the country, right?
Yeah.
But what type of actual what does that look like? And so the whole thing that I'm trying to get across is the systems that we have currently in place, it's not anything set to actually help people. It's only set to create repeat offenders. It's recidivism. Well, it's a system that's used for exploitation and then to put them back into the system.
By all means, I don't think that an individual who commits a petty crime like shoplifting should be subjugated to, given first of all an unreasonable punishment, which is already illegal. I think it's a question of making sure there's equitable enforcement standards across the country, and there's not a significant difference across states and different jurisdictions.
Wait, how do you address petty crime?
What do you mean how I address by improving overall economic standards? If you're still engaging in petty crime when you're fucking wealthy, then you're just a dumbass, bro. So improving the overall economic standards.
But how do you?
So this is something that we talked about about a month ago that really makes this like really difficult. A lot of people think that like crime is it's an outcome of wealth, and that like black people commit more crimes because they are disproportionately unwealthy. And then like that's like the left, you know, idea. And then the right wingers will say, no, it's a cultural problem. There's a cultural problem that exists, and they need to fix their culture first in order to fix these issues. It is both. Didn't even have to make it about race. That's what they're talking about. What do you mean? I didn't make it about race. They're making it about race. But it is a consequence of both. It is culture, and it is an economic issue. That's why we call it a socioeconomic issue. There's, like, if you go and look at, they're talking about slavery. Yes, he's saying that people in prison, they started talking about race. They were talking about the fact that black people are never equal. He brought up slavery to say that black people are disproportionately still in slavery. Literally, keep up with the conversation, Polly. The conversation was about black people never actually being equal. And then he brought up prisons as an example where they're still slaves. That's what that's what he's talking about. Anyways, so there's studies that show that actually black people who grow up in wealthy households, black kids who grow up in wealthy households commit crimes at a similar rate to poor, I think it's poor white people, and that there isn't like a real difference in the outcomes there if they grow up in a wealthy home or not. Let's see. Let me see if I can find this. Or sorry, wait. Shit. Okay, yeah. Black boys raised in the wealthiest families face incarceration rates comparable to white boys raised in lower income households. According to Stanford Open Policing Project Census Bureau studies. So it's incarceration rates, not arrest rates, not crime rates, but it is incarceration rates. And so there is there's a lot more that goes into this that still changes a lot of these things, because a lot of times we'll think like, okay, well black neighborhoods are policed at much higher rates. Well, the wealthy black people aren't living in majority black neighborhoods, so these kids are not living in areas that are heavily policed at higher rates, or things like that. Now, obviously, there's still going to be disproportionalities in whether or not if you're a black person driving in a nice car or things of that nature. And then on top of that, if you commit a crime as a black person and you go to court, you're like way more likely to get higher charges. And convicted than a white person with a similar crime. And so there are still like other disproportionalities that still exist there, but they don't answer for this disproportionality. They don't answer for that big of a disproportionality, because within like the statistics, the difference that it makes up is not this widespread. And so this is one of the areas that like has creates like a question on how much these are just socioeconomic differences, or sorry, just economic differences versus like the actual, there are just some like things that exist that are cultural, but those cultural problems existed because of the disproportionalities existing in the first place. But the issue is that once you get rid of those disproportionalities,
it doesn't get rid of the like any sort of cultural problem that would still exist, right? Check the statistics. 13% commit 40% of crimes. Wait, are you talking to me? What does that have to do with anything? 13% commit 40% of crimes. The new guy. What the fuck are you even talking about? So yeah, so you can see like black boys raised in the wealthiest families face incarceration rates comparable to white boys raised in lower income households. So yeah, so there's still these anomalies that exist that we don't have like simplistic answers for that give you one or the other. Like you have to look at things like holistically, and you're slow. Well, no, you're just fucking retarded. Like you were saying 40% of crimes, it like doesn't mean anything. Yes, black people commit higher rates of crimes. Literally, that's what I was talking about. And then you called me a liar, and then you don't answer what you mean when you say liar. You just say liar, and then now you think I'm slow, but you can't answer a simple fucking question. Yeah, he's triggered. He'll be all right. Violent crimes? It's not even violent crimes. So there's stats that show that crime rates or arrest rates for black people are obviously like for murder. It's about 50% of murders. I call you triggered, and then you turn around and say, "Oh, did I make you mad?" That's good. Good one, buddy. That's great. That's a great comeback. How did you think of it? But yeah, so there's like stats do show that like the arrest rates for black people, 13% of the country is black, and then 50% of the murders are arrests for murders are done by black people. Dude, you were so lame. Why can't you answer questions? Come on, baby girl. Just answer the fucking question. You've typed 3 more times. Why is this so hard for you, dude? Come on. Just do it. You copy what I say back to me and then say, I'm lame. You're really doing great, champ. You're doing great. So anyway, so yeah, so it's for murders, not for violent crimes. So a lot of people misquote the stat and say, no, 50% of violent crimes are done by black. No, it's 50% of murders. It's about, I think it's like 39% of violent crimes are done by black people, and then it's like 33% of all felonies are done by black people, which are all disproportionalities because they're only 13% of the country. Nope, you are spinning it, dumbass. Is murder violent? Yes, murder is not the only violent crime, genius. There's other violent crimes. So of all violent crimes, they don't do 50% of all the violent crimes. It's fucking retarded, dude. How about this? We could just show you the actual stats. Table 43. Here it is. Black African right there. Violent crime right here. And white people commit 60% of violent crimes. Black people commit, oh, what do you know? I said 36%. It's 36%. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Oh, it's literally exactly what I said it was. Violent crimes, they commit 36% of violent crimes. I'm a genius, dude.
You said nope, which means you thought that was wrong, right? You smart guy. Yes, I am smart. Thank you. That's why I'm here and you're down there.
How do you actually address crime, period?
Improving the quality of life usually does the trick. It doesn't address all crime. It's impossible to address crime, period, but improving the quality of life will heavily reduce it.
Yeah, I mean, the point that I'm trying to get across is if you actually want to take a look at how do you fix a lot of the issues that we're seeing, including crime, then you have to address the actual poverty. You have to
100%.
address the root cause that actually causes crime, right? And then you look at things like restorative justice, you look at like transformative justice, you look at different things that would actually be beneficial. And
we don't have a disagreement here. It's because how do you tie this back into liberalism or capitalism? Say like all these things are possible.
Yeah, no. Democrats and Republicans both want to uphold the private prison system. Democrats and Republicans want to both uphold capitalism because Democrats and Republicans continue to actually benefit from the exploitation of the proletariat, the exploitation of people, the exploitation of Africa, the exploitation of every single thing. And the problem is that
yeah, well, that guy didn't know what violent crime meant. He thought that murder was the only violent crime. That murder is just the only fucking violent crime that exists. You're listening to Santana. He's a Black Panther wannabe? Yes, we are aware. He's a fucking idiot. That's what we're talking about. I don't think David's doing a great job at engaging with him either because there's so many okay, idiot. The new guy, why don't you just hop on and tell us how you feel, buddy? Why don't you just hop on? You obviously kept saying I was wrong about shit, so you can just come and talk about it man to man. Instead of sitting in a chat crying about it, you can just come on. We can get into it. What do you think I'm wrong about? Yeah, I don't think David's doing a great job at engaging with a lot of the stuff that he's saying. Like, if it was me, I probably would still be stuck on him saying the shit about the House of Representatives, where he's like, yeah, they wanted to make sure that the South could stop them because they wanted the South to have more power than everybody else. No, they have a proportional amount of power within the House of Representatives. What are you talking about? They have proportionate power. That's fucking stupid. There's no way you think that they have more power in the South than everybody else.
Thinking that we can somehow vote our way out of capitalism, that's not a thing, right? I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I would love if we didn't have to look at a violent revolution. Hell, I'm a bit of an optimism. My commie friends don't like the fact that I'm sitting trying to pull everyone
don't you
left.
think that's like what do you mean by violent revolution? Take up arms with your fellow patriots?
No, people's heads are going to be in bad.
Okay, hold on. I got to listen to that again.
Back into liberalism or capitalism, say like all these things are possible.
Yeah, no. Democrats and Republicans both want to uphold the private prison system. Democrats and Republicans want to both uphold capitalism because Democrats and Republicans continue to actually benefit from the exploitation of the proletariat, the exploitation of people, the exploitation of Africa, the exploitation of every single thing. And the problem is that thinking that we can somehow vote our way out of capitalism, that's not a thing, right? I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I would...
Who said anything about... Did he say vote your way out of capitalism?
Love if we didn't have to look at a violent revolution. Hell, I'm a bit of an optimism. My commie friends don't like the fact that I'm sitting trying to pull everyone
don't you
left.
think that's like... What do you mean by violent revolution? Take up arms with your fellow patriots?
No, people's heads are going to be in baskets.
Like... I think in no world where we want a civil society can we do away with civility and somehow get back to the point where we were when that bridge was initially crossed. I don't think because for example, you use history, the history of intervention. In what world where there is not going to be coherent leadership, where people are just going to be unaliving people in positions of power regardless of what they've done necessarily, where there
it happens now.
Where's it happening in America?
It happens all the time. Not only throughout.
If there's a violent revolution, everybody's dead.
Wait. When was the last time that there was a violent revolt in the United States of America?
Those violent revolts a lot. It's the common occurrence. But a violent revolt of a scale that can change government?
Yes. When was the last time that happened?
The Civil War.
There's never been something to that scale. It'd
January
be like the
6th.
Civil War. January 6th.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Give me a fucking break, dude. He literally just said there's nothing that's been like to that scale. And his response for the thing that was at that scale, January 6th. Come on.
Do you think January 6th was unsuccessful? And it'd have to be
It does not matter.
It does matter.
That
It matters
it was
a lot.
unsuccessful. No. You know why it doesn't matter? Because it's the same shit that happened with the Civil War. David, what happened to the people that actually tried to overthrow the country during the Civil War?
Well, they fucking lost. Well, some didn't receive punishment. Some were brought back into the union. There's a long explanation.
They were reestablished within the union. They were given reparations, and then they went on to hold political power. Literally, like a fucking Confederate general.
I'm not denying that.
End up becoming like the Tennessee governor and help institute the slave codes, the pig laws, like the black, all this other shit. The point that I'm saying, and the same shit happened with January 6ers, right? They literally tried to overthrow the United States government, and they were pardoned, and they literally, Donald Trump has put them into the United States government.
I'm curious.
You're sitting here acting like violent revolution doesn't happen, but the point that I'm trying to get across is, yes, January 6th it wasn't successful, but what I am saying is that if you continue to push people to the point that they can't eat, that they're dying, that there's nothing left to worry about losing, violence will come. That's the point that I'm making.
I don't question that. That's probably a inevitable thing that happens when you deprive a citizenry of so much. But you have to recognize that there is a lot to lose. There's a lot to lose where we stand right now. There's millions of innocent people living in this country that would just fucking perish. Like if we're right now, I think we're at a precipice where there's a possibility of hopefully, this is what I hope is likely, of restoring us to where we're at and hopefully building something better and maybe only begin to repay the irreparable harm that has been caused over the last decade or so.
Hey, David, why do you think that we keep going back and forth between, like, we went from Obama to Trump to Biden to Trump and possibly to a Democratic president? Why do we keep doing that? You think it's the economy?
Yes.
Well, yes, it's the economy and the things that happen in the economy that aren't really, like, nobody can really help. Like the fact that there was inflation under Biden, that's why Donald Trump was able to win the election again. And Biden didn't cause the inflation. Biden didn't make inflation happen, but they were able to act as though Biden made inflation happen enough for dumb fucks to believe him and think that he was the one who was able to fix it. You know, this is how it goes. There's nothing you can do about it.
100%.
No, it's the people.
If COVID-19 was not a thing, Joe Biden would still be in office. Kamala Harris would still be in office. 100%. The reason why, according to exit polling, dude, it's because of the conditions. The people were dying. 1 million Americans died during COVID.
Yes, people died during COVID. David, it's literally the people. People have revisionist history. If you go back and look at the voting record, there's actual data on this. The fact that people have a favorable rating when it comes to, like, Republican presidents, thinking that Republican presidents are actually the ones that are doing the good things.
Correct.
And so Democratic presidents get into office and then...
Correct, but it's Democrats who always fix the fucking mess. It's always Democrats who fix the fucking mess. It was Obama who fixed the mess, Clinton who fixed the mess, Biden who fixed the mess. It's always Democrats who end up fixing the fucking mess. And then Republicans come in on a great fucking economy that was already set up for them, and now they get to coast throughout their presidency because Democrats made a great fucking economy for them to just sit and coast through.
Then the people just like have revisionist history, and then they put Republican presidents back in office.
They're poorly educated.
And this
I
shit
agree.
continues to happen.
The American voter's a dumbass, but the justification they use to vote for Trump is because of the economy. That's the primary reason.
The point that I'm trying to make, David, is just by saying that if we get a Democrat.
Yeah, I feel like he sounded like he was going to argue with him over whether or not it was the economy. And then he turned around and was like, David, come on, David, come on. People think that Republicans are better on the economy. Like, yeah, that's what we're saying. Yes, you're fucking proving his point. Why were you acting so ambivalent about this just a second ago, and then like proving his point right after?
President back in office, then we're just going to be able to build. That's not.
That's very reductive of what I'm arguing, though. Yeah, I agree. It's
Come
not
on,
how it works.
David.
Just because you get
Come
your
on,
foot in the door
David.
doesn't mean you just
That's
get
not
to do
how that
whatever you
works,
want. Joe
David.
Biden attempted to do that. He didn't communicate to the American people. He didn't build up any infrastructure, while Republicans had a decade-long investment and effort to build people up, like Charlie Kirk, like all of Daily Wire, this media fucking infrastructure, like Fox News.
He said
that still has tens of, more than that. Yeah, more than that. I'm not disregarding that to be the case. But to act as if all I'm saying,
been a lot longer than that.
yeah, I'm not questioning that. To act as if all I'm saying is, oh, we just need to win power, and that's it. No, it's going to be a fucking grueling battle. But by all means, I think it's a better alternative than a violent revolution with no goal in sight. In what world do you think that we, as a populace,
is the goal, David?
In what world do you think that we, as a populace,
Come on,
will be
David.
capable of unseating?
Bro, I hate it when people repeat somebody's name over and over and over. They can't say anything without saying the person's name first. It's so annoying. It's so fucking annoying. It comes off as so fucking condescending every time. David. I hate this so much.
The strongest, most potent military power in the globe.
David. I'm saying freedom is literally.
Come on, bro.
Freedom is literally the goal.
Come on, David.
And
not everybody has the same
David,
view of freedom.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, David. But what I am saying,
David,
is when there's no better option than death, then people will choose death. So you're sitting here pretending. No, you think so. That doesn't mean everyone else thinks so, David.
I agree. A lot of people are desperate. Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not sitting here saying, "Oh, I want violent revolution." I'm sitting here saying, "It's coming." Like that's literally what I'm saying. I'm not.
That would be really bad.
I'm not sitting here saying like, "Oh, I yearn for violent revolution." I'm saying it's coming. Because people are literally dying because they can't live.
Well, I don't want a violent revolution, bro. I don't know what to tell you. So I'm going to hopefully try to do everything within my power as of this moment to make a difference in the system that we currently live in, and hopefully not bring about the death of tens of millions of people in this country. I think that's
how.
Yeah, I don't know what the point is in saying violent revolution is coming. Like what is the point? Like that we should just give up and say fuck it? Like what is the point in this?
Preposterous.
How do you actually fix a country where like not only the poverty level has continued to increase, the fact that most Americans can't survive a $500 emergency, the fact that people don't have access to food, people like literally the United States of America has the largest wealth disparities in the world. Like literally,
yeah, because we have the wealthiest people while simultaneously
having
I
was about to say that's part
people.
of.
You have to address the issue.
That is part, like when you are the wealthiest country in the world, that is going, you're likely going to have the biggest disparities one way or the other. That's no matter what, the wealthiest countries will pretty much always have the biggest disparities.
Of the indigent people. It's not necessarily just the wealth disparity is massive because we're very successful. But again,
how do you address that then, David?
Expansion of social safety nets, upskilling opportunities for laborers, fucking taxing the wealthier more through different avenues to increase revenue. Cuts. That's not death by a million paper cuts. We've seen the standard of living drastically increase for every single American living in this country in the last 100 years.
You're slowing down the process. It's literally death by a million paper cuts.
It's
You're
not,
yes,
dude.
you're slowing the process. You literally are.
The lifespan of the average American has drastically increased. The hours they have to work has drastically decreased. The money that they make has increased. The things they can purchase have increased. The luxuries of life has increased. The people that have healthcare coverage has drastically increased.
Yeah, homeless has gone down. The access to healthcare has gone up. Like there's so many things that are improving insanely at the fastest rate in human history.
You're right. You're right. Then why is the United States? Then why is the United States of America the only G7 country that currently has a negative trend? No. A negative trend to the standard of living.
What do you mean by
the
that?
United States of America? It just came out. The United States of America is the only G7 country that has a negative trend towards the quality of life for their citizens.
What's the base here for that study? Where does it start?
Sure. Give me a second. I'll pull it up here.
Because if it's in obviously if it's COVID year, then yeah, it's probably going to be the case.
No. It's not COVID year. It's an actual review of all of the countries. Where is it? It might be quicker to look it up than trying to go through my files. So this was done from wait, this is 2005. No, that's the healthcare. Give me 1 second. Where is the actual U.S. Negative?
I see. Okay, I think U.S. quality of life slips to 32nd globally.
Yeah. Oh, wait, no, this one is old. There's an old one.
This is the Social Progress Index?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, is it the one that ranks the G7 countries?
Yeah, it's we're 32 out of 171 in overall quality of life, trailing Poland, Lithuania,
and we're the only ones that's trending in the negative direction.
Yeah,
even though we would say as far as economic standards as a country, things are better, right?
Wait, sorry, there's an ad.
But it's not better for the people, right?
Well, I don't know what the index is, but I think it is drastically. Companies cannot dump sewage and waste into water reservoirs to, bro, these fucking ads have.
Oh, they literally can.
Well, now they can because of the Trump administration, but prior to, there was a lot of regulations in place that drastically improve the quality of life. There's a greater expectation for firms to provide for the health and well-being of the consumer and the laborer. Who created so many agencies that quasi legislative.
But David, you know that hasn't been been a thing since Reagan.
David, come on, David.
It has been. The CFPB, the
Since
NLRB,
Reagan?
all these agencies have done a lot of good. Yes.
David, what was going on before before Reagan when it comes to the federal minimum wage and the cost of living?
Well, I mean, it wasn't the most positive scenario. I don't know.
They ran parallel. Cost of living and before Reagan,
I want an increase in the federal minimum wage, but people aren't being paid the federal minimum wage anymore. I hope you recognize that. Barely anybody is.
What I'm trying to explain is prior to Reagan, the cost of living and the federal minimum wage ran parallel, right? And then the institution of trickle-down economics, the institution of trying to say that corporations need to actually have that money, saw the complete flip. So the cost of living for Americans has continued to shoot up while the federal minimum wage has increased, one time. And so the point that I'm trying to get across is the actual premise of corporations and taxes and all this other shit. I'm telling you, it's not something that you can just say, we're gonna vote our way out of this, or we're gonna be able to do this, whatever. like the whole issue, even let's say I grant you that we could vote in progressives, like a president and, you know, a couple more people here or there or there. What happens with Citizens United?
That requires a lot of work. You need a lot of political capital to overturn a Supreme Court decision via like constitutional amendment. But to recognize the point that you're making, counter-cyclical fiscal policy by Reagan, by Trump, by a lot of conservative presidents has done a lot of harm to the average person when it comes to increasing deficit expenditure, increasing debt, reducing social safety nets. I agree. I don't necessarily disagree with that being the case. But that's not really an argument against reform in favor of a violent revolution, bro.
David. Who benefited from the one big beautiful bill?
This reminds me of a video on my Instagram. If you guys know who Dat Katie is, this is in like my BRB screen you guys have seen, but there's a video of her. I think it's on my Instagram where she just, every time she could not say anything without saying my name first. And it was so fucking condescending.
At what point do you think they're going to...
Tom, stop it. Tom,
No.
Tom.
I
Okay,
don't know what
Tom.
it is.
Okay, Tom.
He's
Yeah,
it's
Tom.
obvious that you are assuming. No,
Tom.
hold on, chill. I
Tom.
from other people.
Tom, I love you. You're being a weasel. It's okay. Tom. No, Tom, listen. It's because it's
in my intro,
absolutely
okay.
a fact that people get very upset with condescension.
Wait, no, it's not. It's in my
Okay,
BRB
Tom.
screen.
Let's restart this section.
Okay.
Tom. Okay, first of all, Tom.
That I respect
Tom,
and that I
that's not
think
what
he
I'm
has
saying.
a lot of knowledge in.
Don't
And so
add
there's
me,
one area.
Tom.
Hold on. These are.
So I'm moving this conversation forward, Tom.
They're representative of the overall group, just as people do with the right.
Tom.
Regardless of their ability to fill those positions.
Wait, it's
Instead,
not
hold on,
Tom.
wait.
Wait,
Katie.
I need a second to adjust my tone.
Okay.
That's Destiny.
It feels like you, Tom. Tom.
That's the point that I'm making with STEM.
So
to be
if
in
that's
better
the
positions
case,
than
Tom,
others.
Tom. Wow, I have so much attitude running through me right now. I'm trying to... Okay. Tom. Why does it sound like a good idea to you, Tom? Tom, stop it. Tom.
Yeah. I miss Katie as well. Yeah, she used to come on all the fucking time. It was always fun. Oh, this is such a great video, dude. I don't know why this didn't do well. This is such a good fucking... This is so good.
I'm on my knees when I'm begging, cause I don't wanna lose you. Hey, yeah, ra-da-da-da, cause I'm begging you. Put your love in the hand now, baby. I'm begging you.
All right.
The top 1%, yeah.
Was that Democrats or Republicans?
What do you mean by that?
You said the top 1% benefited from the one big beautiful bill, and I'm saying was it Republican top 1% or was it Democrats top 1%?
Just because policy's directed at a group of people and the partisan divide is split, I don't really see the relevance.
No. I'm just trying to understand. Like you said the top 1%. Which top 1% benefited from those policies?
Well, just everybody who falls into that
All of
category.
them.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So the point that I'm trying to get across is
Wait, why did you ask that question to clarify? Why did you do that? Why did you do that? He said the 1%, and then you acted like there might be a specific 1%. It's not just the 1%, it's a specific 1%. Which 1% is it? All of them. Yeah. This is like,
This is like a conversation I had with somebody the other day, and you said, well, I said something like, yeah, there was Sarah who did that, and they're like, wait, which Sarah? And I was like, your sister Sarah. Do you know any other Sarahs? They're like, no. I was like, okay, so then, like, why are you asking me which one? What do you mean?
You keep trying to just say it's just the Republicans when I'm telling you it's not the Republicans, it's the ultra wealthy. It's literally it always goes back to the ultra.
Just saying it's the ultra wealthy doesn't mean anything when, like, if there's one side who's playing into the ultra wealthy and the other side that isn't, then you can't just keep saying it's the ultra wealthy. Okay, it's the ultra wealthy. Trump is the only one who's actually giving them what they want. So, like, at least to this extent that we're talking about, like, this is so fucking stupid.
Why is it revolution, bro?
Because you're not.
Don't you think there's more at play? That it's a question of the citizenry, it's a question of messaging. In what world is it just the politics? I mean, a lot of Americans still believe that we should just grant the billionaires a blank check, and then they're going to make everything better. You have to address that issue.
Hey, what do you know about Puerto Rico?
As in what? Like its history or its government?
Yeah. The history of Puerto Rico.
Goes back a long. I don't know about like the specific integration into America, but it was essentially a hub for slavery.
Okay, that's something. What do you know about the history of indigenous people in Turtle Island prior to colonization?
No clue.
Okay. What do you know about the history of Africa?
A decent amount. In detail, probably post. 1800s, prior to like a vague recollection.
Okay, there's a common thread that you can look at Puerto Rico, you can look at Turtle Island, you can look at Africa. Do you know what that common thread is?
Tell me.
Every single time the actual continent of Africa has tried to better themselves, free themselves, switch towards socialism, communal living. Anytime that Puerto Rico has tried to get freedom, the fact that the indigenous people literally were communal people who believed in giving away wealth, that believed in sharing. Every single time a society that benefits all people has ever existed, capitalism always comes through and shuts it down. Like
sounds
literally
like a
after
shit
the
system.
scramble for Africa, right? Literally right after.
Hey guys, let's switch to this fucking system where another one can just come through and fuck us all. Hey guys, let's switch to this system that can never exist as long as other systems exist. Let's do that. Let's go and be the guys that are just gonna get fucked by everybody else. It's so much better. It's so much better, guys. Let's keep getting fucked by literally everybody else. Come on. It's so much better. You don't know what you're missing. Ah, shit.
The scramble for Africa.
And why is it that the European states decided to abandon the partition land that was given to them?
What do you mean abandon it?
They ceded a lot of the territory.
They ceded the territory?
Yeah, inevitably as costs increase because it's not beneficial to exploit the shit ton of people across the globe.
Wait, they exploited the resources of Africa.
Yes.
They drained the resources of Africa.
Destroyed communities, nations.
And
I'm not denying that.
And then they quote unquote ceded certain areas, but they're still doing it today. They're still exploiting Congo. They're still slave trades. It's still being destabilized today. It hasn't stopped. It's just different. That's the point that I've been trying to explain to like all of it.
Yeah.
You think that things have changed?
That's what he's been
It
trying to
hasn't
say the whole
stopped. It
time,
just
dude.
looks different now.
You won't let him.
I think that's a little reductive when it comes to changes in quality of living. I recognize that obviously in Africa, there's going to be a lot of states, countries that have unethical business practices like slavery as institutions that they rely on. But again, I don't know. I don't disagree. What's the relevance of this?
The relevance is that you try to pretend as if capitalism will not always snuff out the benefit of the whole for the exploitation and the actual hoarding of resources of the minority. It always works that way. The reason why I brought up Africa, right, is because after the scramble of Africa, there were certain countries in Africa that were shifting towards socialism, right? This was after the Second World War. And at that point, the people that were making like massive strides and benefiting, including like the big companies like fucking Unilever. Did you know Unilever made all of their money off the back of Africa? And now Unilever is like one of the biggest companies in the United States of America.
There's definitely people that are going to enrich themselves off of it, yeah.
The point being is that the capitalists that were exploiting Africa saw different countries favoring socialism, and they teamed up with fascists to snuff out socialism in Africa. The people who engage in capitalism would rather align with fascists than allow socialists to take hold.
I think that's a reductive outlook on history. I think there's a lot more at play than just capitalist
It's a repetitive outlook on history.
It's an outlook of self-preservation, of treating international relations like it's a zero-sum game. We already agreed upon, theoretically, that a lot of these things are not beneficial for a capitalist society, but in practice we see something different because there's more variables,
hold on.
bro.
Go back to that. It's not beneficial to who, David?
A capitalist society.
But to who?
Everybody's quality of life would improve if things changed theoretically in the way that I wanted them to.
Yes, theoretically. David, the issue that, and this is why I said when I first came up, it's an issue of praxis, right? The
I
issue
agree, because
is...
there's more at play, bro. There's way more at play than just capitalist desires.
What do you mean? What do you mean it's way more?
I got you. Because if we both recognize that if it's a capitalist mode of production, this alternative decision is better. But for some reason, we spend a lot of our time combating what we consider to be the expansion of USSR influence in Africa, in the Middle East, across the globe, in places in Asia. If these things are contradictory to what would be beneficial in a capitalist system, then why do we engage in it? Because there's more at play. Like I said, a realist perspective on international relations that says if there's an expansion of power overseas, then we're fucking losing. You know what I mean? There's more to it. It's a question of influence. It's a question of power, control, how you can exercise that power. If you're under the impression that the USSR is expanding,
you're absolutely right. It is about power and control, David. Who has the power and control?
The politicians that vote in the legislation, the electorate that supports it.
Who owns the politicians?
Ideology, bro.
No, David. The ultra wealthy.
Yeah, and the ultra wealthy. Why are they going to advocate for things that are, like, as you said earlier, antithetical to capitalist fruition? No, prosperity. Sorry, there you go. Because even the wealthy are fucking stupid.
Wait, no. You're thinking about like capitalistic prosperity for everyone. They're thinking about capitalistic prosperity for themselves. But like, I think that's the point that you're missing.
Yeah, it's my favorite thing to talk about, dude. It's like, you guys remember how much better things were for the people in when they were serfs? You guys remember that? The people when they were serfs and they had to serve under their lords. The ultra wealthy in those scenarios, they were like, guys, we got to come up with a system that's really gonna just push all of the money into one place. Better than this. This isn't serving the rich well enough. And so they had to come up with a new system to really help control where the money went. And so they came up with capitalism to make sure that only the powerful were able to get what they wanted.
Capitalism was the thing that made it. They're like, finally, we have a system that'll be so much better to help the rich get richer, keep the working man down. Yep. That's the whole point of capitalism.
Right?
No,
even you.
Go for it. No, go for it.
I was just about to say, even when you talked about like slave owners, oh my God, you were talking about like slave owners are stupid and they this and that. Did you know that slave owners used to use analytics?
Yeah, I don't doubt that they use some level of math and analytics.
They literally use analytics and depreciation ratios and projections and forecasting for their slaves and purchasing slaves, knowing when to sell them, knowing what the valuation of them. Like they literally use analytics in order to engage in slavery. And when you were talking about, say it again.
That doesn't really change. They're still fucking stupid, bro. If they can do math and try and gauge prospects of what happens when they allocate resources a certain way, it doesn't change how dumb they are. Because if they were smart.
Yeah, they like slavery, we do know that like slavery was not beneficial. That paying your workers is more beneficial to like a healthy working force, and having a healthy workforce means that you're going to have better workers, and if you have better workers, it means you're going to get things done more efficiently. And they were way less efficient under slavery, and they had to pay for these people still. Like they still had to pay for the people, and they were rarely getting their money's worth than if they had just paid the fucking people. If they had just paid for the work, they would have been better off. And so what he's talking about is how stupid they are, is that like they literally fucked their own pocketbooks by not paying people. They thought they were geniuses, and they were getting over on everybody by having like way more efficiency by not having to pay their workers. But
smart, if they had an inkling of sensibility in their fucking brain, then they wouldn't be doing what they were doing. That's the simple answer.
I think trying to reduce like people that engage in imperialism down to just being stupid is like waving them off and saying, these are just bad people.
No. That is important, because they are not what society considers to be normal. They're fucking crazy. They're inhumane. They want to do things that are a far cry away from what is considered to be reasonable by our standards today. I think it's very important to separate them from the group as a whole, because they shouldn't belong in society.
Hey, David, what was the reason for creating race?
David.
To be able to
for a caste system.
What do you mean, like the philosophical reason, or like the what?
No,
I don't know what the relevance of the question is.
Like the literal reason.
What's the relevance of the question?
So I hate it when they say this. Because the reason for it was to make sure that there were like they'll talk about the fact that like the reason for creating race was to make it to where there's a hierarchy of people, so that white people are above black people. They act as though there wouldn't, like, race would not exist otherwise. Like there would be no concept of like different races if like we wouldn't categorize people based on the color of their skin if somebody hadn't come up with the bright idea to create caste systems. It's so fucking reductive, dude. Everything is so fucking reductive.
It's relevant to what we've been talking about this entire time.
To separate groups of people on immutable characteristics, and then that would inevitably translate into treatment, etc. What's the reason?
Race was created for the othering of non-white people to create a free.
That's it. I was about to say he's literally gonna say the same thing. I don't know why he said He's gonna say the same thing. He's gonna say the same thing that David just said. I'm fucking stupid, dude. He's so fucking stupid.
Totally translate into treatment, etc.
Yes.
What's the reason?
Yeah.
Race was created for the othering of non-white people to create to create a free and cheap labor force. Literally, Gomez, Inez, Desarara, right? he actually was petitioned to actually identify the quote unquote differences between these groups to justify chattel slavery.
I mentioned this earlier.
The construct.
So literally what he said. I don't know it. And then goes on to say the same exact fucking thing. He's so dumb.
Of race was literally created in order to further capitalism, and since the actual construct of race was created to further,
because they didn't have slavery before capitalism. They didn't have slavery before capitalism, dude. They literally constructed race so that they could finally have slavery. They could finally do it. It didn't exist until, and then they were like, dude, we gotta have something else so we can finally have slavery. Let's do capitalism. Let's do this thing called capitalism. And then we can finally have slavery, guys.
Their capitalism, we still live in a society where race is prevalent. Race is not quote unquote real, but it's real because it's a social construct that we live in. So when you say that, oh, well, these people are quote unquote crazy and they make things up that are infringed, like this is literally something that we've seen throughout history. And you can sit here and pretend as if like these ideas that people talk about is something that'll never stick or don't hold up or whatever. Like literally the Catholic Church and Europeans literally created race as justification, and we still use it today.
But I'm not. Where am I? Yeah, racist sentiment has continued to persist in American life and in global life. Yeah, I'm not denying that to be the case, but that doesn't change the underlying argument. That being, what's the best practice? And those practices, I mean, we agreed upon it earlier.
Yeah, I think you missed what I said. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not. Yeah. I'm saying what I'm saying is your premise that you can wave them off and say they're crazy or they're fringe or anything like that. That's not true, because they work in and with these systems. That's how it's been, and that's what they're continuing to do today.
Okay, if you use
dude, you know, socialism was only created because of capitalism, guys. Without capitalism, socialism never would have existed. So we got to be against socialism now, guys. We got to be against socialism now, guys, because it wouldn't have existed otherwise.
A car to run people over, that doesn't mean the car was used to run people over. That means you're a fucking maniac and you're behind the wheel. In the same way that when you hand an individual the keys to the castle and the power of government and the ability to control economies, they're going to do things that do damage. And once you combine their disgusting ideology with those systems, with that vehicle, then obviously it's going to be really bad. I'm not disregarding that to be the case, but I just don't know where this ties back into what I said earlier.
What the issue is, David, is that your analogy. Yeah, I agree with you, right? If you use a car to run someone over, then it's on you, not on the car. But if you use a car that's made to run people over, then it's on the car, because the car was made to run people over. Capitalism was made to do what's happening right now, and just because we put a Band-Aid on it or slow it down with some universal...
It was made to do this, guys. Remember, feudalism... It didn't centralize power and money enough. Feudalism, it didn't do it. They wanted to make sure that the right people were getting the power and the money, and feudalism just didn't do that. You know how the king was able to choose like the lords and make sure that like he chose who had the money, and then those people chose who worked and who didn't, and what jobs they had, and that didn't work well enough. Being able to literally hand pick the people who were doing the work, that didn't. That just didn't. It didn't help. It didn't help them centralize the power. They had to create capitalism to do it.
Basic income, or we expand healthcare so more people can have access. Yes, it's going to slow it down, but the same thing is going to happen, because the end of capitalism is always imperialism. That's how it works.
It's
then
not.
why Look at the
we had the conversations again. Like we agree again. You said that theoretically it doesn't really make sense for there to be an imperialistic society, or sorry, an imperialist country that is capitalist simultaneously. Because in theory, it makes no sense to destabilize the globe. It makes sense to globalize and have strong trade partners. But in practice, you see something different. As I said earlier, it's because there's a set of different variables that are very significant that are at play when it comes to expanding influence, when it comes to arming the fucking mujahideen and shit. Like there is so much happening in that moment that it can't just be reduced down to fiscal benefits. That's very important. Because we're not seeing a fiscal benefit. From the war on terror, we spent $2.3 trillion fucking dollars and received nothing in return. Tens of thousands of dead, a region destabilized for decades to come.
Wait. You said we received nothing in return?
We burnt money, $2.3 trillion.
Continual imperialism. It literally gave continual imperialism.
What's the economic benefit of that?
Continued global destabilization is the value. That's literally. How much do you know about the history of the CIA?
Oh my!
It's not gonna be too great.
Okay, the entire premise behind the CIA, what they've done, is actively work to continue to destabilize other countries, so we can continue to push imperialism.
It's really annoying. Like, again, David's a smart guy. He's a smart guy. He's got a lot of information that I don't know. That's like benefiting him in this conversation to some extent, but he's focusing on the things that he knows. He's not focusing on the fundamentals of what it is that Santana is saying. He's not zoning in on the fundamental statements of things like, this is what capitalism was created for, or this is why the caste systems were created, or this is like he keeps kind of engaging with the peripheries instead of going towards the fundamental questions that are pushing Santana to come to these conclusions. He really needs to like zone in. And I think this is the same problem in the last conversation we listened to him. Last time we listened to him talk to a guy as well, is that like he wasn't focusing on like the main problem with the statements that were being made.
Around the globe, it's always going to lead back to...
What I'm saying is, again, is that born from capitalism or a country with a realist perspective? No!
Yes.
There was... the USSR engaged imperialism.
Bro, what I'm saying...
China, they all did the same thing. They consider themselves to be socialist.
You said, was it born from capitalism is a system based off of exploitation and greed. You have to have an exploitation...
So, okay, so he's not giving like pragmatic answers to what capitalism is. He's not giving a pragmatic description. He's not giving descriptive descriptions. He's giving moral descriptors. He's using moral language to describe capitalism. And this is again, another like fundamental problem with the way that these people talk a lot of times, is that they're always talking about like economics in a moral scenario instead of actually saying descriptively what it is and what it does. You can't have moral conversations about economics in this way. You can look at an outcome and say, this outcome is bad. I find this outcome to be immoral, but you have to engage in the descriptive realities in order to come to that prescriptive reality. Santana can't do that. He can't do that, and he won't do that. He doesn't understand it well enough. He hasn't like he says like, you know, oh, I understand the indigenous stuff. I understand Black history, and I understand that. Like he doesn't understand the actual mechanics behind the systems that he's trying to discuss. He won't ever engage in that, because like it's almost like, ask a conservative about socialism, right? Ask a conservative about socialism. Ask them about Marx. Ask them about any, like they won't about Mao. Like they won't know a whole lot about these people. They won't have a whole lot of information about them. They won't have read theory. They won't have read like Capital. They won't have read like any of these things because those are immoral things. Those are like the systems are immoral. Those people who wrote those things are immoral. So they're not gonna go read immoral shit. Like those are to lots of them, it's literally demonic. Like those are demonic things, demonic systems, demonic people who wrote the systems. I'm gonna go read a fucking demonic book. I'm gonna go read demonic theory. Like this is the same way that Santana, I think, thinks about capitalism. So he's not gonna learn about fucking capitalism. It's fucking demonic. Why would I want to go understand demonic shit? Most of the Congo mines are owned by Russia and China of every type. They sold it. Yeah, this is like a great point that he just brought up, and I hope he doesn't let Santana move away from this. Is that whenever socialists are in power as well, they go and do the same shit. All of the things that they're talking about, where it's like, oh, capitalism is why imperialism happens. Okay, well, imperialism was literally happening at the highest fucking rates. The highest rates before capitalism ever fucking existed. The imperialism was happening at the highest rates before capitalism was ever even dreamt of.
Of resources, and you have to have greed. If capitalism was so great, then why is it that the United States of America, while making the most ever, why do we have people who can't live, David? If capitalism actually worked.
Well, it's because I don't know why.
Oh, this is so dumb, bro. It's so dumb. He's making like third grader arguments here. He's actually making third grader arguments. He sounds like a 5-year-old right now. It's like if your car breaks down and you're sitting there going, I thought engines were supposed to work. I thought engines were supposed to work. If cars are so great, then why doesn't the engine work in my Toyota Camry? Huh? Why isn't it working? Well, something can be great and still have parts of it that are broken. Things can be really, really fucking awesome and epic and be the best thing ever and still break. You can take something that is awesome and still have flaws. But even the question in and of itself, to ask a question like that, if capitalism is so great, why are there problems? Like, to ask a question like that, you have to be so immature and so, like, you have to lack so much I'm trying to think of I don't know. Fuck. I'm blanking on whatever the fuck I'm trying to think of right now. Whatever. You have to lack like the ability to challenge yourself in order to even ask a question like that. Like there is no thought happening there. There's no real thought happening at all if you're going to ask a question like that in a debate like this. Tom pretending like the flaws aren't the point. Yeah, true. The flaws are the reason for capitalism. David, come on, David. The flaw, it's not a bug, it's a feature.
We're reducing this down to this idea that, oh, if this system is so great, then why isn't it perfect? We don't live in a perfect world. Like I said earlier.
I'm not saying perfect. I'm saying why doesn't it work?
Yeah,
for
exactly.
everyone?
It's not going to work to its fullest extent because
when you say it doesn't work, it does work. It does work. When you say it, but you're not asking for it to work. You're asking for it to be perfect. That is what he's asking for.
World, is there going to be a controlled environment where it can just work perfectly? That's not going to be the case. But like I said earlier, the USSR engaged in imperialism. They consider themselves a communist country. They made deals with Nazis to allow them the Nazis to expand their influence. Like, these things are not exclusive to a system of economy. And I feel like when we reduce it down to, oh, it's all capitalism's fault, I think it's a bit reductive. And it actually points us away from the underlying factors that have driven us to cause so much harm across the globe. By all means, greed can be something responsible. I don't question that to be the case.
What?
But even then, in what world? Hold on. In what world?
No. Don't run past that. Don't run past that. How can greed be responsible?
Greed is not exclusive to capitalism, bro. I'm trying to extend an olive branch here.
No. I'm saying, how can it be responsible? I'm confused on that one.
What do you mean?
You said greed can be responsible.
Yeah, it could be.
Bro, what? We're about to hear the dumbest shit. Everybody brace yourselves. Brace yourselves. If you thought what you heard so far was fucking retarded, brace yourselves. This is about to be a fucking doozy. Holy shit. What are we doing here? Come on. What are we doing here?
There could be a set of factors, yeah. What do you mean? I'm confused.
What does responsible greed look like? I'm so confused because
no.
Greed.
Oh my goodness. Oh my No shot, dude. This is a meme. This is a fucking meme, dude. No way. This is a joke. It's like a parody. It's like a parody of a fucking socialist. This is a caricature of fucking socialism, dude. What the fuck is happening right now?
Greed can be no. Oh, you misinterpreted. Greed can be responsible for these bad things that we're seeing across the globe. Not as in it's like a responsible thing.
I thought you were saying like, greed. I thought it was like greed can be good. Like, okay,
no, bro, hell no. No. Yeah, but that's what I mean essentially. Like, I have no doubt that the system of economy they live under right now is imperfect. I constantly advocate for changes that would improve the conditions of people. I just don't believe that the alternative to stop this abuse overseas, to stop the disparities in America, is to overthrow the system of government in a violent revolution that is probably going to bring about more harm than good. That's where the underlying.
I'm literally not saying. I'm not sitting here saying that I'm advocating for it. I'm telling you that's the end of capitalism.
Echo, I can't tell if you're fucking with me right now. I can't tell if you're fucking with me. This like what like the shit that you're saying is like it's too normal for actual socialists to say this shit that at this point I can't tell if you're fucking with me right now or if you're being for real, dude. I really can't. I can't, like, this is too fucking normal. This is too normal for socialists to actually say something like that, to where I'm not sure. I can never really tell either, so I just assume bad faith. I thought they were like doing an impression of a fucking socialist. I thought they were doing an impression of somebody being bad faith. I don't think it. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? You're being serious. Just for real. You're being serious. Okay? You put in the chat, wanting inequality addressed is a meme. You're being serious when you say that. You're not pretending to be bad faith. You are actually saying that unironically. You think that's what I said. You think I said wanting inequality addressed is a meme. You think that's what I said. I just want to be clear. I want you to state that you're not being bad faith. You think that I said wanting inequality addressed is a meme. Yeah, at the time they were misunderstanding the greed statements. Right. And you think that I was saying wanting inequality addressed is a meme. That's what you said. Yes, when you said that, I understand what you were responding to. I understand. And you think that I was saying that wanting inequality addressed is a meme, right? That's what you're saying that. You think that at that time when you said it, you think that I wasn't talking about the misunderstanding, but I was talking about wanting inequality to be addressed, right? You're not being insanely bad faith. You actually think that I wasn't talking about the misunderstanding. I was talking about wanting inequality to be addressed. I just want to make sure. I thought you were joking. I thought you can't possibly be that bad faith. But yeah, I was thinking you were cackling at the idea of greed being responsible. Cackling at the idea that he thinks he was saying greed would be responsible. Yes. I think that's fucking hilarious that he thinks that he was saying greed is a responsible thing. Yes, that's fucking hilarious that he's misunderstanding. Yes, I'm laughing at the misunderstanding that he misunderstood something so simple. And you took it as, I think it's funny that they want inequality addressed. It's not that crazy. I mean, Wolf of Wall Street greed is good. The Wolf of Wall Street is literally about how greed is bad. The movie Wolf of Wall Street is literally about how greed is bad. Like, what are we talking about? It's said all the time seriously. No, it's not. Nobody has ever said greed. Well, I mean, they can say like parts of greed is good, like, but what they mean is like being selfish sometimes is good. They don't actually mean greed, but I don't think that you thought I was laughing at somebody wanting to get rid of inequality. You're not saying, yes, I thought you said that, so I'm gonna. Well, yeah, I guess you did say yes. I find it, but then you immediately turn around to like Wolf of Wall Street shit instead. So yeah, I don't understand.
Like the fact that we've made it to this point of imperialism, we've made it to this point of exploitation. David, what has happened to the last 5 global superpowers that had the centralized currency of the world?
Collapse.
I'm sorry, last four.
Collapse. Yeah, collapse.
What's the United States of America currently doing?
It has the world reserve currency, and it's an empire going 250 years.
Yep, and doing all the exact same shit. They actually have this set up, and it's a 5-step process. I actually reposted a crazy video that explained it way better than me. But it looked at all the different civilizations. Yeah, and we're on step number 4, right? And we're continuing.
But should I just accept it? Like, I don't know what's the utility of what you're telling me right now. Yeah, we're in a bad spot, and I think it's a point of no return if we go down the wrong path. I don't disagree with that being the case, but I'm just curious as to what do I do with this information? I don't necessarily disagree. What's the best step forward? Yeah.
You build community. You build dual power structures. You actually work with the people to prepare to make sure that the people that you care about are taken care of. But we actually put something in place to make sure that if and when, because it's a factor.
You don't think capitalists love making money at all costs? I literally don't know what you're talking about, dude. I don't think that was ever part of the conversation. I don't think I ever said anything remotely close to that. I just don't know. I don't know where. I feel like you're having a conversation with a fucking wall right now. I don't think you're watching this stream.
When it happens, that we can actually build something from that point moving forward. You have to look at dual power structures. You have to look at communities. You have to look at strengthening the people around you. You have to be active. 100%. You have to be involved. And like, I hear what you're saying, but the point that I'm getting to is like the people that want to engage in imperialism and capitalism.
Oh, greed is good. Yes. In the movie Wall Street. Okay. Yes. In the movie Wall Street, not Wolf of Wall Street. Okay. Yes, they say greed is good. I don't think that's a commonly held belief. That's why they say it in the movie, is because it's such a fucking ridiculous thing to say. But it's somebody that's kind of the point in saying it. Because like greed is considered like, isn't it one of like the 7 deadly sins and shit?
Will continue to consume and drain every single person until there's nothing left. And they're going to hold it up and prop it up as much as they want and as long as they want. Did you hear Elon Musk talking about how what did he say, in 2036, money isn't going to be a thing anymore?
I haven't heard him say that, no.
Yeah, he did an interview and he was like, oh, you know, money isn't going to be a thing. Why are people worrying about money? Everything's going to be so abundant and plentiful and we're not going to have to worry about that and everything's going to be okay. The billionaires are pushing this narrative that everything's going to be okay while at the same time building fucking bunkers because they know what's coming as well. They're literally exploiting the resources. They're exploiting the people to the point that we are literally dying, and they're going to continue.
Everybody's like hardcore on this, like they're building bunkers thing. If I had enough money to build a bunker, I would build a bunker. Not because I think something's coming, but just in case something was coming. I would build a bunker. Like the tons of poor people build fucking bunkers. Like it's not a thing that is like just rich people do, but or just people who are like, oh, I know what's coming. It's like it's a thing. It's a precautionary thing that people do.
Continue to do that until there's nothing left.
Okay. I feel like that was a good closing statement. Like I've told you how I feel about it. I think we had a pretty much an all-encompassing conversation. Listen. I think that there's definitely a positive takeaway from that. I think that there should be more community. People should be more politically engaged. They should be more well-formed. They should be ready for any possible unexpected scenario that is obviously going to be negative. But at the end of the day, I think that my lens by which I maneuver the world of politics is not going to be relegated to just cap.
Hopping in for a quick 5 minutes. Hope everyone is doing well tonight.
What up, Jason? How's it going, man? Appreciate the $10. You out touching grass or some gay shit, dude? What are you doing? What are you doing, man? What are you doing with your life?
Capitalism.
Well,
I think there's more at play. I think that there's things that need to be addressed to that. With respect to that, I think we primarily agree on what. It's just a matter of how. I just like
this is the issue that all of my commie friends have with me because I still engage in electoral politics, right? I do.
And you should. I feel like in no world should you stop if there's still a chance.
Well, so this is the problem that a lot of people who aren't communists don't understand. And like I had to do some reading, and I'm not a communist, but I've been reading as much as I possibly can. And the one thing that I learned is the reason why communists make a decision to not involve themselves in electoral politics is because it can be corrupted. And when fascists are already in place, then it's past the point of saving. So they're never going to engage in electoral politics when fascism has already taken hold of
But they think everybody's fascist, though. Like, it doesn't mean anything if they think somebody's a fascist. They think everybody's a fascist, so
It doesn't really mean much.
Electoral politics, and fascism has absolutely taken a hold of electoral politics, and that's not just on the left. I'm sorry, on the right. That's on the left too. There's actual fascists on the left too.
See?
So,
see? I told you. I told you.
Oh, like that's the problem that they have, and so the point that, like, you know, they get, you know, they don't like that I do is I continue to engage in electoral politics, and it's just because I have like I'm hoping that everything turns out well for everyone, but I'm still trying to prepare for the worst at the same time. I'm not naive.
What? You're preparing for the worst? So you're like those fucking billionaires building bunkers, dude.
As far as what's happening, and I'm like,
you're saying you know what's coming. What do you know?
Desperately trying to drag people left. I'm desperately trying to pull people towards community and pull people towards understanding that, like, capitalism ain't it. It's not working for us. This entire system is not going to work for us. We can't put a band-aid on something. This is why I focus so much on, like, the Constitution. And people, like, look at me sideways when I say abolish the Constitution, because they say, no, we can just fix it. We can, you know, we can change it. We can add and all this stuff. It's literally, our country was founded on rotten land. And until you actually completely change the foundation of the country, it's always going to be rotten. You can put as much lipstick as you want on a pig. It's still a pig.
I'm just curious as to how is it that you get there? You change it at its very foundation, at its very core. What does that look like?
And
you don't have to have the answer. That's like fucking. That's
no. That's the answer.
Okay.
No, you got to abolish the patriarchy. Like, a lot of people think that it's about racism or it's really about, like, capitalism, but feudalism precedes capitalism or racism, right? The patriarchy upholds all of that. And the fact is, the reason why capitalism is so intertwined with the patriarchy is because it continues to put people at the top. You said you don't know much about indigenous people. I read this amazing book. I mean, there's.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, I was about to say there's 1.2 thousand people watching right now. If you guys haven't heard me talk about this yet, but I read this amazing book called The Rediscovery of America, The Uncovering of America's History with Indigenous People. And what it talked about was that prior to the colonizers coming and you know, taking Turtle Island, the indigenous people were largely communal. And not only being largely communal.
If you guys don't know what Turtle Island is, the United States is Turtle Island. It's what the indigenous people called it before it was colonized. So a lot of people refrain from calling it the United States and call it Turtle Island instead because, you know, we're not the rightful owners or whatever, which I don't think there's a single land anywhere that is still the same name as whoever originally had it the first time. Like, I don't think that's a thing anywhere, but it matters when it comes to the United States, though. So just know that.
Communal, they were largely matriarchal, right? They actually lived in a position where they shared everything. Women held so many positions of power. They actually, you know, made a lot of decisions. But patriarchy actually upholds capitalism, which flips it, and it's a me type of deal where men are at the top, right? And so when the actual colonizers came to Turtle Island, not only did they actually force capitalism onto the indigenous people, but they forced the patriarchy on them as well. They told them that they wouldn't deal with the actual women that were leaders. They tried to indigenous people had higher positions for people that were in the queer community. And then people like the colonizers literally vilified the queer people within the indigenous community. And they used to give away.
Nobody owns the land. The land owns us. Ah. Deep. That's deep.
When other tribes and
shit, dude, I'm so fucked. The whole time today, I wanted to spend all of my time going out and colonizing this land out here, okay? And so I keep spreading, like, trying to go and kill all the fucking aliens to get there. But every time, I run out of, like, bombs and shit. And so I keep trying to take the time to get the bombs and everything to go do this. But while I'm doing it, I keep getting fucked in other places. And so I'm trying to fix those things and then get back to it. And I've made, like, no progress tonight. And now, my main source of coal is gone. Is all gone.
And leaders would come to the area, they would give away land and they would give away their property. And that was a sign. And the colonizers literally put in laws and made them stop doing that. They made them stop it, and they told them that you need to put the man at the head of the household. And they did that with indigenous people. They did that with black people. It's been done over and over and over and over and over, because that's what capitalism and the patriarchy does. So if you want to actually address this, we have to act.
Yeah, we need matriarchy back, guys. If you want an actual good country, you need matriarchy. Unironically, that is what he's saying there. He's talking about the fact that, like, he's mad that they undid the matriarchies and instilled patriarchy instead.
Actively fight to overthrow the patriarchy.
Okay. Type shit, liberal.
Yeah.
Type shit.
I appreciate you having me come. There's a lot of people that have a lot of things, and there was a lot of stuff that wasn't said. The one thing that I will say is you might really want to read up on what's happening in Africa, because there's a lot of shit that has happened and is still happening. The exploitation.
I'm reading up on it now, but it's like a really big continent. There's a lot of countries, right? So it's a little difficult to cover ground and fucking inform myself from one day to another.
I just finished this book this morning. You might want to check it out. And again, for anyone else that's listening, the book that I just finished today is called How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. And the book is really good because not only does it take a look at the lens from, like, prior to colonization, but it takes a look all the way up into today, and it looks at the different portions, and it looks at not only like Europe, but then America, and like as a whole, how Africa has been exploited. How one of the best things that I took away from the book is, even where like all of this stuff has happened, but I always wondered why, like, Africans are like so focused and driven when it comes to like education. But it's like when Africans realized that education was important and they got access, they started consuming education so fast that even the Europeans couldn't keep up with the demand for education. Like the French had allocated a certain amount of money to like create schools, and they filled the schools and packed them out immediately. They started actually, like the chiefs and tribal leaders started paying for schools to be built themselves. And then like even the communities started like paying teachers themselves instead of waiting for the Europeans to come. And so they continued to try to consume education, because Africa getting its sovereignty back and actually reclaiming their land is like the most important thing, because they're still being exploited today. So
I feel like that fucking like tapped into something in my brain. I was trying so hard to remember what the fuck it was, but yeah, I'll check it out. I have the rediscovery of Africa.
Rediscovery of America.
I have a list of like $1 million, bro. I can't fucking tell you. I can't promise you.
I'm gonna give you one more. I'm sorry. I'm gonna give you one more. I'm gonna give you one more. War Against All Puerto Ricans. Revolution and Terror in America's Colony. I will say this. Out of all the books that I've read, because I've been reading more about American imperialism, after I read this book, the only thing I could say was, fuck the U.S. when you realize what the United States of
only
America
thing you
has
can
done
say.
to Puerto Rico, holy shit. Like, it's bad. It's so bad. I'm telling you, it's worse than you could ever imagine. Like, it's some really gross shit. It's so bad. Like, I'm telling you, that you can read all the other books that I gave, even 1619 Project, and like all that shit's bad too. But when you find out what they did to Puerto Rico, holy fuck. It's really bad.
Yeah, I got it pinned down here. 4.95 on fucking Audible is a good ass rating, bro. 5 out of 5 on Barnes and Noble.
It's fucking.
But I can't.
It's
promise.
gonna make your stomach turn.
I can't make any promises, but yeah, I'll get to it.
Like it'll literally make your stomach turn because it's really bad.
Don't drive me away from the book now. Gotta. I'll experience that when I get to it, I guess.
All right. Well, I appreciate you having me
I
up.
appreciate you too, bro. Anytime.
Yep. Have a good one.
Peace out. Likewise. That was fucking awesome, bro. Holy shit. This has been one of the most fucking entertaining lives I've ever done in my life, bro.
That was awesome. He's lost. He's lost, guys. 07's in chat. 07's in chat for David. It was good while it lasted. We lost another one.
Holy fuck. That was a banger. Does anyone know the book name? Which one? I have two that piqued my interest. Woo! Entertaining? Yeah, I mean, I had a good time. I feel like I was asked a lot of questions I had to respond to. No, I already fucking brought her up, bro. I'm done.
Poor guy. Poor guy.
There are
Back to the robot lady.
a lot of people who are excited about the change in Wisconsin. Some of those people are actually Republicans because they think that you're beatable, so much so that they spent around $3 million to boost your candidacy in this Democratic primary race. How will you convince swing voters?
Wait, is that real? Wait, is that real? Republicans actually paid, they donated to her campaign to help her win because they thought she was going to be the easier one to beat? Is that for real?
Who think you're too far to the left to support you?
Oh, shit.
They also know that their candidate is one of the weakest candidates that they could put forth. Tom Tiffany is an election denier and traitor, and he supports a national abortion ban as well as losing health care and supports Americans losing health care, millions of folks across the state. I think with more moderate voters that we recognize that this moment is not just a movement moment, but our coalition continues to grow, and our coalition is bipartisan. Republicans with Hong signs in their yard, that our folks are in rural, urban, and suburban communities. It is incredibly exciting that an Organizing First campaign continues to help communities grow their organizing skills as well and come to support our campaign.
You have been distancing yourself from the National Democratic
DSA.
Socialist Platform. I heard you in an interview this morning doing that most recently. In that interview on Fox, you said you don't support, for example, abolishing the Senate, abolishing the Defense Department, abolishing the Supreme Court, which are all part of the platform. But there are some bread and butter issues that I want to ask you about that are also in the DSA platform. And it's under a headline, "A Day Without Capitalism." And I'm going to read it. Speaking of bills, you don't really have them anymore. You have no debt. You don't have health insurance. You don't pay a mortgage or have a landlord. Food, education, energy, medicine, and transportation aren't for-profit businesses. They are common goods and utilities. Would these be your goals if you were governor of Wisconsin?
I was a small business owner for over 7 years, and I believe in organizing worker power and unions as well. And I think it's important to recognize the practical and sensible solutions that we need right now. And that's permanent affordability. That's ensuring that we've got healthy school meals in our school, that we're raising the minimum wage, that we ensure paid leave, and that everyone has access to fair, cheaper healthcare across our state. And we're building affordable housing. Folks are excited when I talk about a public bank that allows people to actually build more affordable housing, create good union construction jobs, and make sure that our small businesses can thrive.
Yeah, and I that makes perfect sense. But you said this morning that you pay dues to the Democratic Socialist Party, and what they are talking about, at least in part of their platform, is, I mean, it sounds a little bit utopian. I don't know. It depends where your point of view is, that food, education, energy, medicine, transportation would be common goods and utilities. Is that your ultimate goal? I understand the political realities of being in a purple state, but if you could, would those be the kinds of policies you would be able to implement?
My home chapter, DSA Madison, we have focused so much on making sure that we're helping to meet community needs. And we didn't actually pursue the national DSA endorsement. And as I've mentioned, there aren't things that I completely agree with right now. And I want to focus on building permanent affordability for all Wisconsinites, where people feel like this is a state they belong to. And, you know, being born and raised in my home state and recognizing that this is a place where I can open a business, where I can be a single mom and still feel very cared for in the community. But this isn't the reality for too many people across Wisconsin. And so I think that for us, making sure that we're putting working class people first is the type of government we want to build, a government that is a force of good.
You posted a lot about the police back in 2020 and 2021. You wrote, I support defunding the police as a first step towards abolishing the police, and that reform can't be an option. I know you say that a governor cannot defund the police and that you do not want to, quote, govern by slogan. I just want to be clear. Does this mean that you no longer believe in the goal of defunding and ultimately abolishing the police that you posted about 5 years ago?
I believe that safety is a human right, that I'm going to be a governor that is more serious about public safety than any other governor. And I'm willing to work with community organizers, faith leaders, local governments where many of our public safety systems are funded. And if anyone believes in defunding the police, it's been Robin Voss and the Republicans in the state legislature who have ruled the legislature for over 16 years and have no qualms around defunding our local governments, where these are folks who provide some of the most essential services in preventing violence and making sure that we're getting guns off of our street. And so to be serious about public safety, I'm most interested in making sure that we are being tough on the causes if we're going to be tough on crime, and make sure that we build community safety all across the state.
Did your opinion change then on defunding the police?
That I think that people can evolve, that I am going to be a sensible and practical.
She's not even coming close to answering these fucking questions. She's not even coming close to answering the questions. Like, this is fucking obnoxious. It's not even close.
Government and governor that is going to make sure that public safety is a priority and
so
actually
you evolved on
serious safety. I think that what my values are where some of my beliefs are as well.
My
but
goodness.
Where my values are is in making sure that public safety is for everyone, that everyone has access to it. And I think that what I've believed in the past, like, that can evolve, but I still know that I cannot defund police as governor. And what I want to do is making sure that we're fully funding and investing in the community programs that we know actually work, that data shows builds community safety. And again, the belief that I have, the values that I hold, is that everyone has a right to feel safe and be safe.
I just want to sort of put a fine point on it. You said your views can evolve. Have your views actually evolved on defunding the police?
We had a police shooting in my hometown of Madison, Wisconsin.
Oh my goodness, dude. This is... This is not good. This is not good. Oh my goodness, this is not good. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening right now?
Wisconsin. It's actually the third one to happen on Willie Street, which is in my district. And it's difficult for me to think about what I would say to a mother who has lost their children to police violence. But I know that we can change these systems that must be changed. There are folks who work in prisons.
So yes,
they have some of the highest suicide rates for any employment, that we need to make sure that every incarcerated person can live a life of dignity, that 99% of incarcerated folks in our state will be going into community, and we have to lower those recidivism rates and make sure to invest in mental health resources, in tackling the opioid opioid epidemic. Yeah. And I think that when we have a governor that believes in those things, we can achieve public safety.
Okay. I didn't hear a yes or a no there, but let's move on. A reporter asked...
Bro, that was so bad. Holy shit, that was so bad. What the fuck?
Your likely Republican opponent, Tom Tiffany, yesterday about what he would say to a voter undecided between you and him. Listen to what he said.
Tom Tiffany, he is one of us. I grew up in this state. I raised my family in this state. Me and my wife had a small business in this state. I love this state.
As you mentioned in this interview, you were born and raised in Madison, Wisconsin. You're raising your son there. You started a business there. What do you think he meant?
I hope this is a voter that I can meet.
That he's racist?
That they understand that not only am I somebody who's relatable and has a lived experience to fight for making sure that all of these things are available to everyone across the state, but I believe that, the support from Republicans, independents, folks who want to challenge the status quo and know that this economy is rigged against working class people. I'm not sure why he may have said that, but I certainly want to meet him and make sure that we have a conversation and that he knows who Tom Tiffany is. Tom Tiffany is a pedophile protector. He wants to rip food away from our children, and he will be a puppet for the Trump regime, and he won't put Wisconsinites first. He'll put that interest of special interest corporation, and they call him Mr. Mining because he has no concern around the environmental impact of mining or in making sure that we're not selling out our natural resources to billionaires and tech corporations. And I will say too that he does not support a moratorium on the construction of AI data centers. And that is not only legislation that I've introduced, but it is a deeply bipartisan issue where folks know that they don't want these in their communities. And I don't think that Tom Tiffany would be a candidate who cares about that at all.
Assuming that you do, in fact, win your primary on August 11th, this is going to be a very interesting race. Thank you for being on. I appreciate it. I'm glad it all worked out today, and I hope you come back.
Oh, that was rough. That was rough, dude. The question about abolishing police was... that was painful. That was so painful. Why did she do that to us? Why did she do that to us? Why is she doing this to us? Holy crap. All right, well. That's that. Before I get off, any questions? I guess. Why is this whole train empty?
Oh. Because they just emptied it. Okay. That makes sense. No, stop. Tom, would you have Santana on? Yeah, of course. But as I've said, I've tried talking to him in the past and he ghosted me. We talked about talking a while back about the stuff with Z, where he was going off about her being a racist piece of shit because she microaggressed against a group of black women, and then yeah, and then he just ghosted me. And I messaged him a bunch of times trying to see if he would come on, and he kept saying no. Or I mean, he just didn't respond. I've even been in his chat a number of times, and like he's responded until he realized it was me in chat, and then stopped responding to me. He had mic problems one time. I was on stream. Everybody watched it. I was on stream, and he was having mic problems because he was doing an open panel, but he wouldn't let me on. He kept picking up everybody else except for me, and then his mic was fucking up. So I started telling him in chat, "Hey, like your mic's messed up. You got to fix this. Everybody's echoing." And none of his chat was telling him that like everybody was echoing. And so I started telling him, and then he eventually saw and was like, "Wait, is my stuff really messed up?" Because I think at first he thought I was just trolling him. But yeah, he thinks I'm a fucking Nazi and a white supremacist, and there's like with the TikTok like woke crazies on TikTok, they have this like whole thing about me being like a skinhead and a fucking neo-Nazi and shit. So those folks won't talk to me, and they're all friends with Dean. Dean talked to me, and Dean was trying to talk to me for a while, but they won't talk to me. So yes, she still wants to defund the police. That's what it sounds like. Yep, that's what it sounds like. Tom's upset she didn't give a "I don't think the police should exist ever" answer. No, I'm upset she didn't give an answer. I think if you, like, she could have given an answer that says, I did say in the past that I wanted to defund the police, but I wasn't saying I wanted to get rid of them. I was saying that I wanted to move funds around. Or she could have given an answer that said, no, I don't believe in that anymore. But she didn't give any answer at all whatsoever. Like, and she even asked her 3 times to clarify, like, so do you, or like you said you think people can change, so are you saying you changed? And she still did not answer that question either. So I got a feeling she had since abandoned. Well, that's what I thought. I thought she had abandoned it, but this makes me think otherwise. I feel like if you abandon the position, it would be a pretty easy statement to make, to just say that you abandoned the position. Just explain to them you're just a normal centrist. Well, I'm not a normal centrist. I'm a Democrat and a liberal. And at the time, they called themselves liberals. At the time, he called himself a liberal. And still, was saying that I was a fucking skinhead and shit. So meanwhile, his buddy was running around literally calling people the N-word with the hard R, and calling brown people sand N-words with the hard R, and no like condemnation or call out or anything there. Just she said people's positions can evolve. Then the host asked her if her position had evolved, and she dodged. Yeah, she wouldn't answer. She mentioned being pragmatic now, that she changed her views over time. She didn't say that she changed her views on over time. She said, I think I can evolve. She said something like, I think I'm capable of evolving, or something like that. She didn't say she had changed her views. So after she said, I think I'm capable of evolving, they said, so does that mean that you did evolve on this and that your position changed? And she still did not answer. So I was hoping that's where she was going with it. I thought that was what she was going to say, but she didn't. Is this your first time hearing a politician talk? No. So it's that bad. I've literally never heard a dodge that bad where I didn't think, oh, well, I know what their position is. I don't think you can hear somebody dodge that hardcore and then think, well, they probably believe the thing that everybody wants them to believe. They probably don't have a really unpopular position on this that they're hiding, and that's why they're dodging. They probably have the normal position, and that's why they're dodging. Okay, never mind. I mean, I can play it again if you want me to. Yeah, Trump having concepts of a plan to replace healthcare was a way softer of a dodge. It wasn't, which is why we know the fucking answer. Did you not know the answer when they asked him, so do you have a plan? And he said, well, I have concepts of a plan. Did you not know that he doesn't have a plan? Or did you think, well, no, he said, guys, he said he had concepts of a plan. Did you guys, he said. What do you mean he doesn't have a plan? How could you come to that conclusion that he doesn't have a plan? He said he had concepts of a plan. You're literally making my fucking case, Echo. You're making my point right now. The Trump concepts of a plan is a perfect example of, yeah, when somebody dodges, you know the answer. This is her worst interview out of the three. Oh, for sure. All of the others were not nearly this bad. All of the others were not nearly this fucking bad. Like, she's already, like, very robotic when she talks, and doesn't do, like, very well in these interview styles. She was a lot better in the debate, because in the debates that's kind of, she's still very robotic in the debate as well, but that's like where it's a bit easier for her, because you're not doing like very one-to-one interactions over and over, whereas here, like in an interview where they're going to keep asking follow-up questions, yeah, this is a bit rough. They can't see they are becoming lefty MAGA. I mean, Echo seems to see it. He's comparing what she just did to Trump, so I don't know. But all right, I'm gonna head out. I appreciate everybody joining. Do me a favor. Make sure you hit the thumbs up button. It really helps push the videos in the algorithm. Lately, I've been leaving the streams up for about a week and then taking them down. So it is beneficial to put it in the algorithm. But if you're ever looking for other things that, you know, videos on my channel, I leave them up for about a week right now, and then I put them into a playlist. So you can go to my channel and go to playlists, and you'll be able to find the unlisted live streams there. And then just know that there's also on my channel under playlists, there's interviews that I have with people like Anna from Ukraine. I have panels that I host on there, and then I also have lots of my own debates on there. I've got video essays that I've done. We just uploaded a new debate today to the debate playlist, so make sure you check those out. Give it a like and a comment. And what's up, James? How's it going, man? Outside of that, make sure you hit the thumbs up button, join the Discord, and follow me on Twitter. The links are in the description. We got a bunch of new people in the Discord. Once we get to 1,000 members, we're going to do another movie night. So we're at 953 members. We got to get to 1,000. And we got a section for pics of pets. So we need you guys to go post pictures of your pets. We got Revelin here posting pictures of his puppies. Little baby puppies. We got lots of cats. We got fish in there. We got horses, baby birds. This person's cat likes watching me play Slither. Awesome. Awesome. But alright, I'll be back on tomorrow. If you join the Discord, you always get a notification every time I go live, or anytime I post a new video on any platform, whether it's on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Kick, wherever. You'll always get a notification letting you know when the new stuff goes up. So make sure you join the Discord so you're always up to date on all of the latest content. I'll see you tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you, love you. See you next time. Later, fools.
The wind is bullshit.